Hey YouTube, this is Danger2468 back with another live stream. Guys, this will be a very different live stream than usual. But we are going to watch the debate. Well, not the debate. The debate's already happened. The election, all the polls, all calculated, and we're going to have a winner. Who will be the next president, or will Trump stay president? Hopefully. We will see, guys. We will see. But hopefully everyone's doing well. This will be a very different live stream than usual. Like I said, here we go. Let's turn the music off. And
I showed you Mecklenburg here.
This
right now he's got a nearly 200,000 vote lead out of there.
Here we go.
Hillary Clinton didn't get but 140,000 out of it.
All right, guys. So we're going to watch some of this real quick while I eat. Guys, just sit back and relax. Then we'll play some Roblox. Like I said, guys, this will be a very different live stream than usual. So we're gonna watch the Democrats' point of view. Very interesting. And then we'll play some Roblox, guys. I have some pizza. Look at this. Doesn't it look beautiful? Looks so beautiful.
South Florida, a place you know well.
I do indeed. Good evening, and it's going to be the story if indeed Donald Trump ends up winning the state of Florida. It could have a lot to do with specifically South Florida and the Latino vote in South Florida.
All right, guys.
Specifically Cuban-American voters, Venezuelan-American voters.
While we watch this, I'm going to look for a server that we can join and Survive the Killer on Roblox.
But for the last 3 years, Donald Trump has been working very
hopefully you guys can hear it too.
Insistently, and also there's been a very strong push for the last
food
months
ASMR.
that
Yeah,
Democrats are socialist, and that attack went unanswered
guys,
for a long time.
Let me eat in
Maybe
peace,
that will have some impact on how Florida ends up. We'll wait and see.
All right, Jose, my friend, thank you, sir. Much more to come on this election night. We'll be right back.
All right, so Arkansas is Trump. Yeah, Trump won Arkansas.
You ready to go to work?
All right. No, I'm not ready to go to work. But anyways, guys, we're doing this. We're doing this. I don't know. Should I just join a server, guys? I don't know. Also, I could probably do this too. Let me see. Can I add two display? Oh, yes. No way. All right. There we go. This might be better. Then we can play the game and you guys can see what's going on. This might be perfect. All right, guys. I have not live streamed in a while. It has been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute. All right. I'm gonna claim my tokens. All right, they're not here yet, guys, and then we will have that. Settings. Gonna go on AFK real quick, just to get things. My killer music off. Jump scares on. Let's see. And guys, to add me, so all you have to do is simply go on Roblox, add friend, YT_the Danger2468. That's my username on Roblox. Let's play this, guys. We have not played this in ages. It's been a long time. So I might put this. Yeah, let's just put it over chat. We don't really look at chat anyways, so. I'm gonna put that there. All right, guys. We're kind of doing something new, guys. Like I said, it's completely different than normal. This is not an ordinary, just a regular live stream, you know.
And there will be a lot of closings coming up at 9 o'clock. Let's walk you through them. Battlegrounds, including Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota, Texas, and Wisconsin.
And the fact that we're calling Texas something of a battleground this year shows you what an extraordinary year it is. In just a few moments, we will have those poll closings. We are starting to fill
so they added a lot of new
map
killers.
already.
Look at
Some
this.
surprises. And one thing that is not surprising, Florida was tight, but so far
Yes,
it is
Trump needs Florida in order to win.
A must-win.
If he does not get Florida, it's already Biden's victory,
Closings
pretty much.
At the top of the hour, we'll pause here briefly. You are watching Decision 2020 on NBC.
Game's full. All right, thanks for letting me know. Never mind. Okay. All right, guys. This is nice. This is nice. They really updated this. Look at this, guys. Holy heck. I'm gonna play some music in the background just a little bit. All right, there we go. So it's not just complete silence. Hey, Mr. Crane, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Guys, if you enter... Excuse me? Excuse me? I did not quit this game, guys. I just took a break from it.
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow till I finally.
Did my Roblox just crash? What happened to my Roblox?
Keep my head up when I act. Head up, that's a fact. Never looking back. I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong.
I'm gonna close Roblox real quick, guys. Don't know what happened. Look at this, guys. You get to see my other monitor and everything, too. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna tell people in my Discord that I'm live. Don't know if the bot already did or not. No. Hey Nick, welcome to the stream, man. We're just gonna watch the debate, chill. Why do I keep saying debate? It's not a debate anymore. The election. This is the election. Get that? I can't get that through my thick skull. All right. Share, copy link. Alright, guys, join if you can. Man, that guy looks cool. Look at that. Holy heck. Jeez, look at those dragons on his back. That's sick.
Never slow till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's. I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art. It's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed. Feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do. And
to call.
In Georgia, it's too early to call. Also, North Carolina, too early. And Ohio, too early.
and let's look at Ohio. It is too early to call there, too. And for folks wondering, yes, we had early voting either in person or by mail like we've never seen before.
When will you stream Among Us again? I might in this stream, guys. I don't know.
Election day, and if you are
I'm just
wondering,
kind
yes,
of
we've taken that into
watching
account when we
the
give you that
election. And
expected
I've
vote
never played on
number.
this
It
map, by the
includes
way.
the estimated early vote as well as the day of vote, and we're
Wow,
awaiting those
what
9
is
o'clock poll
this?
closings. Texas and Arizona, big Latino
Do these
populations,
traps actually work?
but a different kind than what we've been talking about. in
That's
Florida. Andrea,
cool.
hold
Look at that.
Because we do want to mention. Here we go. Texas, too early to call at this
Whoa.
hour.
To have
In
4
Arizona,
locks.
it is
What?
also too early to call, as you might expect.
Why is he
Michigan, too
holding like
early
a
to call.
big
Got
thing?
some
What the heck is
results in
this?
from Minnesota. Not many,
Is this-
actually.
is this
Too
Survive the
early to call
Killer,
there.
guys?
Wisconsin, it's going to be a long one. And in New York,
Found a key.
Biden will pull that one out and not shock anyone.
I guess this
Colorado,
goes
too
to
early,
1,
but
right?
Biden has a lead there. Kansas, too early.
Oh, Kansas. All right.
And Louisiana, too early. Biden, though, with the lead.
Too early.
All right, and
yeah,
let's look
yeah.
at Nebraska. Too
Guys,
early
this
to
might go
call
all
there.
night.
We're keeping
I don't
an eye
know.
on that one particular congressional
Lewis,
district
welcome,
that can
welcome,
be
man.
quite competitive. In New Mexico,
I've never
it
played
is
this
too early to call.
map before.
In
What
North
is
Dakota,
this?
too early to call, but the president is leading.
Same story in South Dakota.
crap.
The president leading too early to call. And Wyoming, it's too early to call Trump with a lead there.
So let's put up our
No.
map of 270 and let's see
No.
how it shakes out at 9 o'clock
No.
Eastern Time, 6 o'clock Pacific, and there you have it. Numbers don't quite tell the story.
No
We're gonna have to wait for
farming.
all the votes to be
Stop it,
counted.
woman.
Andrea, we were talking about Texas
You're
and Arizona.
cursed.
Now the polls have closed. They'll start counting the votes. The Latino vote, incredibly important there.
Incredibly important, and as Chuck was saying,
No,
Miami-Dade,
get away.
Florida, the Cuban American community is a unicorn, but it's a very different
Oh,
kind
snap,
of Latino
run.
vote in Arizona and in Texas.
Run for
In
your
Texas,
life.
Latinos going by plus 19
Come on,
for Joe
come on. I can
Biden
do it.
over
I can
Donald
do it. I
Trump.
can do it. I can
in
do it.
Arizona, Latinos going
I don't
plus
know what's in
30
here.
for Joe Biden over Donald Trump.
But I
Obviously,
did it.
a different
The
composition.
safes are open.
Only 8
What does that even
8
mean?
for Joe Biden over Donald
Please.
Trump in Florida. So that shows you the disparity. Where
Oh,
you've got
no, she back.
Different
She
group
back.
of Latino
She
vote
back. She
in
back.
Arizona.
She back.
Out
She
west,
back.
you
She
have
back. She
more
back.
Mexican
Oh
Americans.
no!
From
No!
other parts
What
of
was
South America.
that?
Less of the, obviously,
was
very few
scary.
for Cuban Americans, and you have very different ideology and different voting.
The Latino vote's going to be big in Arizona and Texas, as is the suburban vote. But there's obviously big
Please.
swaths of rural parts of those states that tend to be Trump country.
It is. And Texas is going to be, by the way, we already have a lot of vote in because they do a lot of early voting, but they're going to be in there.
No.
But I want to take us to Ohio. Because Ohio, believe it or not, has been sitting there. Again, we're still waiting for somebody to win a road game, right? We have yet to have a flip. But as you can see, we got 53% of the vote in. Biden's holding about a 266,000 vote advantage here. And just so you show, we still got a ton of vote, right? Nearly 3 million votes are left to count. As you can see here, the breakouts, just so you can see. 1.3 of the early absentee has been counted. Mike DeWine basically said half the vote was early.
Oh,
and half the
I'm
vote was
Trump.
expected
I'm
today
Trump train all the way,
Ohio,
guys.
On election day.
But we're just watching the
but let me
Democrat
just
point
tell
of
you,
view.
one of the other things we have, if he's going to win Ohio, if Joe Biden's going to make a comeback in Ohio, he's going to have to flip a whole bunch of what we call the Obama-Trump counties. All of these counties here right now, and what you see in the red, if they're red, they're still trending Trump, and if they're blue, they're trending Biden. So we can see here, Wood County, a small county here. This is right now. But you can see Trump narrowly carried it, but he carried it by 8 points because ton of third-party vote here. Ton of third-party vote in Ohio did really well. Johnson did much better there. But as you can see, this is a county that Obama carried. Biden hasn't caught his number there, but he's getting close, and he's obviously going to outperform Obama 12. So I'm going to be monitoring all of these Obama Trump counties, particularly in Ohio, because the only path for Biden to somehow pull the Ohio upset is if he's going to take most of these counties that Trump carried and flips most of them, if not all of them, back to blue.
But polls have had the president pretty far ahead in Ohio.
Well, all this year, it's been interesting. He's been ahead, but the
look at that.
margins have been small. It's been a little bit of older voters.
See, I
and
knew
it is a
Trump
bit
was
of
going to
Joe
win
Biden.
most of
He
the
plays
middle
a little bit better in
of the
Ohio than
state,
maybe
like
any
of
other
the
Democrat
country.
that had run for president during this primary.
Want to put up Florida again because we've changed our
Yeah, he's
characterization,
in the lead
there,
of
or
Florida,
have we?
which is good.
Okay, Trump now officially leading in Florida.
Good,
29
good.
electoral votes are watching there. Chuck.
Yeah. He needs to win Florida to win.
Who's at Biden headquarters? Hey, Kristen, what's the talk there as Florida
to at least have a chance
slip out of their hands?
Well, they are acknowledging that, Savannah, and I'm told by officials that they're in a wait-and-see mode, but they still feel very confident about their path to 270. And look, we go back to this idea that they fought hard for Florida, but didn't need Florida in order to win. There are a number of other paths, but the question is, what does this potentially mean about Georgia, about North Carolina? I put that question to a campaign official who said not a whole lot. Look, they think that the electorate is unique in Florida for all of the reasons that you've been talking about, particularly in the Miami-Dade area. They think that the president's
probably
trying to
Lewis.
characterize
All right, guys,
Joe
we are
Biden
getting
as
started in a new game.
stock. Obviously, that's a characterization that he would reject outright. But one top Democrat telling me they still feel very solid about their chances in Georgia and North Carolina. Now, what if they don't win either state? Well, officials tell me that is okay because Joe Biden still has a path to 270 without winning those two states. He would need to win Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. And so that is why you have Joe Biden visiting Pennsylvania 14 times, more than any other battleground state since he won the nomination. That's why he was there again today in Scranton, in Philadelphia, really trying to drive up the vote in Philadelphia, in the suburbs. Of course, that part of the Obama coalition that did not turn out in force in 2016. He needs it if he's going to pull out a victory in the all-important state of Pennsylvania. Savannah and Lester.
All right, let's bring in Hallie Jackson right now at the White House. Hallie?
So we've been talking about Ohio. Chuck just had that up on the big board there. That's a really interesting state because the Trump campaign, folks that I've been talking to throughout the day and into the evening here, have been feeling confident about the way that was going to go based on some of the polling that Savannah mentioned.
You lost me in the bush.
Internally,
in the
that
tree.
was actually one of the battleground states that they felt most confident about, along with Florida. So that is one that we're watching very closely, given what Chuck is referencing and the way that, again, with still very early in the night, still a lot of vote to come in, but with what we're seeing in some parts of Ohio,
you got the rocket fuel. Return the fuel to the rocket.
As Kristen was talking about with the Biden campaign of Pennsylvania. That is actually the place where President Trump campaigned more than anywhere else. And I can tell you that there are some counties that the Trump team is
been
looking
a while.
at tonight.
It has been a hot
That's
minute.
Kind of in the central eastern part of the state near Harrisburg. You've got some of those collar counties right around Philadelphia, Bucks County, Chester County, Montgomery County. They're looking at Erie County, for example, in the western part of the state.
Hey man, I have the election up right now.
An area where the president feels confident. He has spent so much time in that state because it is critically important. Another state the president has spent a lot of time in is North Carolina. I was just there yesterday, actually.
Biden's leading in Pennsylvania.
And I can tell you that folks in President Trump's orbit are looking specifically.
Where do I take this rocket fuel? Where is a rocket at?
When we do, those counties still in gray, right around Raleigh, Durham, right? Because that is going to be really important. You can see them there, still in white here. Joe Biden needs to do well there. They're wondering what the margins are going to be. A lot of eyes on North Carolina here. And then the other state that I'll mention is Georgia, too. Looking at what the president's performance will be. That is a state that, again, is sort of on the cautiously optimistic to optimistic bubble for Team Trump based on our latest reporting.
All right, Hallie, thank you. And joining us now,
dude, where's the rocket at?
Hugh Hewitt, host of the Hugh Hewitt Show on the Salem Radio Network, a Trump supporter.
I see no rocket,
Teresa Kumar, president and CEO of Voto Latino, a Biden supporter. Welcome to both of you. Let me talk to you, Maria Teresa.
Ew,
how
a
you
Biden
feel
supporter?
about what has happened in Florida? We haven't called it, but of course the president is said to be leading, and the results in Miami-Dade disappointing for Joe Biden, in particular among Latino votes.
So, first of all, everybody knew that that Florida was going to be the problem child. It's a very close call. As Andrea was mentioning earlier, that the Latino vote is not monolith. But for folks watching really closely, the other states that are up for grabs are Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, and Arizona. 4 of those states, and this is what really differentiates the Latino vote in Florida compared to the other ones, is that all of them had local legislation that had show me your paper anti-immigrant laws. That was a political awakening moment for the Latino community roughly about 6-7 years ago. And you see a whole slate of candidates that have not only run for office, but are quite competitive. You see that in Texas, you see that in North Carolina, you see that in Georgia, and absolutely in Arizona. And you also see an aging in of the Latino population. For example, in Texas, you have 25% of Latino youth unregistered voters in Texas, and they're outperforming. 33% of the people in the Latino community that sat it out last time, Savannah, are voting again. So you see a huge surge in these populations.
I don't know where to put the chat, guys.
Where there's been a lot of friction and
should
a lot
I
of
hide
anti-immigrant
the
policies.
one chat?
Florida is simply, that's not the case. They don't have those really
Guess I could put it
diminishing,
here.
difficult pieces of legislation that racially profile the Latino community.
All right, Hugh, let me bring in here. Talk about
Oh,
North
man,
Carolina. What do you see there that may worry
What
you or
happened?
may encourage you?
The good news out of North Carolina is that it's more solidly Tom Tillis than I had expected it to be at this hour. In fact, the Senate everywhere is looking very good for Republicans. John James, I believe, is running ahead of President Trump in Michigan. The early numbers on David Perdue look very good vis-a-vis John Ossoff. It looks like a runoff in the special. And I spoke to Joni Ernst earlier today. She's feeling very confident in Iowa. Susan Collins is feeling confident in Maine. And so, as good as I feel about the president right now, and
I know
Senate,
what you do now.
to Ohio, what Chuck was
You
looking
take the
at
rocket fuel
in Trumbull County,
and
is,
escape with
first
it,
went for
and
the
like that's how you
Trump
get it.
in 2016 for
Oh,
the first time for a Democrat since Richard
what if
Nixon in
Trump and Biden
1972.
kissed? That'd
Kenny,
be
hang on
gay
there.
and
The big
weird.
difference in Ohio that I know Chuck knows, and you guys will know, is that Rob Portman is not on the ballot this time, providing an additional kind of ground game and strength. Rob Portman, one of the most popular Republicans in Ohio, is not on the ballot. He helped get the president over the line 4 years ago.
Also gay and
so
weird.
I'm watching that with great concern, but I am very cheered by the Florida numbers. There are some people, I know NBC has not called Florida, but some people have called Florida for President Trump. And so I'm very cheered that that's an early call. And I extrapolate that out to a few congressional districts in California where that voter who left a socialist country, that's how I'm characterizing it.
Do you guys like it on the bottom better or on the top?
That would include people, of course,
Tell me in
Cuba.
the chat,
I think
please.
that vote, as Maria was talking about, is one that we've got to keep an eye on in the California congressional district that will matter. Right now, I'm pretty happy, with the exception of I would love to see Ohio get some more red votes pretty quickly.
All right, Hugh and Maria, thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring in Casey.
Oh man, they really
some
updated this
reporting
map,
on North
didn't they?
Carolina, which we're watching closely, Texas as well.
That's right, Savannah. As I've been talking
Someone
to
tell me in
sources
chat
on both
if they-
sides of the aisle, I mean, one of the places that I try to look
If
is
they,
to find agreement in terms of
if
what
you guys like
we're
it
seeing, and
in-
both sides
on the
of the
bottom
aisle do
right
seem
or
to
the
be
top left?
in agreement that Tom Tillis, who's running for Senate in North Carolina, seems to be performing better,
Bottom? All right.
certainly than many of my sources expected he might. And I will say
I need
both
to change
Democratic
the,
and
the
Republican
viewer-
sources who were pretty
viewers,
concerned about Tillis, if you were a Republican, and whether he was
put
going to be able to
this,
hang on. And that, of course, raises questions about where things stand in the presidential race, which my sources are also saying is very, very close, but my Democratic sources are less optimistic about it than they were just an hour or so ago. And that's a trend that's holding across the Sun Belt, Texas as well.
This is scary.
There was a chance that Democrats were perhaps going to take back the Texas State House. That has incredible repercussions as we head into a season of redistricting. They're now not optimistic that that's something that they're going to be able to pull off, although we still have a lot of data out there. There's also questions about Georgia. Senator David Perdue, Republican, who also potentially
I like the
talked
jump
about
scare
was in danger
feature.
from a
That's cool.
Democratic challenger. Some of the conversations heading into the night were, would David Perdue's opponent get 50%? Increasingly, it's now looking like Perdue may be in much better shape. That also raises questions about where the Biden campaign stands in Georgia. Although my sources are also saying that there do seem to be a fair number of ticket splitters, people that are voting for Joe Biden, but who are also voting for David Perdue. So that underscores this trend that perhaps people are voting for Republican senators, but are willing to take a look at Joe Biden, Savannah.
All right, Casey, thank you. And let's look at some of the Senate races at this hour. There's a hot race going in Arizona between Mark Kelly, the former astronaut.
They do more piggy, Noah? I might. I don't know. I just. This is like the first time I'm playing Roblox
all of its voting by mail,
in
but hasn't
a very long
reported
time.
votes
So.
out yet in any significance here in Colorado.
I'll be back, guys. I'm gonna throw my trash away.
is widely expected to potentially lose his seat tonight. And sure enough, former Governor John Hickenlooper is leading in that race.
All right, let's look at Kansas Senate. Too early in that race.
Michigan's Senate race, too early to call there. That's another Democrat who some felt might be on the rope, so we'll watch that one. Minnesota's got a Senate race going. It is too early to call there.
Same story in New Mexico, too early. Texas. John Cornyn will, the incumbent, will hold on to his seat. We project him as the winner.
And let's look at South Dakota. We are projecting that Mike Rounds, the senator, the incumbent, will go back to Congress. And here's how it's shaking out at this hour. That is the breakdown. Remember that Democrats would have to gain 3 seats if they win the White House to gain control of the majority, and 4 if the president is reelected. We'll keep our eye on that. We'll take a quick break. Stay with us. Much more as election night coverage continues right here on NBC. Good morning. Welcome.
Oops. Oh, why? Do you see this, guys? What is this? Oh, brother. I'm gonna hide the events, guys, just because I do want chat. I can't. Hello? There we go. Hey Vix, what's going on? I crashed. So, 1 second, guys. Thank you. What's going on, Vix? It's been a while, it's been a while. Wonder if I can just join the people I was with. Will it let me? Hope so. Like I said, guys, this live stream is really different. I'm not used to it. Do I have sound off on this? Is that one? Oh. I was like... Ah, man. I can't, though, because... I wish there was a way to turn off music on this game. Because their music is copyright, guys, and got a ton of copyright claims over just playing this game before, so... That's why I always leave the volume off. And holy heck, I want to just survive one game. When I first played this game, I was like a beast, and now I suck. Okay, I found some rocket fuel. Let's go. Best hiding spot ever, guys. Look at this.
Just an enormous outpouring of early vote, Garrett. What are we seeing now as the results are starting to come in?
Savannah, as those early votes are getting counted in the big cities, you're seeing Joe Biden build a bit of a firewall here in Harris County, in Dallas County, and Tarrant County. That's the Fort Worth area, that particular
which
county
is good,
essentially tied, but big leads for Biden.
He'll definitely
County
win
and
like
Harris
the middle
County,
section.
but perhaps not
He'll
big
definitely
enough.
win Texas.
He's outperforming Hillary Clinton's margins in the state.
He needs
from
Texas,
2016
actually.
significantly, but he's about on par with where Beto O'Rourke was in 2018 in a race that O'Rourke ended up losing by about 2.5 points. The other sign of concern for Democrats in the state, the Rio Grande Valley, traditionally Hispanic counties, places like McDowell,
right
Texas,
Texas.
appear to be underperforming for Biden as to where Clinton was 4 years ago. The trick for Democrats here was always going to be run up the score in a major way in Harris County. Now with just
guys,
the
join me
votes in,
on Roblox,
YT_the_danger24668. You just wonder
join
if it's
my
going to be enough
game
for him to
and
hold on in a state that was always a bit of a reach state
together.
for Democrats, but one where they felt a lot of demographic trends and people moving into the state might give them a shot at flipping this state for the first time in some 40 years. Savannah?
I think he'll win Texas,
Interesting,
though.
though, to see
I
that
really do.
theme now in a different
Even
region of the
though
country
it's
where the
kinda
Latino
tied
vote
right
is
now,
just not turning out for Joe
I think
Biden
will.
as he
needs
expected,
to.
at least so far.
Look, I'm going to take you to Georgia in a minute, but
he's
I do
going to
wanna
win
make a
Florida
point
and
about
Texas.
North Carolina that's very important. Remember what we were going to tell you about this?
I don't know, North Carolina.
Look at, so 78% of the
That's
vote is in,
kind
right? That's a lot of vote.
of, kind of so.
Remember what the orange means. The orange is the vote that took place before today. Okay? The yellow is what is the vote that's coming in. And what we're waiting, basically, Biden's been sitting on his early vote lead. And what we're waiting to come in this last 21% of the vote in North Carolina
this is
is
cool.
same-day vote.
I like
we
the
know
new
Trump
graphic
won
updates.
Election day vote. The question is, did he win
really
by enough
updated this
to
game.
make
I
up
like
that
it.
margin? That's
Looks
going
so
to be
much better.
how we're watching North Carolina.
Like
over
before,
the
it
next
looked
hour or
so
on there.
outdated,
So
and it just
wanted to give you
didn't
guys
look
an
good.
update on that and realize what vote is out.
They
and
added
it's
some new
election day
elements
vote
to the
right
game
now
too.
that we
I
have not
can
seen
tell, and
that much of in North
looks
Carolina.
really
We take you to
good. Not
Georgia.
gonna lie.
It's just starting to come
I'm
in.
actually
Some of the rural
impressed.
counties come in for me. I'll just give you an example. Here we are. Here, this
Hey
is,
guys, what's going on?
This is where either Biden wins or
snap.
loses this. This is the Atlanta
Snap, where is
suburbs, the monster region.
Run.
You'll see we still only have 1% of the vote in DeKalb County, so we've got a long way to go. But I want you.
Nah,
to,
man,
want
I
you to
always
watch,
die too,
a
so
county
don't
here.
feel bad.
This is
What
the
the heck
next
was that?
county out. The closest red county to Atlanta these days. Trump narrowly carrying it, and you can just
Seen
see.
one coin.
4 years ago, he carried
That
it by
coin will be
almost 20
perfect.
points. And this is the question.
Georgia,
and you
he'll
see
win
here,
Georgia.
Romney carried it by 31 points over President Obama. So the question is, and it's the same story as Texas, right? How much of an advantage can Biden build out of Atlanta and its suburbs, and can he keep encroaching, keep finding some exurban counties like Fayette there that I'm telling you about, and then
the thing is with
overcome that
Among
rural,
Us,
that
like,
strong rural vote for Donald Trump. It's
if
basically
I'm
the
killer,
same story almost in
you
every
guys
ballot.
will know. You know, so
Chuck,
it's like,
thank you. We're going to take a quick break now. We'll be back with more Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment.
all right, I gotta go. Let's go. All right, nice. Yeah, fuel up the rocket. Let's go. What happens if you get it to 100%? The heck is that? What the heck, DA? I am glad you're back. What? So we've got good news and bad news. The good news is the sample data. Come on, guys, really? The good news is the sample data came in. Turns out these anomalies are actually artifact crystals. They have been tales of people using to create artifact weapons. If we can figure out how to safely harvest the crystal, we can just do that. So the bad news, my arch enemy stole the power cell and something a tractor beam. Oh no! It's the next Scream, guys. The next Scream. Alright, that's what I want. So instead of letting that end, I can okay, so DA's probably gonna stream snipe me and try to kill me first, which, I mean, hey man, if I die, I can just move it over to the election. So oh snap, he's right behind me. Dang it, DA! No, I want the coin at least. Please. Please give me coin. No! I'm dead. No. Dang it. I added you? Alright. Let me add you. I can add you really quickly on my phone. Can you accept? Yep. Doing it as we speak.
They're with you, whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work.
Yeah, we're excited.
Keeping you safe.
Is it Not Cool Games?
Every morning on Today.
Is it Not Cool Games? Is that your gamer tag?
Welcome back. During the break, some new calls.
Yeah,
Let's look at
right.
North Dakota. And President Trump
All right.
is the projected winner
you are
in
added.
North Dakota.
In Alabama, President
I'm just
Trump
hiding in a
is
locker,
the winner
shaking my
there. There's
head.
also a Senate race going on there. We'll check in with that in a few
Alabama.
moments.
He has
And
one
looking at
Alabama.
Florida once again,
Florida's,
checking in there.
yeah,
It's too close to call.
He has Florida.
But Trump leads in Florida. And in Texas right
Texas
now, too
is
early to
kinda,
call.
yeah.
Well, it's only been 25 minutes since the polls closed
Hopefully
in
he wins
Texas
Texas.
and Arizona.
He needs to win
A couple of
Texas.
states that folks are going to be watching very, very closely. We'll continue to monitor it.
He
We've
needs
got
to
much
win
more
Texas.
election coverage to come here on NBC. We'll be back in just a few.
All right, guys. Hi, let's go to where we were. My arch enemy stole the power cell needed to power my tractor beam. Hi, my name is Professor Rathu Cheeseworth. We have to get the power cell back before he uses it to extract the crystals. If we don't hurry, our dreams of making artifact weapons ends now. Take my rocket to the space lab and get the power cell. You must fuel the rocket each time you want to go to the space lab. Work together with your friends to find fuel and bring it to the rocket. Remember, you will drop your fuel if the killer defeats you, as we've learned. Once you get to the power cell, place it in this tractor beam. It should pull that crystal right out of the ground. Good luck. We'll speak again soon. Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. We're only at 50%, guys. Only 50%. Hey, welcome. Welcome, man. Welcome. I'm not gonna lie, Cool Games. It looked like you weren't wearing any pants, and, like, your pants were, like, it looked like just, like, hair from your legs. I was so confused. I was like, oh, man. Alright. Luckily, I was wrong about that, though. Alright, guys. This will be an interesting night. I hope Trump wins. Trump needs to win. Like, if he doesn't, it's just gonna be sad. Because, like, you know, like, he's done so much for this country. And, like, you know... Just Biden will destroy it. Biden will destroy our country, and possibly after this election, if Biden wins, it's just, I don't know. It won't be the same. I feel like our country will not be the same after it. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I literally got knocked out of the last second. Noah, I will never make you die. Uh-huh. That's what they always say until they stab me in the back. Alright. Willow Marsh Happy Neighborhood Fairgrounds. I have not done I almost said flappy neighborhood. I don't know why. Just okay. Happy neighborhood. Let's go.
Too close to call, but the president is leading. A lot of the vote is in, so we anticipate a call coming up pretty soon.
He's gonna win. He's gonna win Florida.
Too early to call it. That may well be a race that
Pennsylvania,
lasts 4
yeah, that's gonna be a tough one
Texas.
for Trump.
This is a place that Joe Biden
Texas,
tried to
he needs to
turn
win
blue.
Texas.
It is too early.
Wow,
in
look at
Texas
this, guys.
Right now. Arizona, it is too early as
Looks
well.
good.
Let's take a look at Arizona, see how much vote is in at this hour.
It kind of
Too
looks the
early to call.
same.
It doesn't look like they've reported any, but let's go to Michigan
a little
now.
upgraded, I can tell.
Too early to call there, but
Michigan,
that is a
he's leading in
battleground
Michigan.
one,
Yeah,
watched
that's
one
a
that
pretty
Joe Biden
Republican
has got to
state.
flip back to blue this
North
year.
Carolina,
North Carolina, too early to call.
he
We've been
might
watching
win
it very
North
closely.
Carolina.
That's
I don't know.
one that the Democrats had hoped to flip.
We've
Ohio.
been keeping a big eye on Ohio as well.
snap.
60% in their 18
This.
electoral votes. That's too early to call right now. And
He's
Georgia
collecting
as
coins.
well. This is another state that Joe Biden
Georgia,
has tried to
yeah,
expand
he'll
the
win
map.
Georgia.
Too early in Georgia.
The map's starting to fill out a little bit, but we've got the big remaining questions. I don't believe we've yet to call a battleground, Chuck. So
Well, we haven't, and we certainly haven't seen a flip yet, but Florida looks like, you know, we have an idea where it's headed because we're telling you. We think Trump is leading here. We're at 80%. Let's look at how this is North Carolina. This, to me, is the next shoe to drop here, I think we see as the vote
found
comes
fuel,
in.
guys.
And as you can see, Joe Biden's margin is now less than 100,000, still 20%, still 1 million votes to go. That you know, right now, the way that's let's see, it's these great counties that we don't have anything in yet. And if you want an idea, this one next to Raleigh here, this is something that's expected to be a big Trump county. You have this empty county.
I gotta say, my friends,
Franklin's expected to be a Trump county. This one here, so you can see this is why there's pessimism on the Democratic side, optimism on the Republican side when it comes to where we are with North Carolina. And let me take you over to Georgia. Let's just get an update there to see. We're looking, this vote's trickling in here. 40%. We're still, you know, until I see more than 1% out of DeKalb, we still got a long way to go in Georgia with the same game. But going back to North Carolina, that's what you're going to keep following. That should be the next shoe to drop.
The person who said that is the killer. Yeah, I know.
Let's turn to Andrea Mitchell right now. Talk a little bit about the expectations leading in tonight, the worries about Russia and Iran and meddling in our election. Any signs of any of that?
No signs of any cyber. There was a lot of misinformation leading up to the election, but no signs of any cyber hacking. But we've now learned from 2 sources that U.S. Cyber Command did take offensive military action against
welcome back, man.
Hackers in both Russia and Iran. It was described as by official sources to us as
why do you look like you're injured?
Blows, similar to what they did.
Wait, is that a new?
Run up to the 2018
That's
midterms.
cool.
We've seen no signs, as I say, of cyber hacking so far targeting this election from Russia.
So like,
or
if you
Iran.
get down
They
and
did
get
take this
revived,
action
is that what you
last
look
time
like?
They put them out of action.
Because if
for a
so,
couple
that's
of days,
sick.
And then the government hackers were back in action again.
But the biggest worry seemed to be more.
I gotta check my live stream too, guys. I want to see if the audio's good.
We saw plenty of signs of, and that they announced
I think the audio's good.
weeks ago, and they've been tracking it. Russia, Iran, and to a lesser degree, China.
All right, Andrea.
I believe we have a call in South Carolina to make in the presidential race. Again, an expected result. The president will take South Carolina. But let's stay on this subject of national security.
Oh,
We've
he
got
took
4
South
former
Carolina?
Secretaries of Homeland Security
Oh, no, that's
joining us.
projected winner.
Tom Ridge and Michael Chertoff, who served under President George W. Bush, and Janet Napolitano. And
Whoa,
Jay Johnson.
how did you get me
They served
stuck?
under President Obama. And
No.
I had the pleasure of speaking to all of you.
What did you
last
do?
week. All of you had a concern
What
that
did you
Americans
do?
feel reassured about the integrity of the election. I'll start with you, Secretary Chertoff. How are you feeling tonight about how the election
I'm getting
has played out
kidnapped
so far?
I don't want to have.
Some of the biggest concerns we had turn out not to have come to fruition. I think there was a big concern about violence that might interfere with people's ability to actually go to the polls on election day.
I got it.
Interference with the voting process. Or even potentially government agents being present in a way that would be intimidating. And the reporting I've seen suggests that other than a few sporadic instances of potential voter
DA,
run!
DA, run! No.
Reasonably smoothly.
I got
so
you, DA. I got
at
you.
least in terms of the issue of getting people to the polling places.
Survive, DA, survive!
Yes! Avoided any serious problems. Now, of course, we still have the question of the count.
All right, where's this rocket at?
Result. And
go.
that could very well be on occasion foresee some more disruption.
That was scary, man.
That brings me to Secretary Ridge, who, by the way, hails from the great state of Pennsylvania.
DA, put your gas in.
Pennsylvania. And when we talked earlier, Secretary Ridge, I think you said many, many times, November 3rd, today is the last day to cast your ballot. It is not the last day to count your ballot. Are you concerned that we may have a days-long,
90%, let's go.
process in Pennsylvania before us?
You get stuck. I know. It's scary.
A days-long process in several states. I know there are several states that didn't begin processing ballots until a day or two before the November 3rd. In Pennsylvania today didn't begin processing its ballots until 7 a.m. this morning. But frankly, I think we've demonstrated, and I follow up on my colleague, Secretary Chertoff, what we've seen today, I think, is the respectful
Darkwood Asylum, let's go.
presence of Republicans and Democrats at the polls, acting and respecting one another's expression of preference.
We haven't done this one, guys,
very few
so
reports of fraud, very few reports
yes,
of
my
intimidation, in spite
no.
of all the pre-polling
No, DA.
anxiety, and some communities fear. I'll give you a perfect example. I decided to vote in person today, showed up and recorded a 7
This guy
vote.
looks
There were already 60
menacing.
people in line.
Look at that
Some
flame
people
on
had
his
a
head.
hat on, another couple people had Biden shirts on.
All right, we need to find
Everybody
one
was
more
there,
gas
masked,
can.
social distancing, respecting each other's right to cast a vote. I
Keep
think
getting stuck in places,
measure,
guys.
in considerable measure, it's a good news day for America. We respected each other so far, and I believe we will continue to respect the outcomes in 4 or 5 states who we may not know for a day or two.
Well, let's ask somebody who knows a little bit about that, Secretary Napolitano. You had
Oh,
a
here we go.
governor's race
Yes.
in Arizona that got stretched out a little longer than you probably would have preferred. What's your advice to folks who are watching, especially if we do have these states where it just comes down to the wire and it takes some time to count?
Yeah, that's right. In 2002, when I ran for governor,
Hey, hello,
the first
DA.
time, my opponent didn't concede for 6 days after the election, and we just had to be patient. I actually went.
Me and the boys,
to a
yes.
spa in California, just got out of town for a couple of days.
Well, maybe that's some good advice for all of us.
Exactly. I'll use a little of that now, but I think the point is that today,
All right, we collecting these coins, boys. 13 out of 20.
Well for America, went well for our
We need more.
democracy.
Oh crap!
But
That's
now
downstairs.
we need to
That's
be
downstairs though.
patient
We're safe.
and, let the states
Wait, no, it's not.
that, are
That's
slower
definitely not
to count,
downstairs.
Count their votes so that everybody's right to vote is respected.
Secretary Johnson, what's on your mind tonight?
No!
With my colleagues.
Please!
We're
innocent,
pleased
man.
that there weren't the problems we were concerned about at polling places.
We're innocent.
Andrea noted a few weeks ago the Iranians had
Couldn't find his user.
voters.
It's YT underscore the danger 2468.
A vast number of different sources of information.
Please, man.
Our government does not know what they intend to do about that. But I think all of us are reassured by the strength of our democracy.
No way,
My son
run.
is in the Coast Guard. He's deployed.
Whoa, look at this
overseas
animation.
right now.
That's sick.
And he voted online several thousand miles
That's sick.
away. He
I
really
like
wanted
that
to vote.
animation. Look at
Voted
that.
online,
It's like
and
it
today
looks
he
like
got
you're
this
hurt.
Coast Guard in the mail,
You already know
to our
that
home
you've
in
downed
New
them
Jersey. Your
once.
ballot
Yeah,
has been
that's
received by the
that's
state of
cool.
New Jersey. So I feel
They
pretty
definitely
good
needed
about
to
that.
add that.
Two
That's a good
Republicans, 2
improvement.
Democrats, 4 individuals who've served our country.
Me,
Thank you
the
for your
danger,
time
happy.
And for your care, we really appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm happy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's,
Nice
it's worth
improvement.
noting we've
Nice
not heard
improvement,
the word
developers.
Chaos much today. A lot of.
Nor have we seen it.
Nor have we seen it, obviously. Let's go to Hallie Jackson.
Here, I'll,
right now. Hallie,
I'll
let's
write
talk a
my
little bit about
username
North
in chat.
Carolina and how the president's campaign is looking at those numbers right now.
Yeah, they're looking at them in, I think, a positive light, Lester. I just got off the phone with one source close to the campaign who's talking about how they believe that North Carolina could be potentially a good thing for them. It is going to be tighter than in 2016. Back in 2016, President Trump won by about 3.5 points in that state. Right now, the returns do show, as we're looking at the numbers here, I'm looking at the percentage, 80% of the vote in. The key thing is something that we have been talking about a couple of times tonight, those counties up there near Wake County by the Raleigh-Durham metro area where the vote still is not in. So those are some of the things that I think the Trump team is looking at, but they are feeling, I think, more positive about North Carolina. That was a state that they've been optimistic about, but not necessarily slam dunk.
I don't know where I'm at.
The way
Yes.
that they entered the night,
last coin.
thinking about as it relates to Florida, for example. So still lots to watch in North Carolina. I will say, as it relates to Florida, I think there is a sense now from folks I've talked to in the last hour or so that they are looking or hoping
there's an escape route upstairs, right?
Attempted extrapolation from where they performed well in Florida to see if that is going to extend into some of these other key states like Ohio, like Georgia. Those are the other two that I'm hearing a lot about tonight, Lester.
All right. Thank you, Hallie.
Let's go to North Carolina because we are watching to see what happens
9,
there. She's
8,
in Morgan Rapids
7,
in Charlotte,
6,
North Carolina.
5,
That's one of the places
4,
where the suburban
3,
vote could be key
2,
for Joe Biden. But
1.
right now we're waiting for the day of vote, which could break for Trump.
Yeah, let's go.
That's right, Savannah. We are at the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections.
And
this is actually
boom.
where those physical ballots are now being reported from the precincts and being counted. I want to show you how it's working here on the ground because this is where the action is happening. They're bringing in these large blue bins, and in those bins there are two important
Do I
things.
talk to her?
There's one, the physical ballots, and I'll show you where those are being stored and sorted inside here on the right.
Flexible,
But there's
bring
a
to
second
the
thing
map.
that's important. They're little USB chips, and over here to my left, that's where they're being counted. So the precincts are actually have their tabulations that are being counted.
Now what do you
That is
do?
not set up to the internet. But what's fascinating is that we've been talking all week about how this is a state that the Democrats have been aggressively trying to flip and
now
turn
what,
blue.
guys?
And so what they're focusing on inside those blue bins
What do you
is
do
to
now?
see just how blue those ballots are inside. They're focusing one on the suburbs. Hallie mentioned a few of the key suburbs here. How are those suburban voters going to vote? But secondly, they're looking at unaffiliated voters. When we spoke to state party officials from both sides, they said that north of 100,000 new registered voters registered as Democrats, registered as Republicans since 2016, but more than 400,000 new registered voters are unaffiliated. So the question is, what will be inside those boxes tonight?
Yeah,
it's like the witch
what does it look like,
doctor.
North Carolina? How much vote is outstanding?
Well, we still have 20% of the vote outstanding. And I remember how I began the night with you guys, and I said, hey, I want to take you back to 2012. And even though this was when Barack Obama narrowly lost North Carolina,
all right, this
there was
is
a lot of
the
blue
map
here on the border of South
where
Carolina.
we need
These are
keys.
some rural African-American counties. Now,
Is
let me
this?
show you what's going on. I told you this was going to be one of the keys.
Wait.
The good news for Joe Biden, he's blowing
Is
the doors
this where
off
we
in
get
these
the
suburban
core?
counties. We showed you Charlotte, we showed you Raleigh.
Right.
Remember I told you about Richmond?
That's number
and I told
3.
you
I have
about Robeson,
1. I need
where's
to go
Robeson County?
downstairs.
Right there. Told you about this one, African-American county. Look at Trump's number. He's got to be overperforming somewhere, right? If in order to make up that ground. Well, we found where he's overperforming. Number 1, this was an important Obama county. These are some rural African-American voters not turning out. That's what this says, not turning out. Maybe they showed up on election day, and we shall see, but there's not a lot of vote left here. So when you're looking to see where the president overperformed in order to make up for these losses, that they're worse in Wake County, worse in Mecklenburg, Wilson, Guilford. He's making it up, it looks like, in some of these border counties in South Carolina in particular. But this has to be a bit distressing, that rural African-American vote is not showing up the way it showed up for Barack Obama.
We need other keys, guys.
Chuck, thank you. And we want to check in with Texas. It's still too early
I'm guessing
to call,
a key's down
showing
here,
that the president
right?
is leading with approximately 74%.
He's leading in Texas.
We'll take
Let's
a quick
go.
break here, more election night coverage when we continue Decision 2020 on NBC. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right.
Right. No, what? Climb! Okay. Oh. What is that? What is that? Crap. It's the other way. It's the other way. What is it, though? Oh, it's the core. Hey, let's go. Okay, I got the core. Oh, snap. Run! Oh, okay. This is stressful. This is stressful. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Ah! Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap! Go! Oh. I don't like this. I don't like being next to people. No, no. No, 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 no. Okay. I don't know where the exit is. Where's the exit, guys? Oh, it's right there. Okay, okay. Perfect. My battery is not... Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Here we go, here we go. 2, 1. Let's go. Woohoo! Yeah! Put the core in. Let's go. Tractor beam activated. Wow, look at that. The crystal is beautiful. It sure will come in handy for my research once I figure out how to locate more of them. I'll let you know. I'm going to have my team start working on the weapon forge. That way, you'll be able to collect artifact crystals and craft your own artifact weapons. The weapon forge will also bring us new types of weapons that aren't just knives. Thank you so much again for the help. See you soon. Whoa. Now what, guys? Oh, you died just as the gates open? Aw. That sucks, man. No weapon forge yet. Come back next time? What? That's it?
Joe Biden had to win these states from the beginning. I still think North Carolina is because of the Senate race there as well. I've been talking about North Carolina for days. And then as we head west, we've got Arizona and Nevada and many other places. And I think one of the messages of the night is suburban women and that Joe Biden is doing better than a lot of people predicted in the suburbs. I think a lot of that is the president's attitude and how he's divided people, whereas Biden has said, look, I'm going to be the president for all of America. Red, blue, I don't care. I don't care if
Jeff
you
in the Haunted
for me.
Mansion.
If you didn't, I'm going to be your president. Really important in the Midwest.
So you think this thing's moving to the Midwest? How does that blue wall look tonight?
It's close, guys.
It's
close right now.
The fact that we are so competitive
Luckily,
in Ohio and doing so well
we're
in like the Cincinnati suburbs, the fact
we're not
that
behind.
Iowa is still
Well,
in play,
we are
but
behind.
It's mostly, as you know,
but I'm just saying,
those two
like,
states of Pennsylvania and
at
Wisconsin
least
it's going to
we
take
still
a
have
while
a
to
chance.
get their votes counted. They just started today, and I think your viewers know that, but they've got to remember that. Whereas Minnesota and Michigan may be coming in sooner, and so it's going to be a lot about that. The fact that we've got 4 Democratic governors in those states that have been having to bear the brunt of leading through the coronavirus. People know that in our states, whereas the president has shoved everything down to these governors. You've got a lot of things going on where these states have changed politically since 2016.
Senator, you've mentioned the blue wall. You've said it's going to stay strong, but of course you would have liked to have some cushion. Are you disappointed that so far, at least, the Sun Belt is not turning into a blue wave as some had hoped it might for Joe Biden, at least one of them?
Well, we always know Florida is not an easy state. You didn't have a Senate race going on in that state. And the point is that from the very beginning, from the moment that Joe Biden announced, he has been focused on these Midwestern states. I know because I debated him, ran against him, did my Blue Wall tour, and one of the reasons that I endorsed him was that I felt that he would see the importance of these states where people felt left behind over the last decade. Donald Trump's policies, whether it's on trade, whether it's on manufacturing, have left a lot of people behind, and that's even before the pandemic started.
Real quick, Senator Klobuchar, let's talk about your home state of Minnesota, because Republicans had hoped to make it competitive. They have visited there. It was close in 2016.
Hey, I just dropped out of nowhere. You like that entrance?
You feel good about Minnesota going blue for Biden tonight?
I do. We have a really strong statewide campaign. We've all hung together. We've got some key congressional races that I hope at some point you guys will get to. Tina Smith is doing well. I predict she will win.
I got you, girl.
We've had a huge voter turnout despite some efforts by the Republicans at the last minute to stop votes from being counted. So we feel good about our state.
Hey, get off
Thank
me.
you, Senator Amy Klobuchar. Appreciate it very much.
All right, Andrew Mitchell is here. You know, that's a part of the country where the president really tried to hammer home this message of law and order and take back the streets and Antifa. How did that go? What's the exit polling tell us?
The exit polling is telling us that it did not take with suburban white women. Overwhelmingly, their most important issue was the economy. And
really scared. Oh, dang it. This is like the treasure room.
Is a good thing.
There's so many coins in this room.
Nearly half believe that there is racial inequality in the justice system. So that whole law and order appeal after the demonstrations and the protests, some of which did turn violent, did not take hold in that appeal to suburban white women.
Oh my goodness!
All right, Andrea, thanks very much.
I've entered the wrong room.
Some characterizations to show you. South Carolina. This is Lindsey Graham.
Okay, this is the Senate, guys.
A lot of money from the Harrison camp, but too early to call. Graham leads right now there.
All right, let's go to Nebraska, where NBC projects Ben Sasse.
Okay, another Republican. Nice.
To Congress, rather handily. We'll also keep an eye on that one congressional district in Nebraska that often
get all the Democrats out of here.
We'll see how that is going in a few
moments.
Need,
guys.
We'll take a break here. Be back with more Decision 2020 election night coverage after this.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
No, not with you. Hey, let's go. Wait, what is this? Oh, hidden secret way. Okay. 8 seconds left. Let's go. I don't know where to go though. There's only one exit in this map? Oh crap. No. No! Dang it! There's only one exit. Oh my gosh. Yeah, guys, we might play something else in a little bit. I'm gonna become the... What should I become, guys? Become the werewolf. Alright, see you later, Lich King. Among Us, Among Us, Among Us. Okay, we might play Among Us, guys. We might play Among Us. Oh. DA is the killer.
Glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back
Can't
to
stop
school
us
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
I love being back too. I'm back to YouTube. Let's go.
Donald Trump leading in Florida right now. A lot of focus there has been and is now on Latino voters. And Andrew Mitchell has some insight on that.
Well, the Latino vote had been shifting in 2012, 2016, going away from the Republicans, where those folks had long been, towards Democrats. It has shifted back by 10
Heroes
points.
never die.
Donald Trump is getting in the exit polls 45% of the Latino vote in Florida.
Right.
We're talking now about Florida. We're talking about Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans, and that really
I just see DA going over there on a murder spree.
Of this administration. Secretary Pompeo, been hammering that home. The president has been really disciplined in his message on Joe Biden being a socialist, a false claim, but that really has borne fruit. They were, as we've been pointing out in Miami-Dade in particular,
DA.
to canvass.
And
because of COVID, caution on COVID has cost Joe Biden a lot in Florida.
Yeah, let's go. Run, guys, run.
I am. I'm just
He's
looking here at
after
North
me.
Carolina for everybody here. As you can see, the Biden lead is down to just 29,084%
Dang it.
in. And as you can see, we're still waiting for a lot
Carl.
more of our yellow, and yellow
Carl.
is same-day vote. And again, I will go back to
Carl,
the same
for your
area.
lives. Get the 2 coins at
basically,
least.
The issue is going to be there is some vote in these big blue counties
Thank
still.
you.
There's 17% of vote left in Wake. Guilford, there's 18%. So there's some Biden counties where there's votes out. But if you look here, there's still, this is going to be a Trump county. That's going to be a Trump county. So this still
North
looks
Carolina
like
might
a
be
nail-biter in North
Trump's.
Carolina, but I understand why the Trump
Seeing
people
more
feel
red
good.
than blues.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. We'll be back with poll closings in 4 more states at the top of the hour, including battlegrounds Iowa and Nevada. But first, you're watching Decision 2020 on NBC.
No. No, D, no. I was through. Dang it. I'm dead. Dang it, man.
Good morning. Welcome.
DA, screw you. I almost got all the objectives too. Let's see if we can look up a live chart, guys. Live election results. Here we go, guys. Yeah, Trump might win. Yeah, Trump's gonna win Florida, Texas, Kansas, Missouri, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Dude, if he does that, you know how big of a lead that would be? I don't know, guys. Here's a bigger screen so you can see this. So here we go. Like, if he wins Texas, let's see. So they haven't even done anything there. Illinois, obviously. It's all Chicago. Chicago just overtakes Illinois. Even though most of the state is red, it's just Chicago. I hate Chicago, man. A rare drug, the blade of Halloween has bestowed upon salted caramel. Excuse me? What does that mean? What? Blade of the Hollowed. Which is this? How do you get it? The heck? Anyways, sorry I was lagging there, guys. But how do you get the blade of the Hollowed? The heck? I'm confused. Anyways, guys.
Call, but the president is leading 93% of the vote in there. In Texas,
hey, let's go.
We are characterizing it as a Trump
Texas
lead,
and
though it
Florida.
is too
He
early
needs
to
to
call
win.
at this hour.
New Hampshire, too early.
New Hampshire,
Biden
yeah,
is
he can
leading
have
in New
that.
Hampshire right now.
I mean,
North Carolina
I already knew he was
is
gonna win that.
Too early to make the call. Ohio,
like near
also
Maine, New
too
York.
early.
That's
Georgia
usually
loves to watch
Democratic.
there, too early to call. Votes are still coming in there.
Near California,
in
that's
Virginia,
mostly Democratic.
Vice
And
President
then right
Biden
in the middle
is leading, but it is too
usually
early to make an official
Republican.
call there. And in Wisconsin, it is far too early to
mostly
call.
Republican states.
They have a lot of votes to count there.
Wisconsin.
And
Oh
Pennsylvania,
yeah, there we go.
it's too early to call.
Pennsylvania is
Minnesota,
leading.
too early.
Oh wait,
Same
that's way
story
too early
in
though.
Maine.
There's like
And
7 million more
Arizona,
votes.
Which I don't think we've seen any vote come out of Arizona.
Yeah, there's Maine and Arizona, which polls closed about an
No.
hour ago. 85% of the voting is by mail in Arizona, and they are allowed to tabulate and count well before Election Day. But
That goes.
we await the great state of Arizona, my home state. And
Kansas,
let's look at
yeah,
Kansas.
there you
Too
go.
early to call, but as expected, the president is leading. Now we've got some calls to make here at 10 o'clock. Iowa.
Iowa, first off, is too early.
Way too early.
Nevada,
0-0.
Too early.
what the heck?
Let's see what's going on.
Why would
in
you even
Montana.
show that?
Not only do they have, of course, the presidential race, but a pretty competitive governor's race. Too early to call.
I hate
Polls
Killer.
just closing there, and in
It's
Utah
okay, man. It's okay.
as well. Too
Hey,
early to
welcome,
call.
man.
Let's look at the road to 270.
Doing pretty
the
well,
map
doing
and show
pretty
you where
well.
things break down
Welcome to the
right
stream, man.
now.
We're just
And
watching
right now, Biden with
the
89 electoral
election.
votes, Trump 72 on the road
Hey,
to
there we go.
270.
Look at that.
Everybody kind of holding on to the states they were expected to hold on to. We
Yep.
haven't had any shockers yet, any flips. We do have
No,
something
no
to report
shockers.
in the Georgia Senate race. There's actually 2 Senate races, and this one will advance to a runoff. Raphael Warnock there, the Democrat, having sufficient votes. We're projecting to get to
Crap,
that
that's like a
runoff,
death house
which will
in
be
there.
held in early January.
I like the arm on the
And the
shoulder.
question's going to be
Like,
which one of Leffler or Collins
feeling
joins
like you're
Warnock
hurt?
in there.
Yeah,
By the way, a little
that's-
nugget on
it's a
Virginia
nice touch.
that Mark Murray
It's small,
just
but
learned.
it's a very nice touch
Virginia
to the game.
is the exact opposite. They've been only doing Election Day vote. They're just going to count their early vote starting at 11 p.m. So if you're wondering what's going on with Virginia, that will tell you about Virginia. Texas, you noted why is Trump ahead? Well, I can give you one. I can get you one reason why he
What do you
is.
mean,
I'm going to take you to
why is he ahead?
those Trump 2018 counties. These were counties that both Beto O'Rourke in that Senate race against Ted Cruz, where he made us think maybe Texas is a battleground state. I want to show you around the Austin media market here. Austin, Travis County is a huge, big Democratic center. So these 2 adjacent counties here, Beto won them both. But I want to take you to Hayes here, number 1. Biden's winning it by 12. Beto won it by 16. Again, Beto O'Rourke lost the state. But the point is, and this was something Casey Hunt was learning from her sources,
This
that
is
there
a state
appears
we need to
be
win,
that Biden,
guys, right
while
here.
doing pretty well, is underperforming, particularly in the Austin media market. And this shows you right here. It's another reason why we have classified Trump as leading. And by the way, speaking of leading, I want to quickly, one place we want to take you is Ohio, and we've been showing you, remember
Yeah,
Biden had the early
we're
lead.
gonna
Well,
win
the Republican
Ohio.
vote is starting to come in. As you can see, the county map's getting redder, and the president now has a lead of about 100,000. You can see what we're seeing here, the early absentees. So right now we have a lot more.
But you never know,
election day
guys.
vote.
Like
There's
the
still some
in-mail
early vote to count.
voting,
So we've
like
got a
so
long
many
way to go in
people's
Ohio.
done that.
We
Like
know it's about a 50-50
we might
split
not
with
even
early
get the
vote,
result
which
till
we know favors
tomorrow or
Biden, the,
till a week
election day
from
vote,
now.
which favors
So
Trump.
like
So
you know, it's like
watch for our orange and yellow lines
I don't
here
know.
to see if they become
I wasn't
50-50. But the
a fan
yellow,
of this
anytime you see yellow,
in-mail
that's usually
voting.
a pretty good sign for President Trump.
All right, let's bring in Kristen Welker now. She is at Biden headquarters. How are they feeling about the numbers and what we're seeing here?
Well, Lester, with Florida looking increasingly out of reach, of course, they are focused on North Carolina and on Georgia. One campaign official acknowledging that both of those states look very close. But this official telling me we still feel good. We still feel like we have a shot there.
I like for DA's picture, all you see is like a ghost icon.
And then, of course, like, the Midwest.
It's like
blue wall. That is where they think that ultimately Vice President Biden will prevail. They are very interested in what they're seeing in Ohio. I've been talking to a number of officials in and out of the campaign, including to Democrats in Ohio, with one telling me that the turnout in some of those Democratic strongholds has been quite strong. And then in some of the swing counties, it looks like Biden is outperforming expectations. Why is that significant? Even if Biden doesn't carry Ohio, they believe it could have
guys, this might be a long
stream,
stream, by the way, just letting you know.
And that is really where we
I'm
began
gonna go
this discussion
till
tonight.
there might
Why
be
has
even
Biden
a
spent
winner.
so much time in Pennsylvania
Just saying.
over the past several weeks throughout the
we can
course
also play
of this campaign, because ultimately it could be make or break for Joe
Jackbox
Biden
if you guys
with
want
its
to. Do you
electoral
guys want
votes.
to move
That's
to
why he was
Jackbox
there
or stay on
today in
Roblox?
Scranton and in
Let me know.
Philadelphia, urging voters to turn out. Of course, back in 2016, the Obama coalition underperformed,
Gonna push AFK.
and that's why Hillary Clinton fell short there. So he is trying to win that state back.
Let me
And
know,
without
guys, if you guys
Pennsylvania,
want to go
very
to
difficult
Jackbox.
for President Trump to return to the White House. So it is a critical state for him as well. Guys.
All right, Kristen, thank you. And that brings us to Jason Miller, senior advisor to the Trump campaign. Jason, it's good to have you with us. So far, it looks like the president is performing well in the states he has to win.
Yeah.
He does have to contend with the
course he
so-called
is.
blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. How are you feeling about that?
Among Us. Everybody's playing. Everybody's saying Among Us.
Good. I think
all right, we'll play some
is
Among Us.
Going to carry.
All right, let's leave.
Feel good
I
about
did not mean to pause that.
In Michigan, for example, where we're increasing, so states where we have, or excuse me, counties where we have 75% or more of the vote.
We're going Among Us, guys.
We're increasing our margins in Michigan by between 6 and 7%. And I think that one of the big surprises, there are two big surprises, I think, so far. Number one, I think President Trump is going to win Minnesota tonight. You look at the way the data
We're
is
gonna play
trending.
some Among Us, and then we'll go to Jackbox.
That's going to be a big
Because I want to spend time with you guys.
Since we haven't won that since 1972.
Also watching the election.
Story of the night so far, black voters and Latino voters helping to power President Trump forward, and I think will be the big difference in him being reelected tonight.
I know everything seems positive, but tell me the kind of thing that you started this evening wringing your hands over that still sits out there that you worry about.
Well, fundamentally, keep in mind that Democrats knew that they were going to have this early vote, the absentee votes. And so we actually saw a lot of those early votes the same way that the Democrats did. What we thought, though, was different is that we would have this red wave, folks who would actually show up on Election Day. And the Democrats essentially had already cannibalized all of their votes. People who were
play Among Us, guys. If you want to join,
people who wanted to vote
I will give you the
President
code.
Trump basically did that right at the beginning of the early vote period. So we feel, so we're kind of concerned.
Yeah, right now,
about
guys,
that, but it looks like
let's
our
refresh this
models,
page.
Our predictions for the turnout are looking to be right on
Oh,
track.
that's not good.
And Democrats basically shot their wad in the early vote. They just don't have it right now, and that's the
It's gonna be
difference
close,
in the
guys.
enthusiasm
This
factor.
is not
Those are
looking
gonna show
so
up
hot.
on Election Day. Theirs aren't.
Are you ready to play North Carolina on your map?
Arizona. I don't like how it's turning
I think that
blue.
we will win by between 50 and 70,000 votes. So that's where we're tracking. All of the counties that are outstanding are counties that the president won in 2016. And so if you, again, we're past the polling aspect. I think one of the stories for tonight is that polling is broken. Polling is like Humpty Dumpty. It's smashed into 1,000 pieces. But when you look at the actual votes that are in our modeling for where we're going, we're going to win North Carolina.
Jason Miller.
Which reason is it going to be? North America, obviously.
Chuck, real quick. Polling is broken. You just heard it from Jason Miller. He said it's like Humpty Dumpty falling off the wall. Are you ready to declare that verdict?
I got my issues with some state polling, that's for sure. I mean, I think there is definitely an issue in that there's just no quality control with a lot of some of these pollsters you've never heard of and things like this. There's no doubt. We're finally starting to get some Arizona.
Prediction.
Yeah, see, you wanted to hear some Arizona? By the way, they did the big dump. I told you that's what they do. We went from 0 to 69%, okay? Just to give you an estimate here, as you see, there's a significant chunk. They're doing what they said they'd do. They said they'd be able to handle both their early vote and some of their same-day vote. They'd be processing
I forget how to do that.
As you can see, we got a big chunk of it already out. And
yeah,
Biden
Arizona
has a good lead here.
Guys.
Savannah, as you know, you could argue that it's a one-county election because Maricopa, one instance in the last decade where some statewide candidate lost Maricopa County, which is home of Phoenix, arguably the largest suburb in America, and somehow won statewide, but that person lost about like 1,000 votes. So as you see here, a 10-point lead.
We're gonna do
Maricopa with 77% in, and just so you can see,
two killers.
Donald Trump carried Maricopa. Mitt Romney carried Maricopa.
Let's do an HQ.
John McCain carried Maricopa. Obviously, he was an Arizona native. So, look.
How much of Maricopa County is in?
77%. Okay. So, this is a good chunk. This is a big lead. Look, they needed something in the Sun Belt right now. I know the Biden folks are feeling a bit antsy. North Carolina's making them antsy. Georgia, we still got a lot of vote for that to come in. We know Florida appears to be gone. I know we haven't officially called that yet. So, early on right now, and it's a lot of vote in, Arizona looks like it may actually.
All right, guys, that's the code.
Let's turn to Casey on that.
Will you ever play Arkham City again?
Yes,
I might. I got bombed with copyright claims.
Well, Savannah, my sources are saying
So I
that
don't
they
know.
expect, and Chuck touched on this, to be to have
There's
a
the
little
code
bit of
for
a roller
Among Us,
coaster
guys.
here in terms
Join my
of
game.
counting, that it'll look good initially for Joe Biden, that then we may see them start to count some votes that may turn this toward Trump, and then there could be another batch that'll swing us back again. So my sources are urging patience on that front. But I will also say,
for some reason, the voting time's unlimited.
There does seem to be a difference
that.
between how Mark Kelly, who's the Senate candidate in this race, the Democrat, is doing versus how Joe Biden is doing. My Republican
I have
and
it on
Democratic
hide and
sources are
seek.
expecting
That's
that
why.
Kelly's going to do better than Joe Biden. And I think the big question mark right now is what is the impact of the Hispanic vote in Arizona? We obviously have talked a lot about the unique qualities of the Cuban American community, the Venezuelan American community in Miami-Dade. Remember,
I need to change this real quick, guys.
About how that really swung for President Trump. But Democrats think that that swing was big enough. They're nervous that it could replicate itself with other Hispanic communities. They've seen a little bit of it in Texas, and they're concerned about it in Arizona in the context of the presidential race. So I'm watching to see in Arizona if we actually get a split result here. If we see a Democrat win the Senate seat and potentially see President Trump carry the state at the presidential level. Savannah.
All right. Well, they have spent a lot of time, the president's campaign has spent a lot of time in Arizona over the years. We've got a new call to tell you about. It is too early to call in Ohio, but we are characterizing it a bit more, saying that the president is leading. Let's go to David Plouffe and Mike Murphy, two strategists, one Democrat, one Republican. So we've got the whole campaign covered here, although I will say Mike Murphy, Republican, who does not support Donald Trump. Mike, what are you seeing? What is giving you pause tonight?
Well, I think the Democrats wanted a quick knockout in the Sun Belt, particularly in Florida, perhaps in North Carolina.
Yeah, I'm on the
Georgia.
beta
We
version
have to
also.
wait on North Carolina or Georgia. But Florida's interesting, even though it looks like Donald Trump is going to be president for life of Miami-Dade County, which is what bailed him out in Florida. Biden did very well switching some swing counties there, which is a good sign, I think, for Arizona.
Let's turn to public so we get a full
what I'm
lobby.
seeing in Ohio, which is a tight race with Biden in the hunt in a lean Republican state, is a very good sign for Michigan and Wisconsin and western Pennsylvania. There's no Miami-Dade County in Michigan, Wisconsin, or western Pennsylvania. So we just got to wait and count it, and it's going to take a while. But the quick knockout, that's just not going to happen tonight.
David, has there been too much reliance going down the stretch on this Sun Belt strategy, and are the paths now considerably more narrow, or appear to be more narrow for Biden?
Well, I think the Biden campaign is focused like a laser on Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. You had some other states come into play. Look, North Carolina is going to be very close. I think you're going to see a lot of votes still coming in the Atlanta area. That's going to make Georgia close. Arizona, I imagine that will tighten, but the 70% that's in looks good for Biden. So I think Arizona is crucial, obviously. And then I agree with Mike. I look at Ohio. It would be nice to win it, but that was a long shot. What does it tell you about Western Pennsylvania, about parts of Michigan and Wisconsin? And so, yes, this is not going to be an early night. It's not going to be electoral college landslide. But until you show me numbers that suggest that Donald Trump now is the favorite in Arizona or Pennsylvania, I think Joe Biden still maintains the best route to 270. And the question in Arizona is some of the weakness you see in the Rio Grande Valley and then certainly in Miami-Dade with Hispanic voters.
I might even be killer.
We'll carry over to Arizona. And when we really unpack the precincts, we'll get a sense of that.
All right, David and Mike, gentlemen, thanks very much. Before we pause for a quick break, an update from North Carolina's governor's race. And the incumbent, Cooper, will win, will continue to be governor.
All right, and in New Mexico, we've got Joe Biden prevailing in that state. It'll pick up New Mexico's 5 electoral votes.
That's no surprise. 8, 7, 5, 7, 1. I missed the FNAF World Series. Yeah, I know, guys. It'll come back once the update comes out. Don't worry. Where at? Where was the murder? Shadow and Coho Killer died. It was outside? Outside? Outside of what? Yeah. I can't type right now. Outside of what? The heck? Blue self-report, Saul and Medway. Are they lying? Yeah, I'm gonna skip for now, but be suspicious of Blue. Oh snap! Well, bye Blue. Was not an imposter, so rip. Oh, I actually have to do this. Take out the trash. Okay, nobody's doing this. I don't know, that's a little sus. Okay. I cannot see. What is this? Yellow and red salmi and calf. I'm thinking it's you, DA. I don't know. You're acting kind of weird, man. Purple.
to the too close to call category. Too close to call.
All right,
Too
and let's
close
go
to
to
call.
Arizona, which just unloaded a bunch of votes, and we are saying it's too early to call, but Vice President Biden does have a lead in Arizona at this hour, which brings us to Chuck Todd and his maps.
Yeah, let's take a look at what we're looking at Arizona, and the numbers coming in very quickly. And as you can see, this is why we have him leading. He's got a 9-point lead. Look, he's got a 200,000 vote advantage, and we expect there's 800,000 votes left. That's a lot. Oh, look at how quickly these numbers start to update themselves. The point is that he's got to make up 200,000. There's 800,000 left. You can do that math, but Trump's got to get he's got to win a big chunk of the remaining vote to pull this off, which is why we classify that as Biden leading. We just go back to Maricopa. It's a 9-point. It's a 9-point gap. That's not something you can make up, hope in the rural counties.
What about in Tucson, my hometown? Did he run up the score? Now that's
80%, and let's see how Biden did compared to Clinton. Look at that. Right now he's running 9 points ahead of her. She won it because it's always a Democratic county. It usually is a Democratic-leaning county. But look, if we were seeing this Latino vote helping Trump, it would show up in Pima County, and we're not seeing that there. And so this is a reminder that it doesn't.
No, DA, no.
All Latino votes are the same when you're trying to compare them, particularly if you're in the Southeast versus the Southwest.
We're all dead, man.
Look, Arizona, this is the first Sun Belt state that you sit there and you're like, okay, and there's not a lot of rural remaining vote that you sit there and say, okay, we're going to see the same thing that we've seen with Trump in Ohio and North Carolina, that as that rural vote comes in, it starts to load up. Let's take a look at North Carolina. Remember I told you, I said, one of the things you're going to see, we're going to get these straggling rural counties that will add to his number, but that there was still some room to grow in the big blue counties. There's still a lot of vote in Wake County, 16% of the vote. This is that's a lot of voters that are left, and this has obviously been a huge Biden county. You look at Mecklenburg, not much left there, obviously, just 94% are in. Guilford, this is Greensboro.
Why is people emergency?
Like, chunk of vote
sorry?
here. And then everywhere,
AFK.
Is like a little
you called a
everywhere.
meeting to tell us you're
and
AFK.
That's the thing. You go, and I go back, I'll tell you, this rural African-American turnout, it's just such and I just want to just show you here where Trump is overperforming Robeson County. This is where he is able to adding to his numbers. We don't see this in some of these.
African American voters not turning out?
This is not turning out.
Or because the president has made an effort to attract African Americans.
Look, we're not seeing enough evidence there. This to me looks more like not turning out.
Okay.
On that front than it does anything else. Because you look, it's basically Biden's number and Clinton's number, they're not that different, 95% in. So you've seen in other places where there's some huge Biden overperformance here. These border counties along South Carolina are going to be, if Biden comes up short,
wait, who did I see up there?
He's going to find the votes that he should have gotten.
Cyan and red.
In order to make North Carolina happen.
3-1-7-7.
Minnesota. Let me quickly ask you about Minnesota. Jason Miller came on and suggested that the Trump folks feel good about Minnesota.
Look, they talk. We'll see. I mean, we only have about a third of the vote.
It's white.
And
it's
just
white.
So you see,
it has to be
this
white.
is election day vote. So it's let's look at some of the big. I mean, look, if Biden's got a big lead right now because Hennepin County, that's Minneapolis, and we've got most of the vote in. So, yeah, as the rural counties come in, the state's likely to get closer. It was a 3-point race.
I thought he was trying to hide
time.
something up there.
We'll see. Okay, we'll see.
No, it's brown. It's orange. Dang it. Oh, it's orange and white. Okay, I was right.
For the Trump campaign to get over the top
Dang,
in Minnesota.
Man, I was right.
But again, it does, Minnesota's a state that is certainly trending long-term towards the Republicans.
Yeah, and the Trump campaign certainly visited Minnesota many times and made an effort there. We've had two tales of that. Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota said the Democrats will hold. Jason Miller of the Trump campaign says
Trump's leading in Virginia.
There's an important Democratic Senate seat there.
Yes, there is. So we'll check in, and there's a lot of Senate races. In fact, a hot one out in Montana, Andrew was just reminding me of. We'll check in on that one as well. Take a break right here. We continue with our Decision 2020 election night coverage right after this break.
This is close. This is close. Past election results. Hey, what's going on, man? 2016. Yeah, see, I don't know, we're seeing like a different outcome this time. It's kind of the same, but this is scary, man. This is scary. Because Trump won Arizona last time. Utah, I don't know, man. That's scary. This is last year, not last year's, but last election. Kind of looking the same, except a little change in blue here. It's kind of looking the same. Oh, but we're leading in Maine? What? If we win Maine, that'd be pretty good. I don't know, man, but let's start. No, what does the blue mean? The blue is the Democrats, Biden. Red is Republican Trump. So we want red to win. All right, guys, let's start the game. Making sure they're all good. Trump's going to prison. Oh man, this is Lig. Hey, what's going on, Lig? Welcome, man. We're watching the Democrat point of view. Just your favorite. I don't know, man. It's close. It's close. 86 to 94. Yeah, it's close. Too close. Oh wow, they just showed that and they're like, another ad. Throw it your way. Biden's winning? Yeah, right now, because the big states haven't popped up yet. Like Texas and Florida, they haven't been called yet, but Trump's in the lead. Technically, it's tied right now. I mean, because Trump... I wish I could get that one thing where I could claim the states and see the results right away. I don't know what that's called though. I forget. Just Cyan went on balcony, then he got vented. Okay. Welp. Cyan it is. Oh my gosh. What is this? What is this, man? Hopefully we can get a double kill here. That'd be cool. I don't have my cool... Oh my gosh.
Out west, Louisiana's
Louisiana, yeah,
NBC
he's definitely
News is
gonna win that
projecting
one.
Trump as the winner there. In Kansas, the president holds on and holds the state of Kansas. There's also a Senate race going on there.
In New Hampshire, it looks like Joe Biden will win. We project him as the winner. Florida in that race, too close. Trump leads. That race still too close. Watching it very carefully.
Same story in Texas. It's too early to call, but the president does have a lead there, and North Carolina is getting just a little bit more interesting. It is too close to call there, and we've been watching that one real closely tonight.
Ohio would be bonus category, and right now it's too early to call. Too early in the Georgia presidential contest as well.
All right, let's keep it going. Here we go in Virginia. Too early to call, but Vice President Biden does have a lead there in Wisconsin. We can call it way too early to call. They still are counting votes there.
Pennsylvania, they'll be counting them for a while. Too early in Pennsylvania. Minnesota, which we were discussing a few moments ago, that's too early as well.
All right, let's go to Maine, which divides its electoral votes by congressional district. We're calling that too early to call, but we did see a split decision in 2016 with Donald Trump picking up one electoral vote there. We'll see what happens. And Arizona, too early to call. The vote is coming in fast and furious. Vice President Biden with a lead there in Arizona at this hour.
Let's take a look at Iowa right now. Too early to call. Nevada is too early as well.
All right, Montana, too early to call. We'll keep an eye on that race and hope to give you some Senate races in a moment here as well. And in Utah, as expected, President Trump wins.
Nice.
So that brings us to 270.
He wins.
So let's add them all up, and here's where they stand right now. Biden leading 98-92 on that road to 270.
Let's go to Chuck and
see, this is close.
I knew it.
I don't like
looking at North Carolina again.
I think we got it right now. 89% in, 42,000 votes. But what does that 89%
he's
translate
winning
to?
North Carolina.
641,000 estimated votes still to count. So that's not an unreasonable a deficit to make up. The question is there going to be enough vote in different places? So first you try these blue counties here. This is Asheville, 92% in, so stragglers. Guilford still sitting at 84%. This could be a decent chunk of vote for Biden. Charlotte here, Mecklenburg County, as I showed you before, not too much. Let's see what
Gonna
Wake
watch
looks
this
like.
for a little bit,
We still
guys.
haven't
1
seen
second.
some Wake numbers. So
and then I'll change it back to
I think the
Us.
last time I said, we might finally see some action. Yeah, we're going to see action. It's called we're not going to call that race tonight. Like it looks more and more like North Carolina is one of those that you're going to have to wait to see all the vote coming in because it does seem as if there's enough in different red and blue areas to make you think that thing is going to be very, very tight. However, the Democratic Senate candidate, Cal Cunningham, is underperforming Biden. So I would just say, while Biden may have a chance,
see, that's scary.
A little tougher.
I think
there
he actually
for Cal
needs
Cunningham.
Arizona.
Looks probably a little better for Tom Tillis. 75% in. I just
but he's not
going to
win
in
it.
Arizona as we keep going. 800. We think about 800,000 vote remains. This is a ton to make up. This is almost like a 2-to-1 that he's got to make up. This is very tough. Arizona, the first, it could be the first state we're dealing with that looks like a state that might actually flip from 2016. Long way to go. Obviously, we want to wait for more of that vote in. But that's the first one of the Sun Belt. And it's been the one that Biden consistently led in the polls in, probably more so than any of these other Sun Belt states.
How much is that driven by the Senate race there?
Well, look, is it driven by the Senate race? Is it driven by what's been happening over 4 years? I mean, certainly Mark Kelly, ultimately, I think this is about Democrats just realizing that there's opportunity in Maricopa with these suburban, in the same way we saw basically the Denver suburbs take Colorado from a red to purple to blue. The Northern Virginia suburbs, and it turned it from, it was red when I first moved there in the early 90s, to purple to blue. That's what both in Arizona and Georgia, that Democrats think, Maricopa and Phoenix, they think that's the key to turning Arizona blue, and of course the Atlanta suburbs. So the question is, are Phoenix and Atlanta ready to join Denver and the Washington, D.C. suburbs? And that's what we're going to find out tonight.
Perhaps tonight we'll have the answer for us. Hallie Jackson's over at the White House.
We're skipping.
What have you been hearing from your sources inside the Trump campaign?
Let me jump off of something that Chuck was just talking about as it relates specifically to Georgia, because the characterization from one person that I spoke with tonight is that folks are not feeling panicked yet. They're looking at Georgia. They are perhaps not feeling as good as they had been earlier in the day about it. But at this point, that is when they're watching, because of specifically what Chuck was talking about there, the suburbs around Atlanta, the way that the president could perform. They're specifically looking, and you heard Jason Miller talking about, for example, Black and Hispanic voters. In Georgia, they're specifically looking at the performance that the president will have among Black voters there. So that's something that they're keeping an eye on. There is a lot of, again, we have not called Florida yet here at NBC News, but there is some, I would say,
it makes you feel better,
from members of the Trump campaign about that state. There is really a sense that I'm starting to pick up from talking to folks tonight that this is a little bit how it went in the early hours of election night 4 years ago, if you remember, feeling like the polls were wrong, feeling like they were the underdog campaign that was able to come from behind and win 4 years ago. And there are people,
might be yellow.
The president has surrounded himself this year with the same sort of casting crew that he did 4 years ago in large part. So there are a lot of people who are holding on to that memory and wondering if tonight is going to end up having the same result for President Trump. When you talk about the mood sort of more broadly, the president is spending election night here at the White House. Listen, any other election night, I would be standing here in front of you from, the election night watch party, if you will. We're not doing that tonight because of, obviously, the pandemic. Things have changed quite dramatically over the last 9 months or so. There are about 250 people, according to one attendee, inside the White House right now, inside the East Room. They're watching one of the cable networks, the president's preferred channel, frankly, at least most of the time, which is Fox News. They're watching that on the big screens, cheering when some of the races get called there, having some snacks. Members of the
are
Trump
you for
cabinet
Trump?
are there.
Heck yeah, man.
Trump
train all the way.
And right now, the sort of energy in the room, we're told, is very positive based on some of the things that we're seeing. Now, might that change as we start to get in more vote from Arizona? That is definitely one that we're drilling down on with sources tonight. That was one of the states that the folks that I've been talking to in the Trump orbit hadn't been feeling very, very confident about. They were feeling what I would say hopeful, optimistic, but not extremely confident. And there now seems to be perhaps some reason for that we're seeing in the numbers that have come in, at least so far tonight.
All right, Hallie, thanks. Let's go over to Kristen Walker at Biden headquarters. How are they interpreting all this?
Well, the focus right now is on the Midwest, Lester, and I can tell you that they are watching what's happening in Ohio very closely. They say, look, if Biden can't pull out a surprise win there, it could have implications for the other Midwestern blue wall states that Vice President Biden has fought so hard to try to win and to try to win back from the Republicans in 2016. So they are particularly encouraged by the fact that there's been a strong turnout in key parts of Ohio, suburban areas. One of those key areas that they're looking at, Cuyahoga County.
Oh yeah, he won Ohio.
Around Columbus. They're also
even though it's 74% in.
Area that Mitt Romney and Donald Trump won back in 2016. That's Delaware County. Biden has got that to within about 5 points. So they say, look, he's outperforming expectations. They are encouraged by that. But this underscores again the fact that they're saying even if he doesn't pull out a win in Ohio, it could have implications for a state like Pennsylvania, where, of course, Vice President Biden has spent so much time over the past several days, and it could have implications for other Midwestern states, Michigan, Wisconsin. Of course, Biden has made multiple trips to those key states in the closing week of this campaign. One important note about Pennsylvania that might be worth reiterating. Remember, Pennsylvania does not start to count its mail-in vote until today. And so state officials there have been urging patience and essentially saying, look, we feel confident we can get all of the votes counted by Friday. Friday in the coming days, but they're not going to have all of those votes counted by the end of
I think
tonight.
Shadow's
so
safe. I don't think he's killer.
For
He could have
example,
killed me at
President
any
Trump
time.
is up, and then it starts to tighten. So that is what they are looking at.
Biden will win New Hampshire because that's Democratic
Yeah, in fact, Pennsylvania can't start counting its mail-in votes until polls close. So not until tonight, and they can accept ballots as long as they're postmarked by Election Day up to Friday. So it could be a long one in Pennsylvania. Let's go over to Kelly O'Donnell. She's in Columbus, Ohio for us. Kelly, there's a lot of back and forth.
There's a dead body in
seeing
here,
some
for
sweet
sure.
spots in
Oh, it's
Ohio,
blue.
but the Trump campaign feeling very positive that they're going to
Blue
hold on
might
to
be
Ohio.
murder.
Exactly, Savannah. And talking with senior elected Democrats, they do see some hopeful signs in a couple of the key counties that Chuck has been talking about that had gone for Republicans that they believe are trending toward Joe Biden. And you're looking there at educated women voters, more affluent voters. One of the stories of Ohio is how the story of who the Ohio voter is changing for both parties. You have some of the more working class, traditionally Union or Democratic voters in times gone by that are now more in the Trump mold. And what the Trump campaign has tried to do in Ohio
It's
and
cyan.
battleground states is
It's
to
cyan.
identify people who fit their type of voter profile, but who
Is he
have
looking
not
at
been
live chat while
casting
playing?
ballots
Yes, I am.
in years past, to squeeze out new votes among those types of voters in rural areas and in some
I'm
of the excerpts.
watching the
And
debate.
that's where they see some confidence.
Not the
In
debate.
talking to a senior
The
Republican
election.
in Ohio, who's been looking county
Watching
by
the live
county.
chat,
And you know, when you
and
speak
I'm
to
playing
other
the
elected
game
officials,
with
they know the
chat.
map in ways from their own races
It's,
that lay people certainly
it's
can't
kind of
fully
multitasking.
appreciate.
Let me interrupt
And so
you
they're
very.
looking at it.
Let me interrupt you here because I believe we've got some Missouri.
Oh.
Okay,
Hey,
Donald Trump, the projected
Missouri for
winner
Trump.
in
Let's
Missouri.
go.
That's brand new. Chuck.
Well, Missouri at one time used to be a swing state. It wasn't that long ago.
Let's go.
But it's just not enough. This has become a very much more the rural
That
numbers
helps.
just
That helps
start to
us.
produce. But I want to go back to Ohio and just button up Ohio here a little bit.
He's gonna win
It does
Ohio.
look like Donald
He's
Trump
gonna
is
win
on his
Ohio.
way to winning. And remember, I told you it's all about the lake here. I know that's black on the board, but I swear to God, the water is blue. On there. And I told you about these Democratic counties from 2018. 2018, a pretty good Democratic year overall. So let's look at the Trump Dem counties. And as you can see,
Discord?
there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counties that Sherrod Brown, the Democratic senator who won re-election in Ohio in 2018, carried. And as you can see here, this was going to start with Biden needed to carry these, and they're just not happening. Erie County, I told you Erie to Erie. This was an important one. Sherrod Brown carried it. Joe Biden trying to be the same type of Democrat didn't happen.
Welcome back, Omega.
You look over here in Ottawa. It's close, and it still be. There's more time. There's a lot more vote out there that could end up making that. But you see, this generally is the problem. Look at
I don't know how
this was one. Trump
I don't know
won
how I
big,
did that, but okay.
And he's winning it bigger this
How
time.
how long does this go on for?
Evidence, and it's something Jason
this might
Miller
go
brought
on
up,
till like
that
2 in the
some of these
morning. So
Midwestern
and it's
rural
9,
counties,
almost 10
they are
o'clock.
bringing out
So
some more vote. So
it's
we
gonna
shall
be
see.
a long,
So one
long
other,
night.
One other thing,
Just quickly, I want to go back to the board here.
Let me join them back. We'll join in, man.
Okay.
After this
Biden
game,
is
you
the
can
projected
join.
winner in Illinois. That's 20 electoral votes in this column. Chuck.
But I wanted to go back. You know, this. If I were to show the most, if you're
Illinois,
if
we
you're
already
Biden
knew
folks,
Illinois was.
Why didn't
Illinois
pull
is
off,
always
Ohio, Delaware County
Democrat.
was one of the
So
swing counties we were watching. This was
we already knew
he won
Illinois
big
was
the last
going
time,
to
but, you know, this
be
was one we were
Biden's.
seeing. Is it going to go all the way blue?
I already know California,
Doesn't look like it's
Illinois,
going to go all the way blue, but you see
New
here,
York.
this is one of those suburban counties. So
like
this
the most
is why
Democratic
David Plouffe
states.
is saying, hey, I'm liking what I see in Ohio. Yes, they're not going to flip Ohio, but he looks at expanding that they did better in the Columbus suburbs, and they're thinking, and I could tell you this, that's Kent County, that's Grand Rapids.
Can I give you a homework assignment for your next time visit to the well? Let's look at Nebraska and look at that congressional district because it's getting to be interesting to see what happens there. But let's
every electoral vote is going to count.
Every electoral vote
is what we're
potentially
telling
count.
people.
That's what I'm kind of getting at there. Let's go to Kate Snow in Ohio, and Kate, as we're seeing from the map there, it's trending in the president's direction.
So I'm not in Ohio, just to be clear. I'm in 30
you're in
Rock.
Pennsylvania. Oh,
no, I'm in 30 Rock.
Oh, well, come on over. We've got snacks. Yeah, sorry.
But I was in Ohio really recently. What I want to pick up on, Savannah, is what Chuck was just showing. He was just showing the county map and the close counties in Ohio that he was looking at. One of those up in the corner is Trumbull County. Trumbull County is a county in Ohio where Lordstown is. And back in 2016, it went to Trump by 51%. Before that, it had been an Obama county, okay? So it was 60% for Obama, then it swung completely and flipped to 51% for Trump. And look where it is right now, 10-point lead at the moment for President
he's gonna win
Trump.
Ohio.
So it has stuck with
Which
Trump.
is great.
I just talked to the mayor of Lordstown a few minutes ago who said they're having a really good night out there.
Yeah,
so
I'm
that's
having a good
evidence
night
of
so
what
far,
Chuck
too.
was just talking about, that some of these red counties in Ohio may actually be overperforming.
Kinda.
He also mentioned
I mean, I had to deal with
County.
math today a little
Chuck
bit, so
pointed
that was
out
a
minute
little
ago.
depressing, but
It is up even higher than it
nobody
was in
likes
2016. If you remember on Nightly News recently, I did a story with some farmers where we stood in a big barn and they were all talking about Donald Trump and how much they support the president. That's Ashtabula County. To go back to Lordstown for a minute, the big issue there has been jobs. You'll remember maybe the GM plant in Lordstown shut down in 2019. There was concern that some Trump supporters would blame the president for that
Oh
shutdown,
my
and
goodness,
some
I clicked the wrong
I talked
one.
to a woman who works with GM now, trying to help people transition. A lot of
we
families
go.
have been separated where, you know, dad has to
Yeah,
move
it'll
to
have to be
another
after this
plant
game,
with
man.
GM now and commute back.
But you can
and
definitely
it's
join.
split up families. So one woman I talked to said she's absolutely moving away from the president. She had supported him back in 2016. But then a whole lot of other people, including the mayor that I just mentioned in Lordstown, they feel like jobs are being produced because Lordstown Motors has moved in, which is building electric pickup trucks. There's a battery plant, and there's now a home goods distribution center going up. So more jobs are coming. So a lot of people crediting the president with bringing jobs.
Okay.
Guys.
All right, Kate, thank you. We've got from 30 Rock, I might add. We have a lot more to come. Stay with us. Decision 2020 election night coverage rolls on after this break.
102, 118, huh? Like I said, it's way too early to assume anything. Fed to the greenhouse. It's light green. I don't know who to vote for. If I'm being honest. I'm watching NBC just because if Trump wins, they're gonna freak out and stuff, and it's just funny. It's just funny to see the reaction. So that's one reason why I'm watching NBC, but I usually am a Fox News guy, so because I'm a Republican, and yeah, that's what I watch. All right, let's skip vote. I didn't know. I don't know. I didn't know who to vote for. I have a few tasks in admin to do. 20875. Alright, I'm done with my tasks, so I want to see something. There's one guy in reactor just not moving at all. Oh. Who is just here? It's purple. Purple. Purple killed while walking to lights. Hey, let's go. Yeah, get out of here, DA. Think you're gonna trick me? Let's go. Let's go.
Republicans in the Senate.
Dick Durbin will have another term in Illinois. We project he will win. In Arizona, too early. Mark Kelly, though, leading Martha McSally right now.
Do you know
this is
who I am outside of this account, like my real name? I don't know if I told you about my
Let's
account.
go to Arkansas. Tom Cotton, the incumbent, headed back. He
It
wins
sounds
that one.
your
West
account
Virginia,
sounds
same thing.
familiar,
The
but I
incumbent
don't.
returned. Shelley Moore
Sorry.
Capito, easily defeating her opponent there.
All right, and to Georgia, Purdue, too early to call in that race, but this has been a race that certainly has drawn a lot of national attention, as has this one. Lindsey Graham and Jamie Harrison, a lot of money spent in that race, but
All right, guys, I'm gonna be right back.
To call, but Graham leads.
Same story up in Maine. It's a two-way
So I'm going to
race right
take
now,
away my
essentially
green
between
screen.
Senator Collins, the incumbent, and
I'll be
Sarah
right back.
Gideon, although there are other candidates and they have ranked choice voting. So I'll just cut to the chase. It could be a while in Maine. It's not going to be tonight.
That's what you can say. Not tonight.
Okay, so go Betty Bye if you're waiting for Maine. Mississippi Senate is too early to call there. Mike Espy, the congressman, trying to take on the incumbent Cindy Hyde-Smith.
Marshall leading in Kansas right now. That race is too early to call. In Michigan, also too early to call.
That's one that folks had their eyes on, potential Republican pickup. We'll see if that holds. Here's Minnesota. A lot of talk about Minnesota tonight. It is too early to call. Let's go to the Iowa Senate race. Another one where Joni Ernst, the incumbent, looking to hang on against a challenger, Teresa Greenfield. Too early to call there. We'll watch that one.
And here's how the Senate breaks down right now. Dems 41, 40 seats for the Republicans.
All right, this was the one I just assigned to Chuck Todd. Nebraska, projected winner of 3 of 5 electoral votes. Do I have that right? That's what it
right
said.
now, right.
Yes.
Well,
You're awaiting the congressional district.
Well, there's 2, right. So that sounds like we're not ready to call the first either, which would be Lincoln, but that's going to probably be Republican. But Omaha is the second congressional district. Polls have indicated that Joe Biden had a pretty a lead there that looked like his leads in Wisconsin or Michigan in that 5 to 8 point range. But you had the actual congressional race itself. The former Democratic congressman endorsed the incumbent Republican congressman over the Democratic nominee. So there's a lot of potential split ticketing. I don't think anything is a slam dunk there for the Democrats nabbing one electoral vote. And hey, we know every electoral vote counts. And if you've ever seen those 269 scenarios, this is why Nebraska 2 and Maine 2, and by the way, we have a long way to go in Maine getting their vote. Some of this vote is same-day vote. We don't have some of the mail-in vote.
I see you turned in extra credit. Andrea, what are you watching in these Senate races we just talked about?
Well, I'm looking at Georgia, where you've got 2 Senate races, and now you've got Reverend Raphael Warnock, who just had an explosion of support. And he's in the runoff now against Kelly Loeffler, who is the incumbent,
Hey guys, I'm back.
Incumbent. That really is a much
It's
better
Isaac from the back.
race for
Hey,
him in the
Isaac,
runoff
really?
January 6th
Hey, what's going on, Isaac? What's going on?
Because Doug Collins.
Wow, we haven't talked in a long time. We need to chat again, man.
House Judiciary was so
It's
strong
been
during the impeachment hearings.
a long,
really
long
strong
time.
He's had a controversial record, very outspoken.
Yeah, we really need to chat
talking
again.
about QAnon. So he is not
been
in
a hot
that
minute.
runoff. And Reverend Warnock, who comes from the Reverend Martin Luther King's church, has just had a really
All right, guys, here we go.
big rise to get into that runoff. The second
Welcome
race
back to Lewis to the stream.
Ossoff.
Yeah. Well, can I just say the importance of Warnock in this runoff? So there have been 2 Senate runoffs this century. Or two Senate runoffs since Andrew and I have been covering Senate in Georgia, okay? Each time the Democratic nominee was a white nominee. They've not had a compelling African-American nominee in one of these runoffs in Georgia. And
who was it? Who was it?
The Democrats ended up just sort of fading at the end.
Who is with me?
And he's not just, you know,
who is with me, chat?
The pastor at MLK's church. It is one of those things that
I think it's light blue.
If they end up in runoffs, that is a huge value add for the Democrats. And I know I've talked to some Senate Republicans who worry about that nightmare scenario of Warnock helping to drive up turnout.
This is where Stacey Abrams, the work she has done over a number of years, has really, at least in this Senate race, paid off. We have to see what happens with David Perdue.
Let's see what the whole Georgia see what the whole Georgia ball of wax looks like before we just give out credit yet.
David Perdue is the incumbent against Ossoff, John Ossoff, and that remains to be seen.
We'll take a short break and be back with more. We've got poll closings at the top of the hour in 4 states with a total of 78 electoral votes, including Big Blue California. Stay with us.
Yeah, Big Blue California, exactly. All right. Yeah, it's been a long, long time, Isaac. We need to chat again. Dang. Dang. Wow, yeah, he was an imposter, all right. Jeez. Thought it was pink at first. I was like, what? How and why? I think it's DA again. All right, doing the wires. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Your new subscribers don't know about the old days. That is true. They don't know what happened. FNAF World Sim be like, yeah, that was also old. FNAF Sim will come back, guys. Don't like. You guys think I moved on from it forever, but that's not true. I'm going to come back to it. Just okay, I sell pink. Come back from this way. Okay. Nothing happened. Good. But yeah, it's not gone. It's not gone forever. 99911. Light blue isn't doing anything. One, 2, 6, 4, 7.
Couple presidential calls to make right now. First in Mississippi, NBC News projects
Mississippi,
that
yeah, we won that. Nice.
In
Let's
Wyoming,
go.
President Trump takes it, which brings us to the map of
Hey,
270, the road to
let's
270. It's starting to fill out. We're just a few minutes away for some poll closings.
Look at all that
in the
red,
West,
guys.
And a big call in
I like
South
that.
Carolina
I like to
make.
see that.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham is going to hang on. Of course, he got hammered by a lot of spending from outside. Jamie Harrison and the criticism over Senator Graham's positioning on the nomination of a Supreme Court justice during an election year, but he will hang on, the projected winner in South Carolina. Now to that three-way race we were talking about in Georgia. This will advance to a runoff on January 5th.
Let's go to Casey Hunt, who covers Capitol Hill. Casey's Lindsey Graham, he fought hard for it, but he holds on.
He really did fight hard, Savannah, and his challenger, Jamie Harrison, raised more money than any candidate ever in a race that was not for president of the United States. Just a huge amount of money. And so that's what Lindsey Graham was up against in what was a difficult, he felt, needle to thread between President Trump on the one hand and his concerns about suburban women on the other. But he is going to hang on here, and this story is part of a narrative that's shaping up to be much better for Republicans who are trying to hold on to the Senate than they frankly thought it was going to be when we all sat down here at 7 o'clock tonight to talk about how this was going to play out.
I did get
that
the money.
Runoff that you guys were just
only
about
half
is
of
actually
it.
Part of that story. Don't forget,
not
Republicans in Washington really wanted
Wait,
Kelly Loeffler
what?
to hang
When
on
since
to that seat. Doug Collins was
wait,
somebody that's
shields
farther to the
are
right.
on this
They
map?
thought that Raphael Warnock might have a better
Is
chance
that
to
new?
beat Doug Collins. They've gotten the race that they
That must be
wanted
new.
in that Georgia runoff, and they're still holding out hope that David Perdue
I think
could
it's
win
light
with
blue.
50%.
I think it's shields.
So we are looking like the Senate is all still very much on the line. Again, better looking for Republicans than they thought. Maine is another one to keep an eye on. Senator Susan Collins seems to be significantly outperforming President Trump in Maine, which is what they needed. Still, obviously, a very long time
yelling and
to
talking
count
about how I
in that race. But
should
overall,
vote for Biden
across the
and
map,
not
this
Trump,
is not
and
the
how,
wipeout that some Republicans feared.
Camille
at
is
this
a
hour.
joke. Well, Camille is a
We'll
joke.
Keep our eye on it. Republicans picked one up in Alabama, but lost one in Colorado.
Camille
so
is
we'll
a big
continue
joke.
to do the math, crunch the numbers, and keep you posted on that.
All right, for those of you in the Eastern and Central time zones, your local news is next. For everyone else, a brief pause as Decision 2020 election night coverage continues here on NBC.
On NBC. Oh, really? See, I knew it was DA.
You ready to go to work?
Wow. See, I was going to vote for him, and then I just didn't. All right, guys. I think we should move on to Jackbox, so, just so it doesn't get old, you know. We need to get into touch because I've got some video ideas I want to run by you, see what you think. All right, yeah, sounds good. I would love to do a video with you or anything with you again. That'd be fun. It'd be really fun. Let's go to Jackbox. Let's go to Jackbox. Then we might come back to this long night ahead of us, boys. I just joined. Sorry. Join the live stream. Join the live stream. All right, guys. Wait, what's data? Oh. That's nothing.
Let's go to Georgia. Democrats had high hopes here. It's too early to call.
No, we won Georgia.
How that one shakes out. We've seen a couple
Heck
of the
yeah.
Senate races advance to a runoff in January. In Virginia, it's too early to call, but Vice President Biden is leading in that race.
Let's take a look at a pair of the states in that blue wall the Democrats are hoping for. Wisconsin, too early. Pennsylvania, too early as well.
And in Minnesota, where there's been a lot of talk tonight about whether or not this one will flip, right now, too early to call. But you see with the votes in the Vice President Biden with a lead there, and in Maine, where they have ranked choice
close.
voting, so it could be a while. It's too early to call.
Not a whole lot of vote left in Arizona. We're watching that. It is still too early to call. However, Biden is leading in Arizona. Iowa,
and
too
there we
early
go.
Right now.
And let's go out west to Nevada. Too early to call. We'll keep an eye on that.
All right,
one.
see you later, my name.
Vice President
Thanks
Biden
for
had been
tuning in.
leading in polls in Nevada prior to this day. Let's look at the map to 270, starting to fill out in ways that we expected. Chuck, we haven't had a shocker yet.
No, we haven't. We think one might be coming, but I just want to update folks on the blue wall on the northern states here, just to show you. Wisconsin looks really tight, 43% in.
Uninstalling this game real quick. guys.
Yeah, right. And these are states that we don't expect to see much of the early vote tonight, but I just wanted to show you that. Pennsylvania, another one, just to show you again.
Oh, no, I don't even have it
installed. There's a little bit of early vote. We know some counties are going to do it, but it's almost all the yellow is today's vote. So that's something I think is worth letting you know about here. But let's take a look at Arizona. I want to take a look at the states that we're all waiting on here.
Let's.
Didn't mean to be in that county. Here we have maintaining there a 200,000 vote lead, waiting for 25% of the state. But this is all early. And, you know, I've had people go, how come you guys aren't calling it? Or that seems to be.
Is there a download link for it? No, it's just a website you go to.
Right,
I'll link it in a minute.
We want to see some of today's vote. And I think that's going to be something there. Let me take you to Georgia here, because we're starting to finally get some real numbers in, 62%. We still have a lot of vote in and around Atlanta.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Just Gwinnett County, only 17% reporting. And let's take you to DeKalb, 24% reporting. Fulton, only 43. Cobb, 54. So as you see, some of the outer suburbs are reporting in here. So I
just
think
remember
we all
what
want
to
wait
do.
To see what does this race look like when at least half the Atlanta vote and the Atlanta suburban vote is in. That's not yet in. And just to give you a quick update on North Carolina.
DA can
as you
have
can
his
see in some of these
back
places,
too.
We're still waiting for the same vote. I was at 84%
I
in
trust
Greensboro,
the
Guilford
DA.
County, the last time we checked in on this. But the president's lead has expanded as more of the rural counties come in. I have to say, Jason Miller said that they were going to win the state by 75,000. He thought right now they have a 73,000 vote lead. But again, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I think Biden might cut this, but not quite make it. But again, really not good news the way this is going on the Senate side of things. For the Democrats, really good news, looks like, for Tom Tillis.
All right, who was considered one of the more endangered incumbent senators.
Second or third most endangered.
Yeah, okay.
It's almost downloaded, guys, and then we can play.
Philadelphia, that's where Rahima Ellis is. Rahima, good evening.
Good evening, Lester. Take a look behind me. You can see red lights, flashing lights from police just outside of City Hall. And they're here because of what is going on here at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. This is ground zero for the counting of 400,000 ballots that have been mailed in. 350,000 mail-in ballots are going to be counted right on the second floor of this convention center. And one of the things that's so important here in Philadelphia and
you can use your cell phone,
guys,
your tablet, your computer, anything to play Jackbox. All you do is go to the Jackbox.tv, and it will come up to be this website right here. Put in the room code right there, and then your name, and then all you do is push play. I will give you the room code. Just sit tight on this screen. Already put your name in, and get ready for the code.
This state had been solidly Democrat. Obama won it twice, and then by a surprise, Trump won it by less than 1%, or some 44,000 votes. So that's why people here are saying every single one of those mail-in ballots is important. The other thing that's important is they're going to be counting them not just for hours, but for days, because they've been given a 3-day extension. And so they have up until Friday. Ballots that have been postmarked by today, the United States Postal Service will be delivering those ballots right here for them to be counted up until Friday. And the governor of Pennsylvania has said to everyone, be calm, be patient, and be confident. Every single one of your votes will be counted. It's just going to take some time. Lester?
All right, Rahima, thanks.
Gotti Schwartz is in Phoenix, Arizona, the aforementioned Maricopa County, where the action is tonight. Gotti, what are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Just 1 more megabyte, guys. 99%.
Yeah, Savannah, just a little while ago, we saw a pretty remarkable scene.
This is like the first time I'm listening to live news.
Yeah. During the middle of a pandemic right now,
we're
at a grassroots
kind of gonna move this
party. You can see this Zoom screen behind me, but just a little while ago, we saw hundreds of cars of these organizers and these Latino-based community groups coming together, dropping off their canvassing gear, then going home and joining this virtual dance party to watch some of those returns.
Virtual dance party.
Working here on the ground in Arizona for over a decade now. In fact,
that's hilarious.
She was just telling me, the one in the black right here, she started at the age of 12 years old, marching against Joe Arpaio, and she has been working just along with a lot of the other people here to try to vote Donald Trump out of office. They are optimistic Rick, because they say that since 2016, the state of Arizona has changed quite a bit. For one, we now have 700,000 more.
It's almost done, guys. It's finalizing, whatever that means.
2016, and when you talk to them, they'll tell you very quickly that they registered 100,000 of those 700,000 new voters. So that's something that they're looking at. But right now, we're looking at.
No, would you rather figure out the FNAF lore or be surrounded by your dream girl?
That have cast their ballots that they've already.
You already know.
We know 2.6 million people voted early, so the rest of those early vote numbers should be coming in a little bit later tonight. We also know that around Maricopa County, things went off relatively seamlessly today.
It's done, guys.
Those numbers also should be coming in tonight, but at this point, still no clear word on when we could get full results. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you.
And we noted a minute ago that California has now fallen to the Biden column. Jolene Kent is in Anaheim. Jolene.
That's loud. That's loud.
The final few
it's
voters
loud.
cast their ballots here in Anaheim at the school district location. Now,
Bing, bang, burn.
2016 and earlier even this evening is it was pretty busy, but none of the same long lines that many were expecting. And the reason is because over 1 million ballots were cast by mail, according to the Orange County registrar. So they were able to get those ballots out in October, get them processed. And the reason they were able to process them so quickly and starting to drop those results right now is because of the massive investment the Orange County registrar has made with taxpayer dollars, millions of dollars invested in new technology to make this possible.
All right, guys, which one?
Orange County, of course, a long time favoring of moderate
Whiplash,
Republicans, going
Trivia,
for
Murder
McCain
Party,
and
Espionage,
Romney,
Fake
then
It,
going for
or
Hillary Clinton back in
TKO.
2016. But what we continue to see is a very smooth operation throughout Orange County.
Which one would you like to play,
I talked to the Orange County
guys?
registrar today, spent the day with him, and he said in terms of fraud and issues with ballots, concerns about ballots, it's only about 1% so far. And they have this system where they bring in the ballots, they open them with a high-speed machine, and then they match those signatures as part of that
What the
process.
code? Well, I haven't done it
All of that
yet.
signature matching that so many
Which
people
one
have
do you
been
want to play?
concerned about across the country is
Whiplash
actually
2,
done
Trivia, Murder Party, Espionage, Fake It, or
so far,
TKO.
very smooth across the board.
Whiplash?
Lines relatively manageable because of that huge surge in mail-in voting, guys.
Jolene Kent, thanks very much. With us once again are NBC News political contributors Claire McCaskill, former Democratic senator from Missouri, and conservative columnist and editor of National Review, Rich Lowry. Thanks to both of you. Senator, first off, Donald Trump has just been declared the winner of your home state. And he's seems to be doing well in Ohio. Does it give you great concern about the blue wall and Joe Biden's strength as this race seems to be pushing now toward the Midwest?
No, because you have to remember that Donald Trump won Missouri by almost 20 points 4 years ago. And he won Ohio by, I think, close to 10, 8 or 9. So in Wisconsin, in Michigan, and Pennsylvania, it was all like less than 1 point. So they were close to being in the other column in the last election. That's why the strategy has been from the beginning to take the 3 states back that Trump won in a very close election with a candidate, frankly,
there is the code
unfair, had very
right above
high
me.
unfavorables,
Right
unlike
there.
Joe Biden, who still ended up at the end of a presidential campaign with more people saying they like him than not.
Let's go to you, Rich Lowry. The president had us a path to 270. It requires an inside straight of those Sun Belt states. So far, so good in terms of the results we've seen. However, Arizona might be giving the Trump campaign a few heart palpitations at the moment. How do you see it?
Yeah, so the question of this night, Savannah, always was, could Trump get to Pennsylvania? Could he get to the point where Pennsylvania would matter and potentially be decisive? And it looks like he's going to make it there. Even if Arizona falls off the map, he can still win Pennsylvania and get to a 269 tie, which he'd probably win in the House for complicated reasons we don't need to get into right now. We don't want everyone really breaking into the liquor cabinets, bringing up this possibility. But he's
going to win
Pennsylvania's
Pennsylvania
gonna matter.
for sure.
That seems clear tonight. And also the odds.
Well,
of
I don't know, that
Republicans
big
holding
margin
the
right
Senate,
there,
as Chuck
guys.
alluded
See
to
that?
earlier with Tom Tillis, the Republican
that's a
incumbent
little
looking better
scary.
in Pennsylvania. The odds have increased over the course of the night, and even if Joe
right,
Biden
guys.
wins, if there's a Republican Senate, that
Are we
would
ready?
mean his legislative agenda would basically be dead on arrival from the beginning. So far tonight, Republicans are feeling pretty good.
Andrea?
Just a caution flag on Pennsylvania because of that 3-day vote. That was a Supreme
Are you
Court
ready, guys?
decision, giving them 3 days to count the early votes, which, as you point out, could not be counted until the polls closed today. They've got 3 days to count that early vote. That's a lot of votes that are out there in Pennsylvania. If this is close, that's going to matter. The
That's
president
fine,
has
Lewis.
been complaining about it every single day. At every stop, he's talked about this, how it's unfair, that he's going to have his lawyers out. The lawyers have seen more Republican challenges in Pennsylvania in the last couple of weeks than in
All right, here we
any
go.
other state. They've lost the big one in the Supreme Court on the 3-day vote, but they could do another end run around it. The Biden team is ready for that. They have some of the best lawyers in the country all ready
My name
for
is Schmitty,
exactly
and
what they
I'm gonna
expect
be
to
your
happen.
best
I think
friend.
that's
This is
why
very
Trump called that the
close.
nightmare
So-
scenario. It all comes down to Pennsylvania because they'll be
Just an
sending in the
FYI,
lawyers, and
I'm
nobody
putting
wants
all of
that.
you as dependents on
Nobody
my
wants the
taxes.
lawyers. All right, Rich and Claire, we'll get back with you guys at a few.
NBC,
like a lawyer.
NBC News will let you admit that in a really nice way.
He didn't even donate 500.
Continue in just a moment.
Clever way you want. Everyone will choose between your answer and someone else's and decide who wins.
Good morning. Welcome to
Based on the percentage of players who like your answer. Plus, there are winners bonuses at stake. Go.
All right, here we go. $50 seconds, guys. Let's. All right, here we go.
Let's
Don't want
take
to
a
freak
look.
out in front of my mom.
Prompt number one is,
You're welcome, Lewis.
You know your
You
baby
deserve
boy
it.
is growing up too fast when he starts to blank.
Picking up girls left and right.
Your favorite
Speaking.
vote.
Nobody else voted. What on earth? Come on, guys.
Next in line, something that would be terrifying to notice in the background of a selfie.
Oh no. A creeper from Minecraft, a random person staring at the camera. I mean, a creeper from Minecraft's pretty scary, not gonna lie.
Coming up next, the #1 thing on Superman's bucket list.
Oh no. Don't die.
It's voting time.
Bidoof. Bidoof. I think I know Bidoof. I think I know who did that one. So.
The band is taking a break, obviously, but we're back.
But Chuck isn't. He never takes a break.
I knew it.
Oh,
No,
Chuck, well,
we're
on the air.
Oh, we're on the air. Well, I missed that one. My apologies.
That's because the band took a break. You didn't hear your
Yeah,
music.
no, and I
The last thing you want to find in your cat's hairball.
You know, if I'm
Oh.
going to get in trouble. Actually, I was going to go into Iowa here. We've got a decent chunk of vote. Iowa's one that, again, it isn't, quote, necessary on the Biden path to 270. It is much more important to Trump on 270. But this was a swing state until Hillary Clinton lost by 9 points. And we thought, oh, is Iowa going to go with Ohio? Now it is bouncing back a bit. I think at the end of the day, Biden probably comes up short. I do want to show you here. We're looking at slightly more of the early vote has come in than today's vote, which probably why Biden has a narrow lead. But you do see where he has definitely improved upon Hillary Clinton. We've got almost all of Dallas County and the suburban county of Des Moines. Here, Trump's narrowly ahead, but you can see here, look at that 5% of the Gary Johnson.
That would be
basically
pretty
all
cool,
gone
though.
to Biden. So Biden really narrowed it, picked up all that Gary Johnson vote here. But Hillary Clinton lost by 9, and so I've noticed in a lot of areas.
The first option, though, dirt.
That,
Yeah, just
Joe Biden
just
is
dirt.
improving on Hillary Clinton margins, but I'm seeing them at about 4 or 5 points. Dubuque County was one that we were really interested in because this is a county that Trump flipped very narrowly, and he arguably flipped it because Gary Johnson got 4%. And as you can see here, Joe Biden doing well. Dubuque County is a traditional Democratic county. A lot of union workers over here. This is where Donald Trump, though, overperformed.
It's early vote or day of vote you're looking at?
This is a 50-50 right now. We're seeing in Iowa. They've mixed it up a little bit. It's slightly more early vote than same day
Die
vote.
you shall.
Look, Iowa's facing to be fairly competitive, and keep an eye on this because
You
the
realize
Senate
you
race
shouldn't have
and this
picked up
presidential
that
race will be in sync. The two candidates will be off
when he
by
says,
a point at best.
You muffin.
Joining us now is Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware.
I like that.
In Wilmington
I like both
Senator,
of them.
thank you so much
They're
for
both
being with
pretty
us.
good.
So walk me through it. So maybe you.
All right, I'm gonna mute that because they're just talking about other stuff. So. Die you shall. Just imagine picking up a stranger in the
Round
back
one is
seat of
in
the
the
car.
books.
He's like,
Let's see the scores.
Die you shall. Like, that'd be creepy. Omega's in the lead, of course.
On to round 2, where all points are doubled. Doubled, I say.
All right, here we go, guys. Write your answers.
Hurry, hit the safety quit button if you can't think of something.
Paths towards a victory by Joe Biden tonight.
The Trump campaign threw out Minnesota as a possible pickup for them. Do you see that in the cards? Is this something you're worried about?
I know your house is too big.
I really don't. What I'm hearing from
Okay, pick your favorite.
You know your house is too big when you have a room, especially for a 10-foot Trump statue, a room full of orange. Alright, I know what I'm picking. No votes? Come on, guys. Pay attention.
Next on the list, an interesting thing on RoboCop's job performance review. Needs to work on blank.
Facing danger.
Vote now.
His face. What the heck? Why, guys? Why?
Continue with our coverage right after this.
All right. Omega's gonna win, man.
Up next, the weirdest NASCAR sponsor you could see painted on a car.
Oh no. 420, you gotta go screen monitor. What? What? Okay, who did that? What is this? Lewis! Lewis! Why? Oh,
Next
man.
up, a perfectly good reason to walk around with a raven on your shoulder. Vote away.
What is this? Oh, man.
And next, a terrible scent for a car freshener. Vote on your devices.
A terrible scent for car freshener. Car freshener. Disgusting. That one's good. That one's good. I like that.
Moving on, indoor skydiving makes a lot more sense than indoor blank.
Indoor
And
skydiving
vote.
makes a lot more sense than indoor death driving. Indoor driving? Okay.
Well, where is the drama of the night? You are looking at it right there. All those states in yellow, those battleground states, are too early to call. And any combination of them could turn this
And
into
that's
a
all for
very
round
interesting
two.
night.
Too early, too close. It's not even over, not even close. So we'll continue covering this. We're back.
You're watching Decision 2020 on NBC.
They just took another break.
Welcome to the last lash, the final round. There's just one prompt, and you're all getting it.
I panicked again? Yeah. It's easy to.
Complete this comic.
So how can you tell where you're flying south? Oh, that was close. I didn't know what to put.
Everybody's in. In this round, you've got 3 medals to give to your 3 favorite quips. Gold,
I
silver,
went to
and
Bidoof
bronze.
and
Choose
touched
wisely.
it. And death. Because the other direction is north. Hey, you muffin, how are you? Bidoof. Ah, danger. Died. Lewis killed him. Vote. I was listening to your fat butt. Inserts comment text.
Brace yourselves, here come those medals. Bronze. Bring out the silver. And finally, gold. Now let's turn those medals into points.
Vote Lewis out. Chills won. Chills won that round, man.
Okay, let's see those final scores.
Hey, I won? What? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. Let's go.
This night has not been short on
Let's
excitement.
go.
We still have a lot of votes to count. Let's show you where we are. 11:30 East Coast time.
All right, let's play,
8:30 in the Pacific West. Florida is too close to call
What do you
at
mean
this
too close to
hour,
call?
but
No,
the
no,
president does have a lead, and in Texas,
not
it's
too
too
close
early
to
to
call,
call, but the
man.
president has taken a lead there as well.
Another closely watched state, the state of North Carolina.
All right,
that is
I'm going.
too
I'm
close to
going.
call.
Let's play.
Ohio, it is also, it's too early. Too
Back to
early
the
in
pack.
Ohio, but Trump leads there.
Stop hacking.
Georgia, Democrats had been hoping for this one. It's too early to call. We'll see
Georgia?
how the votes
Yeah.
shake out there.
We're
What are
doing
you
good
looking
at
at,
Georgia.
Chuck?
Well, look, I just want to update folks. I know everybody's wondering about a few states here. I'll start west to east. Arizona, I told you we've been 75% reporting. We're stuck. We don't have any
we
new
might
vote.
lose Arizona.
So not anything new
We're
to
going-
report
actually,
there.
we're
We still
going
have
to lose
Biden leading. Let's go over to North Carolina, which we haven't called.
Do espionage?
We're still stuck at 95% reporting. So we may be in one of these sort of wait and see modes, if you will. This still looks pretty good for Donald Trump, North Carolina, and here. And in Georgia, it is trickling in, as you can see, but let me just go in and around here. Still 24% in the Atlanta, in DeKalb County. We got only half the vote in Fulton, which is Atlanta itself. Cobb, 66%. By the way, I want to show you a little bit something here on Cobb. Cobb has made a remarkable transformation. Okay, it has gone. It's literally swinging almost 20 points, and we've seen this move that's been happening there. And you see from 2008, it may swing as much as 20 points. So
All right,
it's
guys.
just an interesting. In Cobb County, of course,
The code is
where Newt Gingrich launched the Republican Revolution that brought
NQCJ.
the modern Republican Party today that Donald Trump leads.
NQCJ.
You know, it was essentially founded
Get
right
it
there
now.
in Cobb County, which is now turning blue.
Let go.
Is Georgia a swing state for this election only?
I think Georgia is a state that is headed into purple territory. This is, I mean, we're seeing tonight. I mean, this is going,
no, not
when
yet.
all the votes are counted, this is going to be a very tight race. And
NQCJ,
frankly, it's going to be a
guys.
bit of a coin flip. We got to see how much vote actually comes out of these Atlanta suburbs. But one thing about tonight is, and I do think
Oh yeah, Agent Squawky
Joe Biden
did
has
today
come up short in the
for
Sun Belt.
Good for
But
him.
these are very
Doesn't explain
competitive
why he took
races.
a dump on my
We are
station.
moving, and look, our population has moved that way too. Within a decade, we will spend more time on the Sun Belt on election nights than we do in the Rust Belt. For now, though, Joe Biden needs the Rust Belt.
All right, Andrea?
And when you come to the Rust Belt, the Biden people, the Democrats I'm talking to in Michigan and Minnesota, well, you talked to Amy Klobuchar earlier, they are relatively confident because what you're seeing is the election day vote.
Yeah.
The early vote is not yet being counted. You've
All right.
got 3.2
Is everybody
million
in?
votes out there in Michigan, and they believe that those votes are trending 61% Democratic, just based on the profile of what they're seeing. So as you heard from Senator Coons, they're not really that worried about Michigan and Minnesota.
That, you know what, we should have expected this exact scenario to play out tonight. They call it the red mirage. The reality is this is a more disappointing night for Democrats than they were hoping it would be from a big picture perspective.
Did you hear that, guys?
That's for the states that we've been talking about in the Sun Belt. You know, they really thought North Carolina, frankly, was a place where they could edge it out by a point. Georgia is still, I think, an open question, as Chuck was just outlining, for all of the reasons to do, particularly with the suburbs of Atlanta. I think Florida was probably expected, but Texas, of course, something that seemed in play late in the race. And some of these polls that, you know, frankly, they were media polls, they were internal polls to the campaigns, to the super PACs. I mean, we had so many numbers to work with. And just like in 2016, frankly, most people who were reading those polls were all thinking that we might see a major realignment in the Sun Belt in this election. And that's just not happening. And Democrats were also very confident about potentially taking as many as winning back as many as 15 additional seats in the House of Representatives, and instead
lower.
didn't pick up a couple of seats in Texas that they were really optimistic about.
So is it higher than 50% or lower, guys?
He's losing.
50%.
These are all signs that the country is as divided as ever, that this is not some sort of overwhelming across-the-map rebuke of President Trump, and it is, in fact, going to be kind of prolonged fight that many people expected, clearly, that the Biden campaign was anticipating. And that's not to say that Biden can't still pull this out, but it's a tough
all right, Casey, thanks very much. We're going to pause here briefly to allow some of our stations to rejoin our coverage.
Let go. Democrats are getting naughty now. That's what we like to see, guys.
We're seeing good surveillance for this yesterday.
We like to see them suffer.
What percentage of people own a pair of Crocs?
What percentage of people own a pair of Crocs?
50%. Everyone else, higher or lower?
You know you guys can like change the wheel, the scale, right? I think it's lower. Just a little bit lower, I think.
Running out of time. People are saying lower, and Surveil says.
Oh yeah!
15%.
Wow. Okay.
You weren't within 30%, so no points for you. Who got it right? Smart. Yes.
Oh, look at that map, guys.
Next up. Cacao. Sorry.
A lot of paths to 270. These paths are narrowing right now, and I want to look. We have the real map, and you'll see here, faded blue, faded red are where I've manipulated it. I'm putting them where they're leaning now. So North Carolina and Florida and Texas, I'm putting in Trump's column.
Yes, we will.
Arizona, Nevada. I'm going ahead and I'm putting some of Maine and some of Trump in that column. So I just want to show you where we are, and you start to see here how narrow this is. So let's assume here that Biden can hang on to Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. These are the three states he had 5+ point leads in. See his electoral vote number there, guys? Sitting at 265, and this is making some assumptions here. I'm just, now you see that if Georgia doesn't come through, if Iowa, now any of these three can put them over. Iowa could, but I think Iowa's going to tilt Trump. Georgia, we're waiting on Atlanta. I'm not ready to classify that. But look what it comes down to.
38%.
Scranton.
Okay.
Well, we decided Scranton says better than Pennsylvania.
Hey, let's go.
Because you got to kind of do it like that. But I'm just saying the paths have narrowed for everybody. We are looking at a close election, and this feels a little bit like 2004 meets 1976. For those of you thinking about presidential elections, both of them were close races, and both of them were races that took us a long time to call.
And Michigan may not come in until Wednesday night or Thursday, according to the text I just got from
Really?
Democrats there.
Okay, so it's all over, but the counting.
Percentage of people not at all pleased by having surprise parties thrown.
We're getting
for
close
them.
to midnight. Maybe the coat comes off. Maybe we roll up the sleeves. Maybe we get the pencils out. We got a lot of adding to do.
After midnight's when Chuck gets loose, so watch out.
15%.
Let's go to Kristen Welker. She's at Biden headquarters. How are they feeling? Are they sweating it?
Well, look, they are
Lower.
certainly watching
You guys
a
going
couple
lower.
of these states quite closely, and I think one is Arizona. One person close to the campaign telling me they feel encouraged by Arizona.
You think it's lower
Because
than
if he wins
50%?
Arizona, then he doesn't necessarily need to win Pennsylvania. But as Chuck just mentioned, these paths are really narrowing. So if Biden wins Arizona, then he has to have a sweep of those Midwestern states.
Oh,
He has
really?
to hold on in Michigan, in Wisconsin. He cannot afford to lose any of those states. That's why you saw Biden barnstorming those states in the final days of this campaign. But where did he spend his most time? In Pennsylvania. Where was he today? In Scranton. That's, of course, the place where he was born. He visited the place where he grew up. And so it becomes so critical that the Biden campaign gets the type of turnout that they were pushing for in the suburbs, in the area in and around Philadelphia, that the African-American turnout is strong because it wasn't what it needed to be back
Percentage
in
of people
2016. And so
have
that
used
is why
chainsaws.
Biden visited
Lewis,
Pennsylvania more
you're
than
up.
any other swing state 14 times. Now, we can't overstate this enough. The counting of those mail-in ballots is just
Lewis,
beginning in
you're supposed to
Pennsylvania,
spin
and
the
so
wheel,
they are
man.
urging
Like,
everyone
not just
to be
50%
cautious
each
and
time.
to brace for what could be a days-long process of counting these votes,
lower.
but they say they're going to do it. They say they are going to count every vote. Now, some
No,
Democrats
it's higher.
have
Dang it.
privately been quite critical
higher.
of
It's higher.
Biden's strategy. They've said he hasn't
might be
been
higher.
aggressive enough, that he's been too cautious. Of course, he's been campaigning against the backdrop of COVID. I put that question to one of his campaign officials earlier today. Were they concerned that he wasn't out enough in a place like North Carolina
Oh, dang it,
and
it is lower.
Georgia, which
Oh.
we see now are just so incredibly tight? This official said, no, look, we feel confident that we left
Oh,
it
yeah, he
all
won
out on the
Kentucky, for
field.
sure.
Biden reiterated that.
For
but
sure.
undoubtedly, some Democrats are looking at this map, and they are thinking quite seriously about that. But at this hour, again, there is still
Doesn't let me do
optimism
anything?
in the campaign.
All right,
There's like a wheel
Kristen,
that
thank
pops
you.
up
Let's
on your
turn to
phone,
Trump
guys.
Campaign Senior Advisor Corey Lewandowski, who joins
And then
us
you
now.
spin the
Corey,
wheel
you've
like
been
this.
through this before. You were there in 2016.
Like you just rotate it.
There's a lot for you to like on this map, and there's stuff to give you pause, namely Arizona, which is leaning Biden at this hour. How are you feeling about your chances?
Obviously, we're very cautiously optimistic. But that being said, if Joe Biden wants to become the president of the United States, he has to defeat Donald Trump in a series of states. And one state isn't going to be enough. Look, Donald Trump had an enormous victory tonight in the state of Florida. He's up over 400,000 votes.
There you
Whereas
go.
historically been
There you go, Omega. You got it. You got
battleground
it.
States. And let me just
Percentage of
remind the
people
viewers
prefer Bugs
that
Bunny
the last
to
6
Mickey
people
Mouse.
who won the state of Florida went on to become the president of the United States. So we feel very good about where
I
we
prefer
are. And
Bugs
we
Bunny
feel
over
very
Mickey
good about
Mouse.
the campaign that we've run.
But-
And we look forward to having all the votes counted.
Are we going to hear from the president?
I think it's much
tonight,
higher.
Lewis?
Well, look, I think it's still very early in the evening. If you guys remember, 4 years ago, I don't think the AP officially called the race till sometime after 2:30 in the morning, and then the president spoke sometime around 3 a.m. So, look, obviously, the AP is the final arbiter of where the race stands. They're still very early in this race, so I think it'd be premature as we sit here right now in the 11:30 hour to think about having anybody come
Hey.
or anything.
Oh, that's not suggesting calling, but I was wondering if we would hear from him at some point.
Who got it right?
Yeah, I don't think that's been determined yet. I think we're going to wait and see some more of the results as they come in. But I can tell you, as we sit here right now, we're very comfortable knowing that we're going to win in the state of Texas. We have won the state of Ohio.
Double
We've tracked
points.
this very, very closely. I know the network's uncomfortable in calling some of these states, but we feel very comfortable with our position in Georgia, our position in North Carolina. And as we continue to go through this exercise, we know that the message that Donald Trump has given the American people over the last 4 years is resonating, and that's why he's continuing to win.
If it comes down to Pennsylvania, Corey, it could be a few days, could be longer. Those mail-in votes, they have time to count them. They couldn't even open them until tonight after the polls closed. Is the president prepared to be patient to make sure
You
that
should do
every
these
vote is
streams more.
counted?
I don't know. We'll see.
The president, of course, he wants the votes counted. We have to make sure that it's done properly. And if they're postmarked on time and they follow the rules, then of course that's the case. And look, right now, as you look at the numbers in Pennsylvania, we're very, very happy again with what our performance has been. This is a state that Joe Biden claims to be his home state, even though he hasn't lived in it in 65 years. He claims Pennsylvania as his home. The truth is, we're exceeding our expectations in the state of Pennsylvania.
Trump's going to win Pennsylvania, which is huge.
But once we win in Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona and potentially Nevada, you know, the state of Pennsylvania potentially does not come into factor as much as it may have if, you know, those states change hands.
Corey Lewandowski, thank you for stopping by and thanks for your time.
Thanks, Corey.
Thank you.
Hallie Jackson joining us now from the White House with more of the view there. Hallie?
Interesting to hear Corey Lewandowski.
Oh, everybody got it wrong, though.
Former campaign manager for a period of time in 2016 and somebody who's been involved in an advisory capacity now. Talk about how optimistic they are, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania. I have to tell you, the vibe that I'm getting tonight from a lot of conversations with sources late into the evening here has been very sort of 2016 deja vu, at least at this
very
hour.
low.
I just got off the phone with somebody close to the campaign who is feeling better than they would have hoped, better than they would have expected when we had talked, you know, a few hours ago, right before polls started to close there.
Low.
There is a sense that they are seeing some of these numbers, some of these early numbers from places like Pennsylvania. I would include places like Michigan in there as well, from what I'm hearing from sources, where they are feeling encouraged by the margins being somewhat similar to what they saw in 2016. Lower. A sense that, again, the polls may have missed the mark in some
Omega's
of these states.
going much
the
higher?
state of Arizona, as we're showing that,
no
NBC
way.
News, to be very clear here, has not made a call in that state. I do think there is an acknowledgement that that is not going right now in President Trump's favor. I think it's notable that Mr. Lewandowski did not reference the state of Arizona.
Yeah, like I said, man.
I think some of the themes that we're looking at is, can the president pull out a what you could characterize fairly, I think, as a come from behind, or at least a come from a dead
Biden's going to win Arizona,
from a very narrow path to be
but
able to
instead,
do that again
we're
tonight.
going to take Georgia. So, like,
and I will tell you, there is no
Georgia has
expectation
more
that this night
electrical
is going to
votes.
end anytime soon. The folks who are behind me in the White House, in the East Room, in the Grand Foyer, and some other spaces inside the White House are planning to stay for quite a while. This thing is going to go for sure into the morning, and from some people that I've talked to, there is no anticipation that we will actually get a decision before the morning hours at the earliest. Savannah.
All right,
What?
Hallie Jackson, going to be a long one. We'll fit in a quick break right here. We'll continue with Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with
What do you think? Higher or lower? Looks like an even split. Okay, right answer is...
Ooh, just
32%.
a tiny bit higher.
Ooh, just a few percentage points off. Well done.
Let go.
Well done.
Noah, has Minnesota been claimed? Let's check.
Next up.
What
should I search for in the old Surveillance Pro next? Ooh, I know.
Oh wow, Nevada is leaning towards Donald Trump. That could be huge. And I say huge like Donald Trump does, you know? Minnesota, let's see.
0%. All right, what do you think?
Wait, Montana is like leading there too? Much higher? Excuse me? 0%?
Time's running out. Higher or lower?
What did you say? Minnesota?
People are saying higher. And Surveil says 10%. Though judging
Oh
from our
dang!
break room, you'd
Well,
think
I
the
was
number would
wrong.
be
I should have
much
just went
lower.
higher. Dumb.
Let's see who got it right. Here's
Minnesota
the
has
points.
not been claimed.
And what have we here?
They only have
That
67%
answer was closer than 15%.
reported.
Shouldn't have doubled down.
It's leading more towards Joe Biden right now,
We embedded
though.
microchips in hundreds of subjects and found the most popular answers.
But
to
man,
this question.
Trump might win this, guys.
At
Trump
which
might win
sport
this.
would people most like to
I'm
be best
hyped.
in the world?
I hope he wins
Here are
this.
the most popular answers.
If he wins this, I will scream on the top of my lungs.
You get 3
I
guesses.
swear.
Try to pick the
Even
most
if it's
popular
2 in the
answers
morning.
to get the most points.
Stay
Ready,
tuned.
Go.
Okay, which sport would people most like to be in the best of the world? Alright. Obviously, I picked the most popular ones, guys.
Don't forget to use all 3 of your picks.
Well, golf might be a good one, too. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Let's see what answers you chose.
Basketball, soccer, football, baseball. Okay. 11%, 15%. Yeah.
Who's gonna get the gold star? Who is it, boy? Who is it? It's...
Who won? Hey, let's go! Woo! Yeah.
Congratulations! You've won a game that should probably be illegal. I'm so proud of you.
All right, guys. Guespionage. All right, we're going back. I'm done with this. I'm gonna get banned from the server. Why would you get banned? I'm young. Who cares if you're young? I won't ban you for your age. The heck? That's yeah, nah. Nah. Alright, guys, let's do Trivia Murder Party, and then we'll go to a different game. Also, I just closed out a Jackbox accidentally. Oops. Extended timers, we want that. Also... All right. HKUN, guys. HKUN. I suck at it? Yeah, I suck at this too. It's literally just guessing. I hate trivia.
Tonight or this week or whenever.
And while we're waiting, join the game, guys. I put the code in chat.
If Donald Trump hangs on to the White House, they need a net of 4 to take back control. It looks like they're going to win Colorado and
leading
Arizona,
big time in Utah.
There's still a lot of questions about Maine, North Carolina.
He's going to win Texas. He's going to win Florida.
Toward Tom Tillis. There are still
he's
some outstanding
Nevada,
wild cards
which is
across
surprising,
the map. So I think
because Nevada
it's going to be a
turned
while
blue
until we really know
in 2016.
where this stands. There of course is a possibility, and it ends
but
up
Nevada
being
is kind of near
50-50 split, which of course means that whoever controlled the White House
would
kind
have
of
the
controlling
mixed,
vote
I would say,
in the Senate.
so.
But again, we have to undersure here, Savannah.
I think Trump's going to win, guys.
Democrats
I really do.
dreamed of. There is clearly an undercounted portion of the electorate that is
the mega stream delay is deadly. There's a mega stream delay.
And there was
it should only be 10
in
seconds.
The Senate, on the Senate side, there's overconfidence among House leaders. I think that's something really to keep an eye on in the coming days.
All right, Andrea.
And one of those races that's still
it should
out
only
there
be
is
10
Montana,
seconds.
where you've got the sitting governor, Steve Bullock, a popular governor who's taken some tough measures.
If it's not, then it's
YouTube. But he's not had much
acting up.
opposition to it. He's running for the Senate. They really fought hard to. Chuck Schumer did to get him into the Senate race. He did not want to run. And remember, he ran for the presidency briefly.
Stream health,
he's
stream's
running
healthy.
against an incumbent, Steve Gaines. that is a close-fought race, and we're going to have to see late in the day what happens in Montana.
We're seeing a quick pattern, by the way, in
Yeah,
the Senate
it
races
doesn't
and the
tell me.
presidential, and frankly, we're seeing it in some House races. Everything is blue and red. We are not seeing split ticket voting the way we used to see split
Okay, that
ticket
was
voting.
weird.
We've known that
Anyways.
that's been disappearing, but I'm just watching all of these. The Senate nominees and
All
the
right, you guys ready,
presidential
guys?
vote is linking up across the board. We thought maybe in a place like Kansas that had sort
Here
of
we
that Senate race had sort of created its own unique personality. Could the Democratic candidate, she's a former Republican, could she win over swing voters? And it's just people are not splitting their
Wake up. Wake up.
Huh? What? What happened?
Welcome to
Oh.
Trivia Night, a labyrinth of despair and madness. But we're also gonna learn, with a few laughs along the way. I'm going to ask you a bunch of trivia questions. If you get a question wrong, you have to fight for your life. In one
Kind
my
of also
super
kind
fun
of
mini-games.
staticky.
If you do badly in the minigame, I'll kill
Like
you.
behind me
But don't
because
worry, those can
the
still win
lighting,
game.
I need
When
more
one
lighting
player
this
is left
way,
alive, we'll go to the
in this
final
direction,
round, where the
because
living
it's
and
really
dead
dark
compete to see
over here.
who can escape first.
Um,
Oh, and hey,
that's
look,
why the
we've
lighting
got an
is
audience
really good on
playing
this
along,
side.
too. At the end of the game, if the audience has less
I need,
money
like,
than the player who wins,
another bright
everyone
light
in the
right here or
audience
something.
dies. Nobody gets a free ride. I hope you enjoyed the time and effort I put into that slideshow. Now let's play.
Let's play.
Okay, now, first question. How many bytes are in a gigabyte? Use your device to answer the question.
How many bytes are in a
That means you
gigabyte?
Weirdos in the audience, too.
That's easy. That's easy. This should be pretty obvious, so. Since there's a 10-second delay, it's number one.
And the correct answer is... Who got it right?
1 billion!
The rest of you, let's play a game. Welcome to the killing floor.
What? 1
We're
billion?
going to play chalices. I've given all the safe players a bit of poison to use.
Huh?
Pick a chalice to poison.
What? I thought it was 1,000.
Now it's your turn to play. Pick a chalice to drink from. These chalices are all pretty sweet.
I'm confused, man.
Good to the last drop, if you know what I mean. Now let's see what everyone drank.
No! Dang it.
Let's face it, you would have drank poison at some point.
We
in your
all
life
died? What? What is this?
There's no hard way to say it. I killed you and now you're a ghost. But keep playing and I promise you can still win. Here at Trivia Murder Party, we believe even the deceased should have a chance to succeed.
Oh, brother.
Too early. We knew that would be a long wait.
Here's everybody's
Ohio,
scores.
too early.
Yeah, he's gonna win
Leads,
Florida,
however,
Pennsylvania,
and in
and
Florida,
Ohio.
The president leads
It's gonna be
there.
great.
It's too close.
We've got much more ahead. Stay with us. You are watching.
But
to
Pennsylvania
see.
is only 51.
That was sarcasm.
Trump's gonna win this. Trump's gonna win this.
Question. I love New
I can't
Year's
see my
Eve.
name on
It's
screen.
exciting to face a new year with new
Are you playing, though?
resolutions Like, I will lose weight. And
Oh,
I will kill
that's
more,
weird.
But, who am I kidding?
That's really
I'll
weird,
only
Nick. The
accomplish
heck?
one of those. What's that song you sing on New Year's Eve?
Oh, I don't. 2. It's either 2 or something. I forget.
Who said this?
It's 1. I don't know, man.
One of you is still alive. I have a surprise for you.
I misclicked.
Guten Tag. Welcome back to the killing floor. It's time for some finger cutting.
Finger cutting.
Now's the perfect time to take care of it.
Doesn't
Just
say
choose
there
one
are
of your fingers to cut off.
spectators.
It's hard to mess this one up.
Oh, does it say there? Yeah, it does. Yeah, 1 in audience. Yeah. That's weird. Maybe you didn't get in all the way or something? I don't know. That was... How is there an audience member when there's only like, what, 5 people playing? It goes up to 8, I believe.
Lose your finger or lose your life.
That's weird.
I know. It's a hard decision. Some people just don't listen to instructions. Oh yeah, good choice. Save your finger, lose your
I
life.
guessed. That's what I always do, is just guess.
Crap. I just realized there's only one of you left alive. That means we should go to the final round now, but it's early, and I'm having too much fun. How about this? If you can somehow survive these next 2 questions, I'll give you a chance to escape during the final round. I've got more questions for you. You gotta hand it to God in the Old Testament. That guy could bring it. Which of the following was not one of the 10 plagues that God inflicted on Egypt in the Old Testament?
Well, this is easy. This is like the only one I know. I better get this one right. I better get this one right, or I will be judged.
Time's running out. Who picked this?
Let's go. Woo!
You're in for a treat.
Shame on you guys.
Let's test your memory. Memorize the pattern.
Ohio, projected winner. Let's go.
They're quite recent.
He did pay a visit there quite recently. It was less of a battleground than it's been in years past. Chuck, Ohio going to President Trump, that was on his must-do list.
It's definitely on his must-do. As you can see, he's starting to pad a little bit of a lead here. It's up to 8 points, which is getting close to what he won it by with Hillary Clinton. I can show you here from 4 years ago. He's already surpassed his number. Biden is doing a little bit better than Clinton because he's getting some of that third-party number here. But you can see is the predictions about Ohio, say 6 weeks ago, a lot more accurate than they were perhaps 6 days ago. Let's go through the northern tier here a little bit. Minnesota, Joe Biden's building up quite a bit of lead here, 63% in. We still see it as a lot of today vote.
There, still half. It's still yet.
We still have to St. Paul. I'm not. We'll see, but I know the Trump campaign thinks there's something there. We're not quite seeing it there in Minnesota. Check out Wisconsin here a bit. It's a narrow lead for the president, but just a reminder here how much of this is today's vote. And just so you see, so right now he leads by 109,000 votes. Just want to take you to Milwaukee County. We expect a lot more than that right now.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are characters from which Shakespeare play?
Oh, the heck I know. I'm just going with whatever sounds cooler. Oh crap, what did I do?
Time's running out. Who picked this one? Let's play a game.
I accidentally backed out of it.
Oh,
hopefully I didn't mix it up.
Famous Reagan Democrats. Obama won this county 2 cycles ago.
Oh, 15 math
it is
questions.
A swing county. Trump won
you
it
got
last
it, Jonathan.
time.
Come on.
We expect it to be very close. whether it's Biden or Trump, we expect to be close. The point is, this is what you can see. This is today's vote. And what we're waiting on here, obviously, in this county, we haven't got any of the mail vote at all. So it's just sort of a reminder. Michigan, I mean, I don't have any confidence in knowing anything about Michigan before the Today Show. So that's one that's going to be great for quite some time. Wisconsin, I had a source tell me that we may see all that Milwaukee vote before 5 a.m.
And we should know, by the way, that Today Show is 7 hours away. So we're not talking about hours and hours and hours.
Michigan Democrats don't think you're going to see that till Wednesday night.
There you go.
Okay.
Let me go to Casey and circle back to Ohio. What's the significance of that, other than putting a lot of electoral votes in the president's column in terms of where this night goes?
Trump's going to win, man.
Well, I think underscoring this idea that the president seems to be matching his performance in 2016 with his performance in terms of percentage of the vote. And that seems to be playing out also in Iowa, according to sources that I'm talking to there. And I think the question then becomes, has Biden done the work that he needs to do in these other Midwestern states? I mean, we clearly are seeing that a lot of the polling was not right in some of these Sun Belt races and states. Question is that going to be the case in these other places as well? And I think clearly the jury is still out on that. Democrats are nervous about some of the way things are looking, particularly in Michigan, although I think at the end of the day, they expect that they're going to pull that out. But you could see a Republican win the Senate race there, which, when we were talking earlier this week, that seemed like the Republican pipe dream, picking up a Senate seat in Michigan, not necessarily completely off the table now. And I think Democrats who are looking at the early returns from Ohio were hoping that what they meant was the suburban vote was going to come in for Biden in a big way, that around Cleveland, around Columbus, perhaps suburban women, perhaps who had been turned off by President Trump, some of the people who helped Democrats flip the House in 2018, would show up in a big way for the former vice president. And it seems now that we have a more complete picture of what's happened in Ohio, that's really not the case. So that's something that's got, I think, Democrats a little bit on edge as we head into what's looking increasingly like a pretty long process of counting ballots in this, what they hope is a rebuilt blue wall. That seems like it's going to be the question we're trying to answer here for a while.
And we're just flagging that Alyssa Slotkin, one of the Democratic women, Michigan, elected in 2018.
If we can win Nevada,
CIA background, Pentagon background, she's down considerably, and that's because it's same-day vote, not early vote.
Georgia,
she's told her supporters in a live stream, we're not going to see results tonight. We'll reconvene tomorrow.
Okay, so they're calling it at night because they feel like this early vote is not going to get counted tonight, so you're not going to have an accurate reflection of what's going on in Michigan.
We've got another call here. You see it on the screen there. Virginia, NBC News projects that Joe Biden will win Virginia's 13 electoral votes.
In Idaho, the president has won Idaho's 4 electoral votes. In Georgia, it's a squeaker. It is too early to call. We await, last check, a lot of votes still coming in the Atlanta suburbs, which could be telling. Let's go to North Carolina, too close to call. That is also a squeaker, to use the technical term.
Pennsylvania goes without saying at this point, too early to call there.
Maine is too early to call as well. We'll keep an eye on that one. In Arizona, it is too early to call. However, we are projecting that Joe Biden has a lead there.
Minnesota, it is too early to call. Michigan, too early to call as well.
And let's go to Texas. Too early to call, but the president has jumped out to a lead there in Texas, so we continue to watch that one. In Wisconsin, too early to call. We were just discussing that one with Chuck.
Iowa's too early to call, as is Montana. Nevada, we're just starting to see our first votes coming in from Nevada. That's too early to call. Hawaii.
Nevada was one mentioned by Corey Lewandowski of the Trump campaign as a potential pickup for President Trump. We'll see if that plays out. The polls haven't suggested that. And in Hawaii, too early to call. We just got a poll closed there.
So let's look at where that stands in the race to 270. Joe Biden leading right now, 205 to 136.
Okay, let's join up with NBC News contributors Hugh Hewitt, who's host of the Hugh Hewitt Show on Salem Radio Network, and Maria Teresa Kumar, who's the president and CEO of Voto Latino.
What part of your eye has your eye color? Huh. Why am I dumb, man? Why am I dumb, man? Pupil, iris, lens. Isn't it the retina?
And the correct answer is... Who got the question right?
Why am I dumb?
The rest of you, prepare for
Why
your
am I
punishment.
dumb? I'm dumb.
Welcome to the killing floor.
I counted like a 40-second delay. Really? It should
Answer
not be that.
very carefully.
It should be
What's
a
the
10-second
cutest
delay,
thing in the
but
world?
40 seconds, that's
Type an
crazy.
answer on your device and press send
What's the
when you're
cutest
finished.
thing in this world? I study eyes.
Writing nothing is a bad idea. Answering was not optional. It looks like you get to survive pretty much randomly.
Yes.
Here's how everyone's doing so far. Higher scores are better than lower scores, FYI. Oh, and let's see how the audience is doing. The audience isn't doing so great, but there's time to catch up. Let's try another one. What's something not taxed in the Beatles song Taxman?
What's something not taxed in the beatless song Taxman? My meat? This game bullies me? Yeah, same here. It bullies everyone. It's okay.
Who said this one?
Oh, I was gonna pick that one too, dang it.
The rest of you who are still alive.
But I was
look
like,
for someplace fun.
but you know, it might have that in there, so I don't know.
Welcome back to the killing floor. We're going to play Chalice.
Not this again.
I've given each safe
Ow.
player a poison pellet.
But there's only
Pick
2
the chalice
poisons
to drop
now,
your
so.
poison in.
I want to hear the poison. Hello? Poison? Hello?
Unless you're doing a Princess Bride gag, let's get to the poisoning already. Some of you didn't use your poison pellet, so I'll have to add a few of my own.
Oh.
And it's your turn now. Pick
Oh,
a
snap.
chalice to drink from. Ah, I can't wait to see what
I'm
it
going
tastes.
straight death. Death. Tiny Fox Gamer, welcome to the stream, man.
Tasty. Now let's see what everyone drank.
No! Dang
It'll all be over
it.
soon.
Nah. Why?
Poison is a rough way to go.
Why?
Back to the scoreboard.
Oh, man. Sad.
Let's try another one. Which Nobel Prize-winning philosopher wrote The Stranger?
The heck? The Stranger.
Doesn't move. What do we've added one percentage point in Arizona in the last hour in trying to get votes. So we are in that period of time where it's going to trickle in now, rather than maybe, like I said, I do expect that one. I was told we were going to get this one giant dump of Milwaukee vote, but late tonight. So that is something worth staying up for. So put the pot of coffee on. My son was just asking me, why is everything too early to call? It's after midnight. I'm like, why aren't you in bed?
It actually feels too late to call, but I know what he means.
Can't say the words
yes,
too early
exactly.
anymore. We're like, wait, it's late. That's what he keeps saying.
Ask him why he's up so late.
That's what I did. That was my response.
Well, Tom Brokaw's up, an NBC News senior correspondent, veteran of more than a half
Draw
century
this
of
your favorite
presidential
thing to
elections.
eat.
Tom Brokaw joins us.
Am I supposed
Tom,
to know these
great
things?
to see you. Give us your observations of what
Guess.
we're seeing and versus what a lot of expectations were going into this night.
You know, I've been covering presidential politics in this country since 1968, and I've seen a lot of changes. I have never seen the country as deeply and sharply divided as it is now. And it's the second cycle of this kind of division, with President Trump
What is this?
surprising everybody the first time, and fair to say, surprising everyone a second time.
And you
with
vote
his
for the
strong
one that you
showing.
dislike, guys.
I think he made a very clever move in the last couple of weeks, in which he said to the country, go back to work. It's time to get the economy going again. The COVID, we're close to getting that solved, so you can go back and earn some money and get your business going again. I think it helped him a lot, frankly. People were wanting to hear that.
Ashley, man, it's been a long, long time. You used to watch my reaction videos for the Flash and Arrow.
Maybe your art will be better
Wow,
appreciated
welcome
after you're
to the
dead,
stream.
Which looks like it's gonna be
Chick-fil-A
really,
all the
really
way,
soon.
yes. I love Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A's my almost, I don't know if it's my favorite restaurant. It's just like, it's up there though. It's really up there. I love their spicy chicken sandwich. I love it.
That
I love
was
it.
sarcasm.
But welcome to the stream, Ashley.
All right, next question. What do you need to ward off scurvy?
What do you need to ward off scurvy? They're expecting I'm smart. Like, I'm dumb. I'm dumb when it comes to this kind of stuff. I hate trivia, man. You know, you always need your vitamin D. I'm just gonna say vitamin D. Why not? Yeah, she just said Chick-fil-A and died. Yeah, that's sad. But hey, I'm glad she dropped by for a little bit.
I want to show you something.
Chick-fil-A is better than Popeyes, Nick.
Step right up and spin the loser wheel.
Counted yet. Break now. Decision 2020 election night coverage continues in just a moment.
It might look like Trump's losing right now, but he's actually winning. Because the states he's winning right now isn't claimed yet. So
All right, next question. Go
he's
ahead
already
and
winning in the
dance this
states,
one
it's
out
just
if you
not
need
claimed
to,
yet.
But what is the fifth step of the Macarena?
Isn't it that? I don't know. I want to join. You can join, man. I'm just playing random games right now.
Time's running out.
Wonder if DA. Let's see.
Who picked this? Come with me. Let's play a dice game. I'll go first. 11. Now I need a little help from a safe player. You'll do. In order to live, should they roll higher or lower? The choice is yours.
To live, should they roll higher or lower than 11? Higher.
Okay, seems doable. I don't know, it's a toss-up. Roll higher than me or you die. The dice are not your friend. Oh crap, everybody's dead. I need somebody alive for the final round. Okay then. You have the most money, so you get one more
Wait,
chance.
the hype, oh
The
no.
time has come. Congrats on making it here alive. Now let's see if you can escape with your body. I'm going to give you a category. The 7 habits of highly effective people. Tap on each answer that fits, then press submit.
Lewis is in the lead right now. Dang. Please, RNG, don't let me down. No, you're bad luck. I am kind of bad luck in a way.
Decisions. Let's see the right answers. You move
Oh, Lewis missed both of them.
Aw, you have to get answers right to get closer to the exit. Oh, did I
Yeah, of
mention
course you
that
can
all
join the
other
Discord.
ghosts
It's
get
down in the
right
description
too?
down
If
below.
the ghost catches up to you, then they will steal your body. Then they can escape and win the game. Here's everyone's next question.
And if it's not working, please tell me.
Ghosts get a third choice to help them catch up to you.
Subatomic particles. Noah, get away. I'm coming for you.
Thing about what we thought Wisconsin and Michigan would do. A lot of that early vote we still get counting. But speaking of polling, since there's a lot of people complaining about pollsters, we're going to bring in ours. Let me bring in our polling team, Republican.
Hey, let's go. Went up to at least sausages. I don't. That's a sausage. I think that's it. I don't. It's not working. It might be the old one.
You killed your friend. Better get away fast.
Uh-oh.
Are you
Oh,
afraid of the
crap, I
dark?
almost
You
died.
should be. Classified as bears.
Classified as bears? No, why did I go to my live stream?
A ghost is right on your tail. Watch out. Invertebrates.
Alright, I saved it. All you have to do is refresh the page and it should work now. Yes! Let's go.
The shadows are coming. Western African countries.
Western African countries. Okay. Western. Oh crap, Western. Well, it depends which way you're talking. I forget. No! No! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!
Here's
Oh.
another one.
Oh.
American Girl dolls.
American Girl dolls. Okay. I did it. Please. Please let me know my American Girl dolls. Please? Yes! Let's go. Yes. Alright. No, Ashley! No. Chuck Norris Films. Oh, crap. I think it's... I don't know. I forget. No!
Uh-oh, that ghost is gonna get you.
I think I'm dead. I think I'm dead. Oh, barely. Okay.
Mushrooms.
Mushrooms. I might be wrong. I'm horrible when it comes to this. No! I'm dead. Dang it, man.
Now can you play with me forever? Books authored by Donald Trump.
Hey! That fits in! Let's go! That fits in with today's theme. That's funny. That's very funny. Living by bread. I watched your FNAF Simulator videos. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Ooh, Jonathan takes the lead. Who's gonna win?
Hurry up.
Nick, Jonathan.
Types of keys.
Nick or Jonathan, guys. Type in chat. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? It's a close game. Close game. Oh, Jonathan won. Dang. Nice job. GG. GG's. Alright, guys. Alright, I'm going to go to a different game. I'm going to play a single-player game. Well, it is multiplayer, but I'm going to play a game with one of my friends, DA. Just playing... We'll play probably like two or three matches of this, and then we'll go on to something else that you guys can participate in. I'm just trying out different games, guys. Like I said, just playing different games. Among Us time will be later. Trust me, it will come back. But for now, we're going to play a different game. So
that they're not ready to give up on Georgia, but
we're going
look,
to
one top aide
turn it
told
to
me
this real quick.
Their primary path has always been the blue wall. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. And another aide saying they are still confident that they're going to carry those three states. So look, if Biden is able to pull off a win in Arizona, then if he sweeps those Midwestern states, he doesn't need to win Pennsylvania. On the other hand, if he comes up short in Arizona, then he would need a victory in Pennsylvania. And that's part of why he spent so much time in Pennsylvania, even making stops there today, fighting for every last vote. So you see there the motorcade, Savannah, heading from Joe Biden's home, heading here. We anticipate to speak. We expect to hear from him within the next hour or so, as early as 15 minutes, depending on how quickly he can get here. And again, we anticipate that he is going to address what we have all been talking about all night, which is that there are still a number of states that are counting, a number of states that he spent a lot of time campaigning in, and this election hangs in the balance, Savannah.
All right. Thank you, Kristen.
Hallie Jackson is joining us now from the White House. Hallie, how are they viewing a night in which there is, as was pointed out earlier, no red wave, no blue wave,
Right.
Just a lot of solid red and blue?
And a lot of, I would say, coffee and Red Bull probably, Lester,
There's
because
that.
I think that's where this night is headed, it seems. I can tell you that when it comes to a state that Kristen is talking about, Arizona, a state where the Biden campaign is feeling pretty good based on the numbers, there is immense frustration inside the president's orbit.
I'm booting
that
up the game
some
now.
networks, not our network, but another network, has appeared to have called the race for Joe Biden there. Again, not our call. I want to be very clear about that, but you are seeing a lot of consternation. There is a sense among some folks in the president's orbit that it is too early to make that call at this point, but they are very engaged, watching these numbers extremely closely in Arizona.
Let's
Why?
call DA.
Well, because if in fact this lead that Joe Biden has
All right, see you later,
holds,
Nick.
rather, and
Thanks
again,
for-
I want to
thanks for,
stress, we
tuning
have
in
it projected.
and playing
It's
with
too
us.
early to call right now, according to NBC News. If the lead holds, though, it does narrow the president's path to victory, and that is something that is really important for the president and for the campaign that they're looking at. Obviously, Georgia is still outstanding, and then those blue wall states that we're talking about here. Some optimism that we're hearing about in places like Pennsylvania, in places
All right, 1 second,
like
guys.
Wisconsin, actually, which is
Let me
kind of
boot up my
interesting.
Discord
That is a
and then
shift,
we'll
at
call
least from the
DA.
conversations I've had from this morning to tonight. I think the sense earlier in the day was that they didn't think that Wisconsin was going to be potentially a good state for the president, but based on some of the numbers that they're seeing come in, that seems to have shifted. I will say, as we get ready to hear from former Vice President Joe Biden over in Delaware, we really haven't heard much from President Trump at all. He has not tweeted, at least at last check, about 45 seconds before I came on the air, since the polls closed earlier this evening in some of those first states. It is possible that we could hear from him here at the White House. He has a number of supporters here, family members, cabinet officials who are in the White House behind me. But other than, some indications that he may speak, we don't have anything definitive of when we might hear from President Trump. I think that Corey Lewandowski referenced that the decision had not been made yet. And I can tell you that when I asked one person close to the president earlier, just a couple of hours ago, if he would speak, the answer was, well, if he wants to, he will. And if he doesn't, he won't. It's always up to the president, as we often see in these instances, guys.
And Hallie, this is probably a good time to point out, as you point out, that then sometimes there's differences in what's being reported out there. Folks need to understand that we are very, very competitive, but on nights like this, when it comes to making these sorts of calls, we
gotta
have
have
a high
humility
standard.
on this because of this early vote. There's so many different things. I mean, the worst thing you can do is make a call and have to pull it.
Too many variables. We lived through
and
2000.
so we lived through
You're not
this
gonna do
network.
that
We
again.
lived through
That's the
2000. We had to pull a call. Nobody likes to pull a call like that. So our guy John Lipinski, he said, "I'm not rushing anything. If other news organizations want to race, good luck, because you're gonna, you could fall on your face."
Just thought it was a good moment to get that out there and for folks to understand that. So let's bring in
Casey.
Casey.
To chime in on the call question, I mean, I think that's part of why the campaigns are so focused on these narratives, right? Hallie was reporting that the president's team is frustrated that this call would be out there in the ether, and that's because we are entering, and we're going to hear from Joe Biden as well now, we're entering the phase of the fight over the narrative here. We are heading into, my sources on both sides
DA?
acknowledge a likely prolonged battle.
What's up?
Yes.
just yes.
Yeah. Basically. Just yes.
Who do you think's gonna win, man?
I think Travis Scott is gonna win.
Travis Scott.
He made the burger,
That's funny. But no, seriously, who do you think's gonna win? I mean, I won't judge you if you say Biden. Just saying.
I mean,
I'm just saying, who do you think is gonna win?
For now, Biden's I think Biden's gonna win, but just like last time, Trump basically beat Clinton, so that might happen again.
Yeah,
I don't really care who wins.
It's gonna be interesting, man. First time hear DA's voice in 2 years. Hey, man.
Oh.
Happens.
I sound that inside.
DA, you might have to invite me, man. My Discord, my like Steam isn't allowing me to view my friends. Oh, here we go. Now it's working. Well, it's still not letting me.
Oh. Okay.
View friends, please.
I did not mean to. Hold on. Oh.
Hey, send me a message on Steam.
Did you even invite me, or you can't?
I can't. Like, yeah, my friend list won't even pop up on Steam. That's why I'm asking. You should send me a message on Steam or something.
I'll invite you.
Okay.
Are you even online?
Yeah, should be.
Doesn't it show you as online?
Oh, it doesn't show me even online?
No, you're probably offline. Because it says you're offline. Yeah, you're offline.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, I was showing offline. That was weird.
That's why it doesn't work.
Well, I'm sorry. I just my Steam is acting all crazy. But it's still not letting me view my friends, so. But I should be online now.
It still says you're at last online 5 hours ago.
Oh my goodness. Do I have to exit the game?
Probably.
We exited the game, boys. Alright, see you later, Omega. Thanks for tuning in, man.
Your stream is delayed by like an hour. Holy crap.
What?
Your stream is delayed for like an hour.
Is it really?
No. It's like 30 minutes, or not 30 like seconds long.
Well, yeah, that's still a lot. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, friends online. It's automatically going back to offline. What is this? Look at this. Do you see this, guys? See, I'm clicking online, and then it just goes right back to offline. All right, I'm going to go offline, restart in offline mode. I'm just going to do that, and then we're going to reboot it. I'm still here, Noah. Oh, he said it. Oh, okay. I I thought you were talking about someone else.
Oh.
Okay. I see. All right, guys. I'm gonna.
That was a real.
Let's see what they're saying.
All right, we've got
now.
some new information coming in. Let's look at Minnesota, where it's too early to call. But
too early to call in Minnesota, guys.
As Biden leading in Minnesota.
All right,
okay, now go online, restart and go online.
Joe Biden will take New Hampshire, another northeast state going in his direction. Colorado, formerly red, then purple, now blue. Joe Biden takes Colorado.
Georgia looking for some of that Atlanta vote right now. That's too early to call. North Carolina is too close to call. Florida.
You're online now.
This is one we have been watching since early in the evening. An important lead,
I don't know
Trump
what
lead
That was weird.
right now in Florida, but we are still calling that one too close to call.
These are both a couple of races where we're being very cautious. In Arizona, it's too early to call. We await more vote, but Biden is leading there.
Michigan, too early right now.
Said to be waiting for a lot of mail-in vote in Michigan to be counted. In Texas, it's too early to call, but Trump has jumped out to a lead.
Guys.
In Texas and in
he's
Wisconsin,
also gonna win
it is
Wisconsin.
too early to call as well.
And Florida.
Let's look at Iowa. Too
and
early
Iowa.
to call.
Yeah, he's going to win Iowa.
Montana, too early as well.
All right, let's roll
And
onto Nevada.
Montana.
That one is
Montana.
too early to call as well. So let's see where it all lands in the map and the road to 270. We're starting.
Yeah,
to
can
fill it
do,
out.
can
Let's
do.
see.
I can't add you.
And so far, again, I don't think we've had any big shockers yet. We're still fighting over the battlegrounds, and it may get that way until the wee hours of the morning.
We've got another Senate race.
The wee hours of the morning, you
Yeah,
say,
battlegrounds
guys.
are battlegrounds.
A Senate race we can tell you about. Mark Warner.
The
the
wee
Democrat
hours of
will
the
hold on to a
morning.
seat in Virginia.
That was expected, so let's put up the map and see. Pretty shot of the United States Capitol, and it remains divided. We'll see how it all shakes out, but it may be a while because we got a couple of Georgia races going to runoffs now. And in the House, we have projected here at NBC that the Democrats will retain control. Question is whether they will gain or lose seats.
The Republicans
Start
being
her
above
up.
200. I talked to a Republican official about this.
Do it.
Over the weekend. Who
You're not
said,
gonna like this one.
gosh, we just hope to be at 185.
All right, guys.
190
So
House seats.
you've never
If they're
seen me
anything
play this game
200
before. It's
plus,
called
this is
Granny
gravy for
Simulator.
them.
The objective
Look,
of the game.
Tonight's election, I mean, this does feel a lot like, to me, like 2000, 2004. Meaning very...
I'm sure I'm going to take my medication today.
The heck? Granny, are you okay?
I don't know. I can't do a good impression. No.
Granny? I'm lagging a little bit. This is not good. Granny, I don't feel so well. I'm kind of lagging.
Oh no. Oh no. No.
Granny?
I can't do a high voice at all.
Granny, what's going on? Are you constipated again? Granny, you were supposed to take your constipation pills.
Constipated? I
Yeah,
heard
you're constipated.
No.
Yeah. Don't lie to the viewers.
Eat.
Oh snap.
Oh, hello. Oh.
No! Get out of here! Oh,
why did I jump? I just jumped after you hit me.
You know what? You know, Grandpa was always ashamed of you. You know that? That's why I had to defend the house. Because Grandpa knew.
No.
Grandpa knew you were always bad.
Grandpa is under this, what's it called? Under the earth, you know.
Oh, jeez! No! How did you grab me from there? Oh gosh! Help!
You think I'm short? You think I'm gonna let you take your way? Where'd you go? I have your hand. I have your hand.
Screw you, Granny.
Where'd you go? You know, I just need some flesh from your body. Oh.
Get out of here!
No. I'm on fire. The wall is on fire. Oh, never mind. You're so dark.
That's racist.
No, I meant like you blend in with the darkness because you're a ninja suit.
Okay.
Where'd you go? You're like a little poop in the toilet that you cannot pick out.
What the heck? A little poop in the toilet?
I don't know. You should relate.
I should relate? What does that mean?
Where'd you even go? What the heck?
I'm in the kitchen.
Oh.
What? No! What the heck?
Get wrecked.
Ow! Granny! Let me live.
Okay.
What the heck are you doing? Water!
Where'd you go?
What do you mean? Where did it go? What happened? Whoa! Hey, you lagged! You lagged! You lagged!
No, I did not lag.
Yes, you did!
No, you were lagging.
No! Stream saw that. Stream definitely saw that. What was that?
No, I'll look at your stream right now.
Look at it! It was crazy!
I can see myself at the door.
Uh-huh.
And then I walk inside.
No, you don't simply walk inside, you literally glitch.
This game is laggy. For my screen, it just didn't show you. Like I didn't teleport anything. I think you're lagging. You're probably lagging.
Oh, that was scary, man.
Off right there. We want to live in this moment. This is Wilmington, Delaware.
Okay.
Joe Biden about to come out and address his supporters.
You're gonna be granny or grandson?
Alright. I'll be grandson again. I want a rematch.
But
Alright, 1 second, guys. Joe Biden's gonna speak. Let's see what he has to say real quick.
Okay.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
I don't see him winning, man. Look at all the red states.
Vote and the mail-in vote. That's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient.
Yeah, the in-mail voting will be
work of tallying votes is finished.
Stupid. Like,
and it ain't over
that could
until
be
every
rigged
vote
right
is
there,
counted.
which is scary.
Every ballot is counted.
It can be scary.
But we're
Look how
feeling
worried
good.
he looked there.
We're feeling
Did you
good
see
about
that,
where we
guys?
are.
He looks like
We
the
believe
sun.
one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota.
Granny simulator,
And we're
but male
still in the
version.
game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
Nah.
But talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Joe Biden cheering up his supporters, a little pep talk, and what's now really become a game of expectations, I think, where we're at this point where both candidates trying to set the expectations as to where we're going next. Let's go to Kristen Welker at Biden headquarters. Talk about the timing of this. And,
all right, guys.
I wanted to give him a chance.
All right. Back to the game. You ready, DA? Hello?
that there is going to be a path ahead, that some of these votes are still being counted. He said we might not know the results until tomorrow, and of course, it could be even after that. And so this was a way for the vice president to get out in front on the messaging. And remember...
All right, guys, here we go.
Bet.
Rematch.
You're gonna lose.
No, that was just a warm-up. That was just a warm-up. Now, since I know what I'm doing, you know, like, I'll win.
Okay.
How I'm gonna win here is how Trump's gonna win, okay?
Uh-huh.
Why did you eat your pill, huh? I told you not to eat your... Oh, crap.
Haha.
Why is there blood on the table down here? What did you do?
I fell on it.
Did you hurt your back, Grandma? Huh?
Oh.
Did you hurt your back? That little old back of yours. I know how rough it could be. You know. Sorry to hear that.
London.
Oh snap! No! 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 Oh. Dang it!
Yeah.
No! No! Ow! My arm! Please! Oh my gosh!
Oh, I just jumped out. You blending so well. What? Oh.
Goodbye, DA.
No, you get back here. Get back here right now. Or else you won't die. Yeah.
Oh. DA, where are you?
I don't even know where you went. Whoa.
What?
I was walking up the stairs, or I was, and then I just launched up. Good thing I'm not on the stairs anymore.
No!
You
Dang it! Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh.
How are you gonna win? How to go upstairs? I'm gonna go upstairs. Screw this.
Dang it, I don't know where the last box is. I swear if it's upstairs.
Oh crap. Oh my gosh, no. Bro, oh my, I'm on the floor on the top floor.
You little punk!
You did this to me too.
What? No! Dang it!
You're gonna have to run for it.
What? I can't open the gate! I couldn't open the gate! What was that? Oh, I need the key! I'm so dumb, man. I'm so dumb. I forgot the key. Wow.
Haha, you thought you were gonna win, huh? Too good. I'm too good.
Alright. You know what? I'll be the granny and I'm gonna end you.
Oh. Oh, oops. I'm gonna beat you.
I will.
Oh, I forgot. Uh-huh.
Hello, Sonny. It's time for school. I think you left you need to get ready for school, grandson. Oh man, I'm falling. I can't get up. Oh man. It just hurts me. My old bones can't support me anymore. We'll play Among Us in a little bit, guys. Don't worry. I'm feeling kind of good.
You can't hurt me. Oh my god. You are so rude. What? Oh, what? Did you like booty cheeks somehow like not deflect? I mean deflect it.
Oh!
You get your face back there. can't get me.
What the? Where? The heck? Oh, grandson.
But you can't get me in the green bedroom. Oh my god. Of course you got help.
Oh! Where even are you? Oh, it hurts.
What? You can have the spray?
It wasn't a spray, it was just me farting. I pass gas a lot.
Oh my gosh. Why are you here?
Come out wherever you are.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna have so much stuff.
Where are you?
Oh my god. You just kicked the crap out of me. Wow.
Oh. Yes!
Oh my gosh. You caught me when I was done.
Oh, human flesh tastes so well. No! Got you!
Oh. Hey, 2 out of 1.
2 out of 1. Oh yeah, yeah. True. Alright.
We're gonna have one last game.
We'll play 2 more games. Depends.
Also explains why the White House
examples of places where the
Same
suburbs
level.
moved decisively
Same level?
for them. If
Do you
their
want the same
advantage
level,
spreads
or-
out farther
Let's do a different level.
across the
Let's
map,
do
that
second
is going
level
to
or
make it
something.
a lot easier for them to make the case
Bet.
that it is very clear who
Right.
is the winner of this election. And to your point, Savannah, I think that's part of why you're seeing the president and his team be so pugnacious, frankly, about trying to make sure that these kinds of things do not get out.
Oh my god, it's so dark. Oh, where's that lead?
Yeah, it is very dark.
Hell yeah.
Wee-hee. Wahoo! What?
Got you.
You shocked me from way over there. That
I'm
thing's like
so
more of a
good.
sniper than anything. What? I wasn't even bothering you yet. But instead, you would like a thing in your face.
What up? I'm too good with the granny things.
Yeah, you laugh now. You won't be
No, I
laughing
don't.
soon.
I don't get why granny just keeps the
What?
spear impaled.
That was weird. Goodbye. I need more keys. Stop closing that door.
Okay.
Who do you think you are?
Oh my. Where'd you go? Where are you? You're gone. You just shoot, hit me, and then just disappear. I don't even know. Oh. Oh.
Not as good as the taser. I had to be
so-
looking at you for that one. Oh.
You hit the counter.
I hit the capsule?
Counter.
Oh, I thought you said
Well,
the capsule for like...
No. Oh. Bye.
Goodbye, what do you mean? Where are you going?
I'm inside. What do you mean? How did you not get hit by? How?
I don't know, but... BOW! Oh my gosh, you're on the roof!
Oh, you go on the roof.
I can't believe I blasted you to the roof. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. Oh crap.
You hit my lantern.
Alright. Dang it. How did I fall on the steps? What is that?
You freaking mean thing. You're lucky it started with London Wall.
Oh yeah.
To no.
Goodbye.
Oh my god. Would you? Oh my god. No.
Yoink! Oh my gosh! Out the window!
Oh my god.
Out the freaking window! Oh, that was gold. That was golden.
Wow.
That was funny, I'm not gonna lie.
How am I not dead?
That
Oh
was funny.
my gosh. You're gonna kill me.
And yoink. What?
You missed.
And yoink.
You got lucky that round. You
That was
somehow
that was fun. That was a fun match.
missed. I missed
Oh,
the
Ohio.
most
He's yeah. Oh, that's the projected winner. Never mind. I thought he won Ohio. But he is leading in those states.
Okay. This is the decided match. 2 out of 2.
All right.
Fight me.
Are you? Am I Granny this time?
You want to be Granny?
Well, it depends. I mean, doesn't matter. What do you want to be?
Well, I'll be Granny, I guess.
You'll be Granny?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will show you my skills this time because now it's bright. I remind God. That was wild.
Oh, Granny. Yes, we will get to
No,
Among
you
Us,
don't
guys.
really-
Don't worry.
You don't already have something, do you?
Dang it! What? Through the door. Jonathan, no spamming, please, in chat.
Too good for you.
I can't believe I blasted you to the roof that one time, though.
Me neither.
That was really funny.
I'm so good with the taser.
Oh, DA.
You made me run around my taser.
Dang it! What?
You like been so.
What?
Yeet.
You didn't eat me very far. I'm still getting my keys. Screw you.
Some biscuits, okay?
Hey, how dare you take your medicine? You know, I don't like you when you take your medicine. You know that? Oh!
You were saying?
I don't like it when you take your medicine, DA.
automatically on you or me to me? You piece. I'm glitching out. I'm breakdancing on the floor. I think I'm stuck.
I'll help you. What? No. Oh, are you stuck on the lamp?
No.
Yes. Kick me that way. Yes. Oh, I was hoping you would kick me further. I actually need to go that way. Because I have a nice surprise for you over here, DA. Nice surprise.
Disappeared. You like disappeared.
I disappeared like the Dark Knight.
Wait. It was like no energy to kick him. Like wait.
I can't believe you went flying again. Oh, I love that. I love it so much. Oh, you're lucky.
Did you really think I could let you?
Oh! How dare you break your own door? Oh! Oh!
No, wait.
Yes!
Oh my god. You weren't that smart, right? Oh, never mind.
Thank you for the keys, DA.
Well, I have this. Thank you for my message. Do you know what else is in this room?
Yeah, you have a lot of tasers in this room.
Yeah.
I saw it. I saw it.
Children do not move. Go.
Surprise! Oh, dang it! I was gonna say surprise.
Into your fire. I saw your fire.
You saw my fire.
Yeah. It's like Haven. You're so. I would have done you again too.
Oh. Dang it!
Yeah, I'm gonna die again.
Any last words, DA? DA, any last words?
You hit me as soon as you said last words. You're lucky. You're lucky. Your skin blends in with the night. You're so lucky.
Alright. Hey, look, Donald Trump's leading. Hey, let's go.
GG.
Alright, yeah, GG. It was fun. It was fun.
Yep.
I always love. I like that game. It's a very fun game.
We need 4 people.
Can't speak.
President could pick
Next
up, and in
game, I
that
guess.
scenario.
Those 6 states that both campaigns spent money in and fought in all year long.
All right, guys.
The story of the last 7 days was Georgia.
We can play some.
There was
Among
people
Us,
who fantasized about Texas, including me, about whether all the early vote meant something was changing in Texas. There were good theories of the case, and you explored all these second-tier battleground states. But in Georgia, there was something really was going on, and you could see the Biden campaign went in there late.
Something was really
they spent
going on
money
in
there
Georgia.
late. Barack Obama did his penultimate event of the campaign in Atlanta. This was a state that
Hey,
looked,
Nevada. We're leading in Nevada. Donald Trump.
On both
Let's
sides,
go.
I will say, not just Democrats but Republicans.
Dude, if we
Joe
win
Biden
Nevada,
would have a
Georgia,
better chance
and
at
all
taking
these
Georgia
states
than
that's
taking
red right
Florida.
now,
And as we sit here now,
like,
that piece of
we
conventional
win.
wisdom is proven true. Donald Trump was stronger in Florida in 2020 than he was in 2016, and it is still the case that Joe Biden could win Georgia, and NBC News has been smart.
Yeah,
to
everybody's
not
talking about
do
if
what some
Donald,
others did
if
earlier this
he,
evening
if,
and looked at some of that early return and
Joe
said,
Biden
oh,
wins
Georgia's going to go to Donald
they
Trump.
win.
We're seeing that right
But the thing is,
the
they
longer this
won't
night
win
goes on, the
Georgia.
better that state looks for Joe Biden. That's not to say he's going to win it, but he's still in it. And we might not know about
he's
that
still
one,
in it,
just
but
like
he's
we're not
probably
going to
not
know
gonna win.
possibly about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania for at least another 24 hours, maybe longer.
Speaking of, we've also held our fire on Arizona because we're awaiting vote there. And Doug Ducey, who is the governor of Arizona, tweeted a little earlier this evening, it's far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes are not fully reported. And we haven't even started to count early ballots that were dropped off at the polls. In Arizona, we protected Election Day. Let's count the votes, all the votes, before making declarations. So interesting to see. It looks like it's going to be a pause in Arizona, potentially no call tonight. But the governor there indicating not only are they counting Election Day votes, but when people brought their early ballots straight to the polls, that they still need to count those as well.
John, thanks very much. Good to talk to you. We're going to take a break. Be back with more of Decision 2020 election night coverage after this short break.
Yeah, I think Trump has it. I think Trump has it in the bag. All right, guys. Lego. Someone's fake Trump. Who's the fake Trump guy? Guess we can set it on public now. Since everybody's in here. Guys, it's almost been a 5-hour stream. Let's go.
Welcome back to NBC News Election Night coverage 2020.
Hey, it is election
a lot
night,
of things in play
and
right now.
also
We're still
I've been
waiting on some
streaming
big
for 5
battleground
hours,
states,
watching
but a lot
the
of
election
different possibilities
with
beginning to open up.
my
Let's
boys.
go first to
We
Chuck,
playing
who's
Among
looking at
Us,
some of those
Roblox,
possibilities.
Yeah,
Granny
let's go.
Simulator.
We just want to keep
we playing
checking in.
all
I mean,
sorts
I think
of games.
that's,
Jackbox.
I know where everybody else is. We're down. I feel
here's
like
everybody.
we've
Here's
got
the
this
chat.
down to
we have the
it's
election.
right where we said it was going to be.
Trump is
Focus on the
leading right
battleground
now.
states we
He's
told you
gonna,
they were
he's
going to
gonna
be,
win.
right?
Let's
These-
do this.
these
Trump
three,
2020.
Wisconsin,
Let's go.
Michigan and
Woo!
Pennsylvania. Let's just get a check in here.
Yeah.
This is just incremental, as you can see. And again, it's almost all today's vote. Very little coming in. Let's just check to see how we're doing. Still nothing new out of Philadelphia, Andrea. We're sitting at the same number we were a half hour ago. So we got
all
nothing
right,
there.
guys.
Let's go to Michigan to see how things coming. I can tell you that Dante Cini, who is a Michigan native, our data guy, he's looked in here and he doesn't see things that look great for Trump in what's come in, which means that this could be when everything comes in. This is
Posted
why
that on my
there's
story.
a lot of bullishness
all right,
among
we
Democrats that when the early vote, and again, we've barely touched the early vote here, as you can see. Yellow is today's vote. The orange is when we get that. We know Michigan, the Michigan Secretary of State told me this. It was going to be 2 to 3 days, period, on Michigan. But the modeling right now does still favor Biden, for what it's worth, on that front. And I know everybody's thinking polls, modeling. I'm not believing any of this stuff. I get it. But I'm just letting you know what our data says at this point. And if you've seen here, and this is, again, Wisconsin's another one why Democrats are bullish that they're going to, that when we get the early vote and the mail-in vote all to come in, that they're going to overcome this difference. And really, the big area is going to be
Milwaukee. Here we go.
That's going to be a huge dump, and we expect that vote between 4 and 7. But as you can see here, this is really narrowed. We're down to 4 percentage points. So it doesn't look like Donald Trump has enough same-day vote to build the pad there. And of course, there's Georgia. Let's just see if we've gotten any new vote. A little bit, but not much. We're still waiting for most of that Atlanta vote. So there's your update right now. We're going to be crawling, maybe bundles of votes at a time here for a little bit.
And Andrea, and I'll ask you, Chuck, as well. If we're truly in a situation where we're waiting for Thursday for some of these results, tell me what it's going to look like between now and that period in terms of what we're hearing from the candidates, how people are processing.
Look, Joe Biden got out there tonight because he was trying to win the perception battle, because it is taking longer. You know that they wanted to get a vote out of Georgia. They wanted to bag Georgia and North Carolina. They didn't think they could get Florida, but they wanted a different path than waiting, because they knew they'd have to wait days for the early vote from the 3 Rust Belt states. And so they really wanted to get it in before Pennsylvania, because they knew what the president would do, and he went ahead and tweeted.
Sus.
Flagged that tweet, said it was not accurate.
Just because I said I'm
talk about a rigged or stolen election when there are millions of votes still not counted. You just don't have the early vote. We've had an unprecedented election with so much early vote, and it's got to be counted.
Nebraska.
We have just called Nebraska 2 and Nebraska 1, which means. And it is not going to be solid red. I am curious to see how we do this. I don't think I'm supposed to make this change here. We'll get it back here in the map. You'll see. But we have called Nebraska 2 for Joe Biden, so he will get one more in here. And again,
all right, we're going to just pause briefly here, Chuck, for some stations to bring you local results as Decision 2020 election coverage continues on NBC.
Oh. No! I died. Alright. I do the thing.
This electoral vote, which we know Nebraska splits up, so that's one. It's an important one. And again, look, Rich Lowry was first to point this out. This does add, especially if Arizona and Nevada end up both blue. This means the president needs 2 of his 3 from the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. He can't just do this with Michigan. If indeed Arizona is headed in blue, Nevada's blue, and Minnesota stays the way it is. So that's what that Nebraska electoral vote does. It sort of adds one more hurdle to the president.
Yeah, I mean, Casey, the way it would shake out is, and this is where it gets interesting, because if Michigan and Wisconsin go for Biden, Arizona goes for Biden, and now you add that one little congressional district in Nebraska, then suddenly the Democrats don't need Pennsylvania. So I think that is why so much effort actually was focused on a single congressional district in Omaha, Nebraska.
Yeah, it's really remarkable. It could be the little electoral college vote that could for so many Democrats who, frankly, want a few more hours of sleep after a very long campaign, because you're exactly right, and Chuck laid out the math there. This sort of 269 to 269 2020 nightmare scenario really only plays out when you have that Nebraska vote going to Donald Trump, and we have just called it for Joe Biden. And that, as you outline, means that if Biden does well in Michigan and Wisconsin, as currently my sources are still expecting, and Chuck walked through the data there with the caveats that we've had a lot of data that was wrong tonight. But what that does is it means that if there is a prolonged fight over ballots in Pennsylvania, and if there are these legal battles through the courts about counting ballots, et cetera, we may not have to know the answer to that in order to know who has won the White House in the Electoral College. Now, obviously, we are projecting out a lot here at, what time is it, 1:28 in the morning on Wednesday. We still, I think, do not know what we're going to say on the Today Show tomorrow, Savannah.
I think briefly we want to mention that, where are we? Georgia now is too close to call. It's a new characterization.
Too close to call. All right, so we'll continue to keep our eye on that. Votes still being counted at this hour. We await decisions. We're going to take a brief pause here, let some of our stations rejoin our coverage. Let's pause for just a moment.
All right, welcome back to our 2020 election night / wee hours of the morning coverage. We want to show you where we're at right now. I mentioned just a moment ago
I want to end the stream.
In the Georgia presidential race, it's too close to call now. That's one we've been watching carefully, waiting for a lot of votes to come in from the Atlanta area. Pennsylvania, too early right now.
All right, let's go to the upper Midwest. Minnesota, too early to call, but our projection is that Biden has a lead there. Arizona, same story, too early to call, but Biden does have a lead.
We're looking at North Carolina, but watching that closely for quite a while now. Too close to call. Maine, too early. Biden leads in Maine, however.
All right, let's go to Michigan. There's a state that we're not going to get the vote all counted up for a couple of days. Too early to call. Wisconsin, same story. Too early to call, and we're awaiting votes in Milwaukee area, among others.
Waiting for votes in Nevada. Too early to call in Nevada. Let's show you where we stand right now in the electoral tally. In the road to 270, Donald Trump with 213, Biden with 210. One of them needs 270.
By the way, I just wanted to show you guys how that worked. I did Casey's calculation so we could show her work there. And as you can see, there is a right at the number. We had to make sure we call Hawaii. That assumes Hawaii votes Democratic, as we do here. But Nevada, Arizona, if they hang on to that, then Democrats can do this without Pennsylvania or North Carolina or Georgia. Or you look at it the other way, the president can win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and he's too short. And he'd be 2 electoral votes short at this point. But you talked about Georgia, and that ultimately, I think we need to go back there.
We heard that. We got to see
if Mr. Howman's report there about the water main break, how much that's going to. You know what? I think he's right, because this has been sitting at 87% for the last 20 minutes. So I'm not going to bother coming back in. We've been sitting at 236,000 spread. I think it is time to find out if our friends in Georgia have decided to go to bed tonight, or whether they're going to keep counting vote and delivering it.
Okay, the assignment has been handed out. What about Nevada? Are we going to get any numbers from Nevada tonight?
Yeah, I know we kept threatening to put our man John Ralston on the air, and John
Ashley
Ralston has done the math.
Huh?
He will tell you that, you know, the way Nevada works, we don't have much, look, 7%. But Nevada is basically, arguably, a 2-county state. You know, I'm going to mispronounce Washoe County. I always do, and my apologies, Mr. Ralston. That's where Reno is. Clark County, where Vegas is, basically
Yeah,
are the population centers. Democrats run up the score here. Republicans want to. This has they got to basically match the Democrats there, and then roar big time in here. I think the only way the president actually wins this is if his overperformance with Latinos in Florida translates to Clark County and Las Vegas.
Okay. We want to bring in Democratic Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania, who knows the state inside and out, also spoke to former Vice President Biden tonight. What did he say to you? We've got reports, Senator Casey, that he was calling and saying, hey, where are the votes? How come we haven't seen the votes come in yet in some of these key counties for the Democrats?
No, we had a good conversation. He was just checking in about a little more than an hour ago. And I was telling him what I knew, which wasn't a lot in the blue counties. I was expressing real frustration we didn't have more numbers. But he was very patient and upbeat, and so am I. He's going to win Pennsylvania. It's going to be close. It's going to be a long count, but he's going to win.
So what is your assessment of the way the votes are coming in right now?
Well, because you have so many mail-in ballots in the blue counties, the 4 big suburban Philadelphia counties and Philadelphia itself and Allegheny County, those numbers aren't tabulated yet. And the president's smaller rural counties that he's done really well in have reported a lot more. But even in those counties, Joe Biden's been shaving off some numbers by getting more of a vote because you're not getting as much of a third-party vote. So the raw vote for Joe Biden's better in a lot of counties than it was in 16. And then the suburban Philadelphia vote is going to be monumental. And I think Allegheny County is going to be a lot better than 16.
The lights are going out again.
It'll be close, and it might take a while to get to the final number, but maybe by sometime in the morning we'll know more about those bigger population counties.
Well, we want to. This is the hour of the morning when we get a little nerdy here. So let's get to Erie County, which can be a bellwether. The president was up there, seeing Erie voters. Trump won that in 2016 by 2. Obama won it big in 08 and 12. So it feels like one of those counties that swings. What are you hearing?
Well, I haven't seen a final number there yet, but I think it's like a lot of places. I think he's going to be able to shave down margins. But I think in the end, this is an election now that will come down to one market and a half. In other words, half of the Pittsburgh market and half in the whole Philadelphia college market. When President Obama won the state in 2012, he won by 5. Compared to only 2 markets. The big Philly market, more than 40%.
Senator, I'm going to interrupt you just for a brief second, if you please, because we've got a call in Minnesota. NBC News projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Minnesota 10 electoral votes. And Senator, I'll let you react to that if you'd like.
That's great.
There's a reaction.
Another win.
All right, good talking to you.
Thank you very much.
All right, be well.
Thank you, Senator. Well, that was interesting because remember we had heard from Jason Miller, the Trump campaign chair or advisor earlier, that he felt that Minnesota could be in play for President Trump. NBC now.
Look, he gave us numbers that look like they're closer to right in North Carolina, but his Minnesota projection was pretty off. 8-point win. Look, this was a state that I'm going to guess that this and you know it's funny as we're sorting out this night. The president is the one that may look around the map and go, boy, there were some missed opportunities. They talked about Minnesota. They didn't make a real campaign in Minnesota. They talked about Nevada. They didn't make a real campaign in Nevada. You start to look around. Look, we're experiencing a major realignment in this country, a political realignment where it's lopsided on the popular vote, but it's dead even in this electoral college. We have this sort of rural urban split that is real. It looks like suburban America may be moving, sort of 60% with the blue team, with the 40% maybe hanging with the red team. And that means we are living in a very polarized world right now.
Flip side of that, should Democrats have done more in Georgia?
Well, it's interesting. I had a former Democratic member of Congress send me an email earlier tonight and go, I want to know who the staffer was that thought it was a good idea to send Joe Biden to Iowa and Ohio yesterday for stops, when basically Joe Biden's losing Iowa and Ohio by a point less than Hillary Clinton did. So this it turns out that what everybody thought was happening in Iowa and Ohio, that this was a state that Donald Trump, that wasn't an outlier in 16, that it was moving. It's gotten confirmed tonight.
Just pointing out that Blaine Alexander is reporting from Atlanta that the officials there say they are still counting, that the water main is not stopping them from counting, and that the count goes on in Fulton County.
Let me bring Casey into the conversation. Casey, Joe Biden positioned himself as the responsible candidate, if I can use that term, of wearing the mask, not doing the big crowds. As these numbers get reported out, are we going to look at that different in terms of his inability to really get out there and shake the hands and do the ground stuff?
Well, it's a difficult calculation, Lester, because if you think about how this pandemic has played out and where many people thought the race stood back in January before we even knew that this pandemic was about to hit us, I think there were a lot of questions about whether any Democrat was going to be in a really competitive race with President Trump come the fall. And then we have been grappling ever since with a historic pandemic. So I think it depends on where you start your analysis in terms of how we think about it. But it's certainly true that there was a big difference in how these two candidates actually campaigned on the ground. And I know Republicans certainly are saying that their get out the vote efforts in places like Miami-Dade County in Florida made a real difference for them, especially in communities where, and we're still getting the data on first-time voters, but it's possible that President Trump actually benefited from first-time voters in a significant way that's not typical for Republican candidates. Typically, we would assume that it would be the Democratic candidate, just because that's kind of how it's played out in the past, who would benefit from voters who have never showed up to the polls before. And there may be some evidence that we're still sorting through that may not be the case. And I think there's some questions about whether having a more robust, even if it wasn't Joe Biden, the candidate himself, having more volunteers knocking on doors with their masks on. Now, Democrats will say those kind of tactics were unpopular with their voters, unpopular with independents who are concerned about the pandemic, didn't want a stranger knocking on their door, didn't want to go to a packed rally. And we may be seeing that cultural difference and that cultural shift play out. I mean, I think we've all come to experience that not only are people voting in these different ways, but they're experiencing and living in the pandemic in different ways. They're taking different steps. The codes of even etiquette, of wearing a mask, can be different depending on the community or place where you live. And we're seeing that start to line up with these trends. So it's really hard to know. And I think part of why, of course, some of this data may have been so wrong is because we've never done this before. We've never polled in a pandemic. We've never had early vote that was this massive. We simply don't know how voters have been motivated in something like this. So there's a lot of unknowns here, and we're only just really starting to sort through.
We're going to go to Hallie, but I think I want to quickly go back to Chuck, because I saw you flash some.
Well, we get excited when we finally get some returns in, right? Well, you were complaining about Nevada, Savannah.
I was inquiring about Nevada.
All right. Well, look, we delivered. Nevada said, wait a minute, we got 74% of the vote in now. You know what that meant? Clark County came in. Okay, is what happens here. By the way, you want to see how how important it is. This is already 75% of the vote in. So this is.
Is that the kind of margin he needs to carry it?
Yeah. Let's take a look at the Hillary Clinton margin. As you can see, he's already above the percentage points that is necessary. The Hillary Clinton margin. Barack Obama won it by a greater margin. So you can see
I feel like he needs Nevada.
In the middle between Clinton and Obama,
but
both of
if
them
he doesn't win Nevada,
this is certainly
he needs Georgia and pretty much all the other states
to get him through. But look, you got to wait, and we got to wait and see. And again, I do think this is going to be one of those states, if it ends up a 2 or 3 point, that somebody in Team Trump's going to say, maybe we spent too much time in Arizona and not enough time in Nevada.
Let's go to Hallie Jackson, who's at the White House. I know we have been expecting to hear from the president. What's the latest on that?
The holding pattern on that for now, Savannah. The president will come out, as he often does, and speak when he wants to come out and speak. And right now, I have been getting indications of zero timing guidance. We had anticipated that maybe it was going to be a little bit earlier, based on some reporting from inside the room, where we are starting to get a sense of what the scene is like from attendees there. But for now, TBD on when the president will speak. Although he will at some point here in the wee hours of November 4th. Talking about some of the states that we're having a conversation about tonight. a couple of observations. Minnesota, I have to tell you, for months, I've been talking to people inside the Trump campaign, and they have been trying to push the idea that Minnesota was a state that was in play. That went away, I think, in the last 6 weeks or so, and kind of came back with a vengeance tonight with the comments from, for example, Jason Miller and others. That is a projection from the Trump camp that obviously turned out to be incorrect with our projection here tonight. It is a little bit of a sense of kind of the one that got away back in 2016 that they had been hoping to potentially capture, but as Chuck notes, didn't really put some of the resources there that they put into other states. Georgia, really interesting here. We have been talking, and our team here, myself, to a lot of people, and I can tell you that multiple sources that I've talked to just in the last couple of minutes are eyeballing that and pointing out how very, very close it looks. Obviously, Fulton, a lot of eyeballs on that. This was a state that they had been feeling, I think, optimistic about, not super confident about earlier in the day, but certainly not, terrible about. I did have one person say, hey, we're kind of cautiously optimistic about Georgia at this point moving in, but I don't know that anybody thought it was going to end up being as close as it turns out to be being at this point tonight. So I think that's a place where you're seeing a lot of focus right now and a lot of sort of waiting for some more of those numbers to come in. When you talk about the way that the Trump campaign has conducted its strategy in his last couple of weeks. And Lester, this speaks to the point that you were making before about, frankly, campaigning in a pandemic and an election happening in the middle of a, once in a generation, once in a lifetime pandemic here. The Trump campaign came under a lot of fire repeatedly, frankly, from people who were concerned that folks were showing up at rallies, not social distancing at all. Very sparse mask wearing. I was just in North Carolina just in 24 hours, 36 hours ago, and saw the same thing in Fayetteville. Not a lot of people in masks, despite coronavirus cases spiking in some of these states. That all said, the Trump campaign continued to hold those events because, in large part, they thought it really helped them with the rocket, with the get out the vote effort. They talked about the voter registration, the sort of push that they were doing with people who were coming to Trump rallies, including, according to their data, a number of people who had not shown up to rallies before and maybe hadn't voted before as well. So they...
Whoa, what happened to the stream?
I think there is some interesting information coming in, at least from what we're hearing from sources regarding seniors, and we know that seniors, suburban women, some other demographic groups have been moving away from President Trump, according to early polling. There are some indications that the Trump campaign is feeling more confident about those numbers in particular as we sort of wait for some of these outstanding, really important states to come through.
All right, Hallie, thanks.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll check in with Georgia, actually, because we did get a few more votes in. Our Decision 2020 election night coverage rolls on. Today, we're glad to have.
All right, let's find out. I wanna. Nevada is leading more for Joe Biden, just a tiny bit though. Arizona and Nevada. See, Trump needs to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia to win it. Like, Joe Biden can have Maine, Arizona, and Nevada. I don't care. But like, here, let's take out the calculator. So Trump has 113 electoral votes right now. Electoral votes. Goodness. Okay, so that's plus 16. That'd bring him up to 229 if he wins Georgia. If he wins North Carolina, he goes up to 15 points. That's 244. If he wins Pennsylvania, that's a... Actually, let's skip Pennsylvania right now. Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes. Michigan, 16. That is exactly 270. So, like, he doesn't even have to win Pennsylvania in order to win. All he has to do is win Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, and Georgia, and then he wins the presidential election. Now let's say he wins Pennsylvania also, right? Pennsylvania is 20, so he wins at 290. Now Joe Biden, on the other hand, let's calculate Joe Biden's. If he wins Nevada, we'll give him 6. That brings him up to 230. Let's give him Arizona. Arizona is leading towards him. That leads him to 241. And the other close one is Maine. And he's only at 245. So what I'm seeing right now is a Trump victory. So that's what I'm seeing. So, because Trump hits 270 if he wins Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, and Georgia. He already won. Now Joe Biden, if he wins Nevada and Arizona and Maine, he's still how many short? Okay, let's see. 245 minus 270. 25. He's 25 electoral votes short. So, now, so Joe Biden, in order for him to win, he needs Nevada, Arizona, Maine, and either Wisconsin and another state in order to win. Trump has it in the bag. Sorry guys, just wanted to make it clear, but yeah, Trump won. I mean, I'm not celebrating early, because it's still too hard to tell. The in-mail voting can change things too, so I'm not gonna celebrate early. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. All right.
Points that maybe we weren't so much of a swing state anymore. The race was actually not as close. The Republicans made up a lot of ground on election day. But listen, I thought that Biden had done what he needed to do. The Democrats had done what they always do here in Nevada.
Let's get to 10
as you know, Casey, which
people,
is
and
they
then we'll
build
start
up
a new game.
whole bunch of votes in early voting, and then the Republicans just don't
Trump,
have enough
let's
on
go,
election
Jay.
day to catch up. They had a big lead in
Trump
Clark County, which is Las Vegas,
the Trump
and
train.
Washoe County, which
I think Trump will win it. I really do.
Is northern Nevada with Reno.
He's
done
really well, and
you know, swing part of the Nevada
he's
is now,
in
Casey.
the lead.
And Biden is up by 14,000
it says 220
votes
and
in Washoe
Trump
County
213,
right now in the
but
first returns,
he
and
is
those
leading.
first returns are a substantial part of the vote, maybe 70%. Excuse me. And so Clinton won there by 2,700 votes. Biden's up by 14,000. He's up by about 74,000 in Clark County, and he's down by 30,000 or so.
I don't think he's going to win Nevada.
So they're hitting their marks. We just don't know
there's a chance,
what the rest of the votes are going to hold, Casey.
He will.
So, John, one thing I think we've all been thinking about is obviously how hard hit Nevada's economy
if Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's pretty much over.
The tourism industry, tourists not coming to Las Vegas. How much do you think that's impacting the vote tonight? And is that benefiting Donald Trump at all because he's focused so much on opening things back up?
That's a great question, Casey, and it's one of the strategies that the Republicans have used here is to say, listen, Donald Trump wants to open up the country, open up the state. The governor, who is a Democrat, Steve Sisolak, has shut down the state. This is their argument. He has caused the economic havoc, not Donald Trump. They've essentially tried to substitute the Democratic governor for Joe Biden here in the state and run against him as much as they've run against Joe Biden. Now, the governor's numbers have suffered during the pandemic. There's no question about it. But every poll that I've seen, Casey, shows Trump running behind Sisolak in terms of handling the coronavirus. But people are upset here, Casey. You know, the economy is just essentially based on one industry. That industry, the casino industry, has been crushed. You have tens of thousands of people who can't get their unemployment checks, and so they're mad, they're angry. And so if they think the Democratic governor is to blame and conflate him with Joe Biden, that is why I think a lot of Republicans thought that Trump could win this state.
All right, John Ralston, thank you very much for your insights. Always the first person we want to call when we have questions about Nevada.
Jed, let's do it.
Savannah,
Trump
it seems the top
man.
line there that while there are a lot of folks watching Nevada closely, and it was, as Ralston pointed out, something that the President Trump's campaign hoped they could put into play. Right now, Joe Biden really actually a little bit out ahead of where Hillary Clinton was when she won in 2016.
All right. Well, I've been asking about Nevada. You scratched that itch. Casey, thank you so much. We got a lot more to come. Our election night coverage continues in just a moment.
More chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help.
Ah, bless me. No! Mr. Cheese, I love cheese. How could he die? Oh, he was an imposter though. Rip. Excuse me? Oh man. Who died? Oh, nobody left. Oh.
Too early to call there. This is an interesting race. And we'll see how it shakes out. But here's the Senate at this hour. Let's see where it's all landing. Oh, 46 to 46, so all tied up. And remember, Democrats who were hoping early in the night to regain control of the Senate would have had to net out plus 3 seats if Joe Biden wins the White House. So there's still a lot of ifs and buts about that. So
I'll tell you, I had North Carolina, Iowa, Montana, those 3 Senate seats. In my head, the party that wins 2 of those 3 probably had a straighter shot to the majority. And right now, we've called 1. And we're waiting on Montana Senate. We're waiting on North Carolina Senate. I just want to take you to Georgia presidential here. As you can see, the margin's down to just 118,000. And we are in the stage where we're getting all sorts of, let me tell you something about Dougherty County here. For instance, there's a massive amount of vote missing, 30,000 votes. So when I said there was going to be we thought it was all Atlanta, but we're in that stage where it's going to be, hey, Dougherty County, this is where Albany State University is. It's an historically black university. There's a whole bunch of vote here that we expect to end up being good for Biden. As you can see, this is a good district for him. So a good county. It was a good county for Hillary Clinton. So look, let me go back to the statewide split here. That 118, there is plenty of vote here. There's plenty of extraneous vote there. The president doesn't have a lot of vote remaining. There's a few of these rural counties have a little bit here, but I'll tell you right now, Georgia.
I know, a little intense.
This looks like a race that I think it ain't going to get called tonight. My guess is we're going to have to wait to see what kind of extraneous ballots show up tomorrow.
What put Georgia on the map in this situation? I mean, earlier in the campaign, no one was talking about Georgia as.
Yeah, it's first of all, it's right
there.
Oh,
dang, they voted me off. No.
I had a Republican strategist say what's happening in the Atlanta suburbs. And by the way, we saw this. You know, in many ways, Georgia has been on the president's mind from the get-go. What was the very first special election in the President Trump, in the era of President Trump? Georgia's 6 in this Atlanta suburb. They didn't win. John Ossoff, who's been running for office the entire time that Trump's been
Jonathan,
president,
he was that nominee. We should have sabotaged, man. You kept closing doors,
but at the time, the loss, a lot of Democrats said, hey, there's something happening in the suburbs.
Or was that you? I don't even know.
Well, we know what happened in 2018 in the suburbs. And now that's what's going
on
here. And by the way, Stacey Abrams.
Oh yeah, cheese.
Her organization has been nonstop in the state of Georgia since her loss in that governor's race. She deserves some credit
was
here
like
for making
sabotaging me by sabotaging.
We are expecting a word from President Trump in just a few minutes, actually any minute now. So for those of you in the Pacific time zone, your local news is next. For everybody else, let's take a brief pause right here. Our Decision 2020 election night coverage continues right here on NBC after this brief break.
Oh, is Donald Trump going to speak?
Than ever.
I wonder. Juju.
It is 2 a.m. in the East, and we are waiting to hear from President Trump, who we're told will be making some sort of statement here shortly, which, of course, we will carry. There's the podium all set up. Several hundred invited guests at the White House, where the president chose to spend this night watching returns, and he and along with the rest of the country watching kind of an odd-paced election night here, with a lot of cliffhangers in places that some people may not have expected, but nonetheless, we heard from Joe Biden earlier. He came out to keep his crowd in the game and note that there are still some states to be called here.
Yeah, absolutely. The East Room of the White House is the place where the president will address supporters. Hallie Jackson has been watching. She's right there in her position. Are you getting a sense of what the president might say?
Well, we're getting a sense based, Savannah, and excuse me, I'll take out my AirPods as I was just on a source call there, that the president is going to be talking about this election based on what he's been tweeting about. Not many tweets tonight, but a couple just before we learned that he was going to be, or as we learned that he was going to be making remarks. It is likely that the president may air frankly, some grievances here. He has now been making claims that are false claims, essentially, about the idea that there is the potential for some kind of voter fraud or election theft tonight. That has been, by the way, those tweets slapped with warnings by both Twitter and now by Facebook to try to limit the spread of that. Keep in mind that there are still a lot of ballots, as we've been talking about, that legitimately have been cast and that legitimately will still need to be counted and tallied up. That is something that is just sort of a factual observation here. It's not political, although the president has, at least online, tried to make it political. I think what you'll hear from the president, based on conversations that we've been having, is the idea that they are going to be fighting on in this election. It is certainly not going to be a concession speech, I can tell you that. The president had no plans to deliver one. He had not drafted one. He said, we're going to see how the night goes, essentially. And here we are in the morning, just after 2 a.m. here.
Dang,
and
man.
I imagine that the president will try to encourage his supporters who are in the room to continue to sort of keep up the momentum. The states that we're watching, as we've talked about, Georgia, obviously those sort of blue wall states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, states where the president did well in 2016. I just want to note, as we're taking a look, so this is the East Room, the podium that is set up there. There are about, we think, 250 or so people that had been invited, 300, 400 invited, 250 who showed up, that have been spending some time in there, mingling, talking with each other, Trump cabinet officials, members of the president's family. It is unusual to see an election night event like this for a sitting president at the White House, but it is another example of the president mixing the official trappings of the office, if you will, with political campaign activities. Part of this is because, the president has a venue that he would likely be using in any other instance, as we've seen often through his administration, which is his hotel, the Trump Hotel, just down Pennsylvania Avenue. But there are restrictions in place because of the pandemic here in Washington.
What up,
jurisdictional
boys?
limits
Hey,
to how many
monkey,
people can
what's
get together,
going on?
mask
Man,
enforcement,
let's
etc.
go.
I can tell you that from what I've been told by sources,
Oh, crap,
the
it's
people
almost
inside the room
Spider-Man
where the
time,
president
isn't
is,
it?
the people at the
Holy
White House
heck.
tonight, did have to get COVID tests.
I
Those were
forgot
required
that's
for
coming out,
entry,
like,
essentially. But the president is going to be
like
speaking, obviously, in front of a
1 or
very
2 weeks
friendly
from now.
crowd.
Jeez.
I do wonder sort of what his energy levels are at this point. He has been on the road quite a bit over the last couple of days. Sources have told us
I'll be playing
that
it on the
he is
PS4
sounding,
though, guys.
a little bit
so
tired. You can hear it in his voice.
hopefully the
He had that
graphics
raspy
is
voice
just as
earlier in the
good.
day as we saw him making that visit to campaign
It won't be
headquarters.
just as
You can
good.
see some
It's
staffers
just
coming
like-
out. I caught a glimpse
hopefully
of
it's still
one
good,
of his
you know?
top advanced staffers
we haven't
approaching the
seen
podium
any
as well, which tells
PS4
me that we may be
gameplay
getting close
yet.
to hearing from President Trump. I do think, again, context and clarity is going to be important regarding anything the president says that may not be accurate as it relates to the vote count. Because remember, there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud, as many people inside the president's own administration have talked about. And we are still, across the country and in these key battleground states, very much still in the process of counting those legitimately cast ballots.
Hallie, let me ask you. You mentioned the president today went to say thank you to the folks at his campaign headquarters. I watched that live on MSNBC, and he sounded as melancholy and reflective as I can ever remember him hearing. And he talked about, winning is easy, but losing is really hard. Like it was something that was weighing on his mind. And it just kind of makes you wonder about what his expectations were of the evening. You're right. I'm sure he was tired. What a grueling schedule he kept down the stretch. But it was notable.
And I think the word that you used, Lester, just nailed it for me, too, because I picked up on the same thing, and that is reflective. The president was sort of, as he rarely, frankly, has done in this administration.
He complimented the press.
He complimented the press. He also looked inward and said, hey, losing isn't easy, at least not for me. And it was almost a wistful and nostalgic note that you picked up on.
Get the PS5 if you can. Actually,
I will say, on the campaign trail over the last maybe
I'm not
5
going
days
to
or
get the
so,
new generation
one of the things
consoles
that we've seen
yet.
at a couple of these rallies has been the president
I'm looking
saying something
forward
kind of
to
similar.
upgrading my
He says,
PC,
could you even believe
making
it if
better
if
content
I
for
lose,
you
if I
guys,
lost to
and
this
just
guy,
having
referencing,
stuff
of
run
course,
better.
former
So.
Vice President Joe Biden? It is a possibility that he has thought about and anticipated anticipated. And I, too, Lester, was struck by the president's sort of self-reflectiveness in that moment in front of his campaign staff.
And Hallie, as we wait here, we got our eyes on the East Room. We're awaiting the president, but, you know, especially anticipating if there are any claims about whether or not there are votes left to be counted. Chuck, you just got it from Allegheny County, which is
not just Allegheny. I actually have an update for you. This is from our affiliate, WPXI in Pittsburgh, great affiliate of ours out there. It's Allegheny, which is Pittsburgh, but also Beaver.
I just wanted him out here anyways.
Butler and Westmoreland. They've all stopped counting for the night. They've gone to
I knew
bed.
it wasn't him.
They
It's just
begin
it
the
was just
process
funny
at 10
just
o'clock tomorrow morning.
Just to see that. And what the
fold
heck?
out the ballots. This is what they've been doing. You know, taking the ballots out of the
from-
envelope, trying to stretch them out and counting them. It's a very labor-intensive process. But the point is, our friends in Western Pennsylvania, Andrea, they've decided to go to bed. We're not going to bed.
And
but
those
they've
are
gone.
those are Trump counties.
Not Allegheny.
Not Allegheny.
Not Allegheny.
Westmoreland,
That's the point.
Westmoreland and Beaver.
In Beaver, no doubt.
But in Pennsylvania, they couldn't even really start counting those ballots until the polls closed tonight.
But don't
at
forget, these
7
are all
o'clock.
mail ballots, so that is going to skew Biden even in your Beavers and your Washington.
But 7 counties said that they were not even going to look at them until tomorrow.
So the point is, no matter what we hear in the next few moments, there's a lot of vote to be counted yet. There's nothing funky going on about that. That's just the way it's going. And we
But
did
there
get
will
a
be
lot
some
of
incoming mail-in ballots in the next 3 days.
Yes, exactly. And there was a ruling in a Pennsylvania court case that said if it's postmarked November 3rd to the election day, it can arrive as late as Friday in Pennsylvania and still be counted.
And the Supreme Court upheld it.
Yes. Casey?
Yes, so I mean, Pennsylvania, I think it's important. It's so important to keep this in mind as we're listening to what the president has to say, and that's obviously what you have been underscoring here, which is that, you know, throughout the beginning of the night, we talked a lot about places
How did
where
Halo get back down
the Biden
here?
team was
The heck?
potentially on
He's lagging a
offense in the
sec.
Sun Belt, and the dynamic there as the votes came in, as Chuck has been walking through, was that those states are used to counting early votes that likely came in for Biden first, and then counting election day totals. So the dynamic was, okay, all of the vote comes in likely
I
for
knew
Biden.
it.
It's
I knew it,
counted. We
man.
know it up front, and then the count
I knew it
inches
was
back
Halo.
toward
I
President
knew it
Trump.
was Halo.
And the
I
reason
didn't
why
know it was
Democrats have been
Ashley, though.
calling this a quote-unquote red mirage
the
is
end, I was
because the
kinda
opposite
sus over
happens
it.
in these states that haven't practiced doing it this way. And Pennsylvania is the most central one of them. It's been the place we've been focused on for potential problems all the way along. And it is true that as these counties start to count, and my sources that I'm talking to, I grew up in Chester County, Pennsylvania, which is the upper main line outside of Philadelphia. It's one of the places that really has turned for Democrats in recent years. When I lived there
We might
as
get
a
it
kid,
confirmed
I
for
had a
Wisconsin
Republican
soon.
member of Congress, but that's really long gone now.
And North
it's
Carolina,
those counties,
and
Chester
Georgia,
County, Delaware
so.
County, Montgomery County, where you're going to see big numbers that report late.
All right, guys,
because they're
I'm
mail-in
going to
votes.
leave.
And by late, we mean
I'm going to take a
tomorrow
little
or today,
small
I guess.
break.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Since it's been
of this
5
week,
hours.
as all of these votes come in.
And
so,
then I will be
that's
back in a little
why
while.
remembering that Twitter
Um,
put a warning on President Trump's
yeah.
tweet about this.
Be right back, guys.
We're obviously going to be listening to what he has to say here, but nothing yet is decided or called, and that is perfectly within the bounds of normalcy, Savannah.
They're waiting for Arizona votes as well. There were a bunch that just got turned in today at mail-in votes or absentee ballots that got brought physically to the polling place in Arizona. And the Secretary of State there says they're going to continue to count them. So there's a lot of votes that haven't yet been counted.
Savannah,
that have been
our man Von Hilliard, who's in Arizona,
Yes.
actually has another update here. He's got there's a lot of ballots to count in Arizona. There's still 167,000 ballots cast in person today that have yet to be entered into the system. There's 245,000 early ballots in Arizona from Saturday, Sunday, and Monday that haven't been run through the system. So plus what Governor Ducey was bringing up, which is they don't know the number of people that handed in those ballots. Could be 1,000, could be 20,000, right? We don't know what that number is, though according to Von Hilliard, who reports in Arizona out there for us, he said we should know that tomorrow morning.
And it's notable, Hallie was mentioning that it's unusual to have an election night statement in the White House. I think it's unprecedented. I cannot remember another time, just as the RNC was, the Republican National Convention was held at the White House. COVID or not COVID, for them to have this large a gathering at the White House, to have any gathering at the White House to declare either victory or any other statement is extraordinarily unusual.
I think we got the 2-minute warning that the president would come out about 10 minutes ago, so there's a bit of a delay. Hallie, do you have any insight?
Well,
Yes,
we
exactly.
just got another 2-minute warning, Savannah, so potentially that means we're a little bit closer. That's not unusual for a presidential event, that maybe we'll get some timing guidance and some updated timing guidance, but it does seem like we are now getting closer to when the president will speak, as we're sort of living in this moment here in the East Room. I can tell you that based on the reporters in the room, and just to pull back the curtain a little bit, members of the White House press corps who cover the president had not been able to enter this room prior to us learning that the president was going to make remarks. So this really is our first glimpse at this election night sort of watch party or event here at the White House. Fox News is up on the screens. People are reacting, as you can hear some of it there. Some cases, the people who are there supporting the president are reacting negatively. So, for example, when there was discussion about something we've been talking about, and Georgia, and how close that race looks, and the possibility that maybe Joe Biden could pull out a win there, people reacted angrily in that room, according to some of the colleagues of ours who are in there, with one woman yelling out, what, sort of very loudly there. So these people, the folks there are engaged, just like the rest of the country, in how this is going as we wait for the president here to come and make these remarks. I will say, to Andrea's point, we've seen this sort of mixing of the official business with campaign business before. I think back to the Republican National Convention, as I watch that doorway here, that was held actually on the other side of the White House from where I'm standing right now, on the White House South Lawn, and that was another piece of the discussion that we had as the president held his convention outdoors. The final night of the convention, we had that Rose Garden speech from Melania Trump as well. Very unusual, and concerned critics who worried about potential violations of things like the Hatch Act. Since we're nerding out, I think I can invoke discussion of the Hatch Act here at 2:12 in the morning, Savannah.
Let's check in with Kristen Welker as we watch that door and expect the president to walk through it any minute. Joe Biden, of course, has made his remarks, but Shirley is watching to see what the president might say.
He'll be watching quite closely, Savannah, and when we heard from Joe Biden earlier this evening, he really struck a note of confidence and told his supporters here that he believes they are on track to ultimately win this race. He pointed to what we are seeing in Arizona. He even said that he feels cautiously optimistic about Georgia, and he said he's prepared to hold that blue wall, those Midwestern states that Hillary Clinton wasn't able to win back in 2016. I've been talking to aides and allies close to the vice president, and they say it is significant that he got out front, that he got out first, and that he set the narrative of this evening, which is basically that people need to be patient, and the votes are still being counted. And I also thought it's significant, Savannah, and worth noting that the end of his remarks, it was almost as if he was addressing something that the president has been signaling, which is that there have been these reports that President Trump might come out and try to in some way declare victory, depending on what had happened tonight. Now, the president had denied that he ever had any intention of doing that, but Joe Biden tonight, very clear, saying it is not up to President Trump to determine who wins this race. It's not up to me. We have to wait until all of the votes are counted. And so that was really the bottom line message here from Vice President Joe Biden, that the votes are still being counted and that this race still goes on, Savannah.
Well, one imagines that one reason for the delay could be actually, figuring out what the message is. It's an extraordinary moment, extraordinary time. Words matter. The president's words matter. We've got a situation where there's a lot of tension on the streets. Here in New York City, other cities we've seen. Yes, exactly.
I mean, you've got two candidates right now who are far from the prize, and neither has a clean path necessarily. And so, if you're talking about voting that goes well into Thursday, this is going to be all about now just perception of victory, perception of momentum.
And you're at the mercy of these election officials. You're not, and this is really hard for campaigns to deal with, right? They're in control of everything, especially a White House. They feel like they can control everything until this. And it is this just moment of paralysis. I mean, look, we went through it for 36 days back in, you know it all too well, Mr. Holt. I think you didn't move for 36 days from a camera position.
Yeah, stayed in that
and there was this feeling of paralysis that the campaign sometimes had. And I think, frankly, they are, I am curious to see, does the president just say, look, we feel good, and does he do what Biden did, or does he try to create some sort of, does he hand his conservative media ecosystem something to hang their hat on and run with?
And a lot of them are in the room, according to the pool pool. A lot of the Fox anchors are there in the room among the celebrants, or presumed celebrants. There's another factor here that Jeff Bennett, our correspondent, our other White House correspondent, is tweeting about and sending notes in about, which is that the Postal Service is defying a judge's order, Judge Emmett Sullivan, the federal judge, to have a search for 300,000 missing mail-in ballots, many of them in battleground states. He ordered that the search be conducted today by the Postal Service, and they have not done that. He wants to know why. This is Judge Sullivan. You know his reputation. Yeah. He is a tough judge. He's been
is this a staffing issue or willfully?
They're just violating it or ignoring it. Jeff Bennett's following up on all this. He's been covering the Postal Service issue. But if it's close, there are a number of votes in Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan among these ballots that are, quote, missing.
Well, Jeff Bennett has been reporting about this slow pace of mail delivery. So I think
in the last 5 days.
In the last 5 days or so, and in particular, slower delivery in some of these key battleground regions. So Judge Sullivan had that shot across the bow to the U.S. Postal Service. Now go in on Election Day and look for any absentee ballots, anything that's still there. And what we're reporting now is that that has not been honored yet. For what reason, we don't know.
And a lot of them were in big cities that have large minority votes.
Well, to be continued on that.
There was the podium. We're well past the 2-minute warning, and then the other 2-minute warning as well.
Can I make another quick point here, because I just was seeing the margin in Kansas Senate. Okay, the margin is double digits. Kansas Senate was something that a lot of people thought, you know, first they had a Republican nominee, but they thought, oh, the president, he's unpopular, he's turning off Republicans. Look, the president, you know, if our models are right, the president may come up short. Okay, he may be a one-term president, but you know what he's not? A humiliated leader of the Republican Party.
Exactly.
No, Donald Trump is the reason why, if Republicans hold the Senate, and we still got a ways to go on that, those Georgia runoffs, we may have one, we may have two, you know, we have a lot. But the fact that they're in the game here, that's Donald Trump. You look, Donald Trump, you know, I've been looking, these Senate candidates are running lower than Trump. Basically everywhere except really Texas. They owe it to Trump. The point is, let's say he is a one-term president. He's more of a party leader. He's going to have more of a hold on this party than I think some Republicans who maybe quietly were not saying anything but maybe rooting for him to go away. Even if he loses here, there is some strength in his performance tonight.
Well, our exit polls show that he has better favorables compared to his unfavorables than 4 years ago. That he has really improved his posture with the American people, according to the National Exit
Weirdly enough, even in losing, he may become more formidable inside the Republican tent.
We're starting to hear the crowd stir as they await the president. We do have a few moments if we can get Hugh Hewitt in here, conservative radio host. Hugh, what would you want to hear from the president right now?
Pretty much what Joe Biden said, which is we are in this game. We are going to play to win. We will be in court if necessary. It's kind of John Roberts' worst nightmare, is that I think these Pennsylvania ballots, which he had hoped not to have litigated to the court, will end up litigated to the court. But I just expect him to be encouraging to all the people that he needs to volunteer. There's a mass of lawyers that are deploying to 4 or 5 states now. There's still a ground game that might have to be launched in Maine for Susan Collins. Arizona might be a recount. He needs to encourage everybody who is willing to volunteer on his behalf to not only show up, but to contribute. It's an expensive process. I remember Florida like you folks do. Well, Florida times 5 is mind-boggling in terms of the complexity, and he does not have a Jim Baker, as far as I know.
Let me bring in Elise Jordan, if I can. Elise, an NBC News political analyst and a former George W. Bush aide. Elise, talk about the messaging that's going to occur, not only from what the president's going to say, but that could transpire from both sides to kind of play the crowd as we wait for a final result.
Hey guys, I am back.
Well, Donald Trump needs to come out strong tonight.
Sorry I'm late, but
and convince his supporters that
yes,
he's in the
all
game,
the way, all the
that
way.
he
also,
is
Lewis,
winning, that he has a shot.
You
and
are a moderator, so you can always
that he will not hesitate
hide.
To do
you can
so,
always delete
as
the
has been his
message.
bravado all along.
If you see something that
Donald
is
Trump
not
counts
appropriate, delete the message for me, please.
Could be a really
and if they
interesting
keep on acting up,
because Donald
put
Trump
them in
has a vested
timeout.
interest in seeing these votes counted in certain locations, just like Joe Biden.
The heck
and
is
so
this?
he's going to come out
I'll be right back. I grabbed the wrong
It
one.
was smart for Joe Biden to go earlier in the night because he set his own narrative. And now we see.
Man, I'm missing all the good
We see
stuff.
the Trump children now coming out on the stage
I'll-
there in the East Room.
In a minute.
And
I
we
think
expect to see
Trump's
the
going to come
president
out.
momentarily.
So you're going
I'll have
to
time. I'll have time.
see Donald Trump as I think we are used to seeing Donald Trump. There's no telling how many misstatements are going to.
Ladies and
likely
gentlemen,
come out.
the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, Trump, let's go.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And
Nah, dude, Trump
I want to
2020,
thank the
he's done
American
so much
people
work.
for their tremendous
Go.
support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it.
Let's go.
I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family.
No, Trump didn't win yet.
Vice
No.
President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready.
Trump did not lose
for a big
or win
celebration.
yet. So.
We
Nobody
were
wins
winning
yet.
everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And
yeah.
We won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas.
Trump with the comeback for real.
We won
I know,
Texas
right?
by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia.
He's not losing, man. If you
We're
see the
up
votes,
by
I'll prove it in a minute.
2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody said,
He's not
somebody
awful, man.
declared
Look at the stuff
that
he's
it was
done.
a victory and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly
probably
there
think
were
that way because
a lot of
of
votes
what
out
the
there
media
that we could
says.
get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down
Arizona
just
to win.
in
So.
a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount.
Yeah, that's huge. That is huge. Pennsylvania, we need Pennsylvania. If we get Pennsylvania, we won. Trump has won if he won Pennsylvania. And he's in the lead right now in Pennsylvania.
We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000.
That's huge.
These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this.
Caden, he's looking
Can I
down
tell you
here
what? Nobody has.
where he's in the lead right now.
So we won
but
by
technically
107,000
he's
votes
not.
with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying,
Zane Bradshaw.
What happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard
he's not evil, man.
They were going to send out tens of millions of ballots.
We're listening to the president speaking at the White House, but we got to dip in here because there have been several statements that are just frankly not true. The president going through.
Okay, wait, what is this? Statements that's not true. Give me a break. Where's Fox News at?
Our goal now is to ensure the integrity. You know what happened? They knew they couldn't win.
Yeah, here we go.
So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So it's a very sad, tremendous victory. 377,000. Texas, as we said.
The Trump's a little weird on this one.
Think of this.
The audio is very weird on this one.
State, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 460.
Why I pause this one is because they don't want you to hear the truth. They're saying like, "Oh, this isn't true," so we had to interrupt. That's what they want you to think. It's the media, guys.
With almost nothing left, and all of a sudden everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly,
Cast their vote.
Win this election.
All right, I'm gonna.
I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory. 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 460. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000
Yeah, exactly,
votes
Caden.
with
Exactly.
almost nothing left.
Cheers to
All of a
that.
sudden, everything just stopped.
Cheers to that.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Because they can't name anything, Cyan.
So our goal now is to ensure
They can't name anything.
for the good of this nation. This is
They just say he's racist, even though he's not. He's done more for the black community than any other president.
we want the law to be used in a proper
Since
manner.
Abraham Lincoln, that is.
So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won.
Yeah, we already won. I mean, yeah, I agree.
And I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us. And Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please.
Did these guys come to their senses or no?
Where was that? And this.
No, they're just talking about like Trump now. That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again.
I'll explain something in a little bit.
As you do. That we are
Danger
on
for
the road
2024.
to victory,
You actually
and
have to
we
be
will
like
make
35 years
America
old to
great again.
run for president, though. So I'm not even legal. Let's go. No, DA. No. Let's go.
This is again, Donald Trump's got to be careful. There are actually some of this outstanding vote he needs. I mean, he kind of referenced it in Arizona. If he's going to close the gap in Arizona, it's the remaining uncounted vote. So he may not like the uncounted vote in Pennsylvania, but he is going to like the uncounted vote in Arizona.
All right, what I'm going to say here, guys, is so why they interrupted and didn't show that part is because they don't want you to actually see like the truth behind what he was saying, right? And that's what the media does. Here, I will prove it here. So I'm gonna let's control. Here we go. Right now it says Biden's in the lead as of now. Since these states have not been claimed yet. Now, if Trump can win Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, and Georgia, he wins. That's exactly 270. Now, Biden, if he wins Nevada, Arizona, and Maine, which he is leading in right now, that's only 245. That's 245. And he needs 270 to win. Now, let's say he now we didn't calculate that. What happens if he does win Pennsylvania, right? Let's find out. Let's find out. Because I am curious. Okay. So this should all equal to 245 if this number didn't change from before. Oops. I can't see since... Oh, 4. Okay. 246. Okay, it's worth 246. Sorry. Not 245. Now, let's say he wins Pennsylvania, right? That's worth 20. He's still short. He's at 266. And you need 270. So Trump, I mean, he's in the lead. Oh, yeah, and Alaska. All right, let's say he wins Alaska. He's at 269. He still needs one electoral vote to win the presidency. So I'm just saying, by what I'm seeing here, Biden is going to win Maine, Biden is going to win Nevada and Arizona, which will bring him up to 246. Now, if Trump wins all these states that's his right now, he wins. I'm just going by the live results right now. Like I said, this is not confirmed or anything. This is just my speculation. But I'm just saying. I'm just going by what I see. And if you guys don't agree with my math, here, Alaska is worth 3, 269, guys. So he's at 225, right? Oops, the other side. 225. The 6 is Nevada. 11 is Arizona. 4 is Maine, as you can see here. And the 20 is if he wins Pennsylvania, but right now it's leading to Trump by winning it. And then 3 is Alaska. And I'm just giving the last 2 to Biden just because let's just say, right? Now let's see what Trump needs to win in order to get it. So he's at 213 right now, right? 213. Gonna prove it. 213. Now let's give him 91. Let's give him Wisconsin since it's 91% done with reporting for voting. The vote counts are going up this exact minute. That's worth 10 electoral votes. Sometimes I mess it up. Okay, he almost ties with Biden at 223, while Biden has 225 right now. Right. Now let's give him Georgia, since it's at 93. Just like it's actually above Wisconsin, actually. So that's 16 electoral votes. Now he's at 239. Right? Now let's give him North Carolina since he's in the lead and it's 94% done. And that's worth 15 electoral votes. Now he's at 254. Now, Michigan. This is where Biden could get it. So, like, the thing is, because Pennsylvania is too early to call. Michigan, it's leading up to Trump winning Michigan, but you know things could happen. I mean, it's kind of close in a way. It's only 71% done. So let's say Wait, what's Alaska? 28. Yeah, it's not even close yet. So yeah, Joe Biden could win Alaska. You never know. Michigan. Let's give Donald Trump Michigan. Why not? That's exactly 270, and he won the presidential election. So that's what I'm saying. All he needs is Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, and Georgia to win the presidential election. Now, let's say he loses. Let's say he loses Michigan, which is 16, right? And he wins Pennsylvania. Now he's at 274. I mean, all we need is Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin, and just one more state, and it's pretty much a victory. That's why I think Donald Trump is in the lead, and I think he's going to win the presidential election. If you guys don't agree with my my thing, I'm just going by what I'm seeing, the chart and the U.S. election results right now. So, but like I said, there's
how he does in these more Democratic
I kind of want to see what
votes.
they say.
Did he at all overperform? So we'll see. Point is,
so do you think
here,
we'll win?
I can't
Donald
figure
Trump,
out a scenario where the Senate
I'm
majority
rooting for
is
him,
decided before
anyways,
the Georgia
but-
runoffs. It's possible. Maybe Alaska comes in for the Democrats. But one thing Democrats were afraid of is they didn't want the runoffs to be for the majority. Because that's a whole, you want to talk about, the race was already going to be tough enough, polarizing enough. If that runoff is for the Senate majority, we're going to have like a mini presidential election.
Hey man,
in January.
like I said, I've kind of got into this stuff over the
Just when
past
Georgia
few
voters
years.
thought they were done with political
Probably the
ads.
past
Oh
2
yeah,
years, I've
no.
gotten
The Georgia
really
TV
interested.
stations are going to be very happy about these runoffs.
Man,
Yeah,
you need to
Casey,
quiet
the
down a
plot
little bit.
thickens in the Senate.
It really does, Savannah, and I think
that was,
you know,
that was
we may,
loud.
in fact,
Sorry
be
about that,
looking
guys. I
at
forgot
a
to
scenario
turn
where we don't actually
down.
get very much change. Right now, Republicans control the chamber.
But anyways,
53 to 47, and
I've
you know,
kind
Chuck
of gotten into not
pretty good
politics,
rundown
but
of
like
where things stand state by
just
state, and I think
what's
the
going
big
on
picture
with our
here
country.
is that this is a much better night for
and
Republicans than
kind of,
they were expecting.
I don't know.
and
Trump
it's a
kind of
much
got
worse
me
night,
into that
than what Democrats
just
were
because
expecting. I mean, Nancy Pelosi was out.
I don't know
this
of
past
what he's
week,
done and
talking
just
pretty
overall
publicly about what she would
it's
do
been-
and the process they would
he's
use
been
in
making it
Congress
interesting,
to pass
so-
legislation under a Biden presidency
But-
and with a Democratic Senate. So
I
they
mean-
were really almost taking this for granted, and
It's
that
close.
applies to the
I'm
House
surprised
as well.
Biden
We,
is
you know, we
this close,
reported
but,
reflecting.
hey, you
what
gotta
we have
go.
been
All right,
hearing
good
from
luck for
both
school, man.
Republicans and Democrats,
Hope
that they were likely to
it goes
pick
well
up
for you.
Democrats,
I have some school
5
to do actually.
7 seats
I have a test
in
to
the
do
House,
still.
and on a good night, maybe that
Let's see
pickup
what I
would
gotta
be in double digits. And
Very
now we
quick.
may
So this
be on
my-
track
this
for
my-
Republicans
my
to actually
binder.
win seats in the House.
You know, Casey, I looked ahead
So I
at
have
that
discussion
2022,
posts to do and
the
an
2022
exam to
Senate
do.
races and all this stuff. And I talked to some Democrats about this. If they did not win the majority this cycle,
Which needs to be done tomorrow.
It is very difficult for them to win the majority. I mean, it is just their possibilities at the majority you're looking at. They got to run tables. They got to sweep three seats. It's going to be 51, 52.
I'm
the
done.
22 cycle will have the
I
16
need chair.
Senate seats up, and there's some opportunities there. Pennsylvania
chair.
is a big one.
This was
for
their
these
best cycle.
Democrats, but
This
this
was their
was
best
the
shot.
cycle. They needed to get the majority this cycle because not getting it here. Let's say there's a Democratic president. It's tough to gain
Please,
seats
Trump.
in a
Yeah,
midterm if
I
there's a
think
Democratic
he'll make
president.
it. Yeah,
and
I
obviously
really
if
do.
there's a Republican president. Maybe the 2022 midterms
Let's,
could go a little bit better in the Democrats' direction here. But this is it's a
Is
big
DA
setback.
still in the?
Not
Hey,
if the
DA.
Democrats don't win the Senate
Still in
back, 'cause
here.
this is a couple of cycle setbacks.
Well, and Chuck, too, if I could just jump in, I mean, big picture here, it looks like we are on track potentially
States
for either status quo, President Trump in the White House and Republicans winning the Senate, or divided government in a
Election,
Biden administration. I think a lot of the folks I'm talking to think that that's still
probably the most likely scenario at this hour.
Control,
but again, we
control
don't want to do
chart.
what President Trump has done and say one way or the other because we don't actually know yet. But that has very significant implications for governance and the way things will change or not over the course of the next 2 years. I mean, Americans have delivered with even what we do know right now, a mixed message about what they want. They are saying we are still divided on this. We are more sharply divided than ever. And I think that means that the partisan negativity, the fighting, the inability to get anything done, the gridlock, all of that is more likely than not to continue, no matter who wins the White House.
I want to bring in Pete Williams right now. And Pete, here we are.
Yes, this is what I want.
All right. Wee hours of the morning. We have no idea which of these men is going to win.
All right, I'm going to have this so I can copy. Let's put on some music. All right. Now, how do I change to, Oh, okay, I got it. Gotcha. All right, so Montana, okay. Nevada, let's go turn that off. Dang it, I can't. How do I turn it off? There's just an option to go blue or red. Start over. Alright. I gotta claim the states that's already been claimed first. And then we can get into stuff like that. Now I'm gonna show you guys what I've been saying here. Yeah, this is all blue. Okay. All right, so let's give Nevada to Joe Biden, right? Class in session, I know, right? I know. Okay, so I think some of these. I'm trying to make it equal. I think that's what happened here. 'Cause I'm missing something. Oh, Hawaii. That's what I was missing. 'Cause how do I turn it off? I don't want. I'd want it middle, please. Okay, that's pretty close. That's pretty close. So, yeah, that's pretty close. I don't know the exact stuff that he's won. I forget. But the numbers are pretty close to what it was. So, all right. So, let's say he wins Nevada, right? And Arizona. That's 243. And he's going to win Maine. All right. Now, Trump needs to win Wisconsin, Michigan. Yeah. So he's pretty much already won Michigan. It's kind of going into this direction, right? Now he needs this to win it. So he either needs Michigan or Pennsylvania to win presidential election. Because this should... Yeah, see, the numbers weren't exactly on point. I don't know which ones I got wrong. It's one of these like sectors that I've got wrong. But yeah, that should be 270. And then I wonder, Pennsylvania. Yeah, Alaska is headed towards, I don't know, it's 60.6% for Donald Trump right now and 35.2% for Joe Biden. So that's more likely than red. And then Pennsylvania, 64% remaining, reporting. 56.1% for Donald Trump and Joe Biden, 42.7%. So it's really close. It's really close, and there's still another half, another quarter to go for that. 64%. So, I mean, we might be seeing this kind of number, guys. Well, I don't exactly know. I wish I could turn off. Is there a way? I'm doing something wrong, cause like I can. Let's see. Can I like take this? Can I steal this? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, these are the numbers. Trump won, hopefully. I think so. See, Nebraska is kind of split because there's like different sectors in that state that count as its own thing. So that's where I'm getting something messed up here. But all I'm saying is, if Trump wins Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, he pretty much wins. Now, let me reset this. That's what I want, an interactive map. What is this? Well, I don't know what this is because... Wait, oh! Arizona was claimed by Joe Biden just now. Right? Yeah, and they're saying Wisconsin is going to go to Trump in a way. Too close to call, I doubt it. I don't know. But yeah, Arizona, it just got reported Joe Biden won Arizona. Alright. So that goes to Joe Biden. Alright. This is obviously Joe Biden's. This is leading to him. Texas. Oops. That's red. This is also red. It's almost red. I mean, he's leading. It's just it's leading up to red. This is more of a this is a better yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is it. Oops, sorry. And I don't know why that was it. Okay. Yeah, so this is what we're seeing right now. And that should be blocked out, yeah. This is pretty much what we're seeing right here. Now, with Nebraska, I think it was that. I think it was that sector. Heck, let's give it to Joe Biden, shall we? I don't know. Let's give these to Joe Biden. Why not? Alright. Now... Oh, that was Maine. Gotcha. Alright. I think that's what we were seeing, right? I think that's what we were seeing on the board, right? I still can't get the same numbers. I don't get what I'm doing wrong. But I mean, I pretty much made my point. I mean, I'm just trying to see if I can. I don't like that one. The heck is this? Oh, there we go. Okay. This one I can change. All right, nice. And we have the board up here. You're scaring me? Nah, sorry. I'm not trying to scare anyone. I'm just oh, there we go. It's like, what? Whoa! What did I do? What did I do? No. How do I get out of the magnifier, guys? How do I get out of the magnifier? How to get out of the magnifier on Windows. Oh, that scared me. Thank you, Google. I was like, whoa. 1 second, guys. My dog. Oh, I was like, what was happening? All right. Arizona. Let's see. Oh, it's not letting me since... That's dumb, man. I thought we found the perfect map. Zoom out? No, I was like on a magnifier. It was weird. Scary. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Here's a good one. Alright, let's start with Democrat. Here we go. He should have 236 right now. I think I can just click on it and see. What do you want, Anna? You need to go potty? Yeah, okay. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I'm back, guys. Thank you guys for like tuning in for this long though. Like, I really appreciate it. I know it was something different. I took a risk in playing games and showing the debate and speaking my outcome on the debate and stuff. Well, not, why do I keep saying debate? It's the election. On the election. So just thank you so much, guys, for everything. That's actually blue. All right. I don't know. That's strange. I don't know what I'm missing. But anyways, Biden will win this. Biden will win that. And it's 288. Like, oh, there we go. So it's 210 to 238 to 235. Wait, that's like, what am I missing? What am I missing? Like, that's perfect numbers in a way. No, Trump probably won that. That's perfect. Okay, whatever I have here, I got right. Yeah, whatever I have here is right. This is like exact numbers. Just Biden's up 1 point. So I don't know exactly which one I'm missing. But hey, we got pretty close. We're pretty close. I can vote in 4 years. Yeah, right after Trump like or Biden is out of office. Like the next presidential election. You can vote in the next one, which is exciting. But yeah. I think he'll win. Wisconsin. Okay, that brings him up to 223. Georgia, I think he'll win. Brings up to 239. And then Biden will win Maine. He'll definitely win Maine, which will bring him up to 239. That doesn't sound right. Oh yeah, there we go. 242. That sounds better. I just had that one marked off. So, yeah, that brings up to 242. Trump. Let's say he wins Alaska. They're tied. Now they're tied. I live in Illinois. It's only Democrat because of Chicago. Chicago's like the worst, and they're very Democratic. And yeah, I live in a Democratic state just because of Chicago. If it wasn't for Chicago, as I'll even prove to you. Look at this. All right, in my other screen here. Look at this. It's all red but Chicago. If it wasn't for Chicago, we would be a Republican state. Oh, you live in Cali? Yeah. That's a very, very Democratic state. But yeah. Back to this. Now, like I said, if Trump wins Michigan, North Carolina, or Pennsylvania, he wins. Let's give him Pennsylvania, right? He's at 262. Just needs Michigan or North Carolina, and he wins. Now let's give Joe Biden Pennsylvania. 262, close call, right? Let's make it interesting. Now let's give Michigan to Donald Trump. 258, and then 273. it could look like this, which is scary to say, but Trump could win just like this. So it'd be like 273 to 262. You know how close that could be? Biden only has to do is win Pennsylvania just to make it close. But it's pretty much Trump's victory. So, cheers. I don't think they'll make it a full decision today or tonight. I think it'll go on till honestly, I think it'll go on till tomorrow or tomorrow night. It's insane to say that, but this in-mail voting, that could hurt. And the longer you wait, the more chance of it to be rigged. So, just saying. Which is scary. Us Trump fans should be worried. Because if it was a fair election, we already won. But yeah, very cool. Alright. See what these losers have to say.
537 votes, and that stood, and he served a term as president, was reelected in a way that was unchallenged. The other thing in history, Lester, is 1876. That was a time that there were contested votes between Rutherford Hayes and Samuel Tilden, who was the Democrat in 3 states, Louisiana, South Carolina, and Florida. And there was an electoral commission appointed. It took months. And finally, they made a deal to settle the election,
you're still awake.
Which was the Democrats would give up their claim on the presidency for Tilden if the Republicans would pull federal troops out of the South, end Reconstruction, allow Jim Crow laws to spread across the South. We have been living with that ever since. Those are the 2 big examples in history where we've had contested elections that were resolved, but we've never seen anything like what we've seen tonight.
All right, Michael Beschloss, thanks. We'll take a quick break here. We've got more to come for you as our Decision 2020 election coverage continues.
Glad to have you with us.
This fall.
All right. Let's see what the games I have, guys. See if anything seems interesting. I really want to play Mana Medan. I just need someone to play with. I actually kind of want to make that kind of like a series on my channel. Be kind of like a 4-part series, an hour long videos. Because it's pretty much like a movie. But, very fun. I also want to play, what's those games called? Oh. Until Dawn. I want to play that too. How long until you end? I don't know. Thing is, like, I want at least one more state to be claimed. Preferably Georgia or Wisconsin, and then I'll be a little happy. I still have an exam to do. Dang. Phasmophobia. Phasmophobia, like, I would love to play that, but I just don't have people to play with, so it's kind of a... You know what? We could play... I've been wanting to try this game out. It's called Left on Red. It's kind of like Simularica in a way, where you text and you try to find out whatever, you know. It's pretty interesting. Undertale will become a series. Here, you know what, guys? I deserve you. You know what? You guys deserve a sneak peek of the new intro for Undertale, right? I've been keeping you guys waiting for so long, and I keep telling you there will be a series on Undertale. Just I don't know when. Just yeah, I don't know. It's the best. I have it now. Yeah, I have it too. It's just I have not made videos on it yet. So there's 2 intros. This will be the main intro. Oh. I can hear the music. Alright. Alright, guys. You ready? Here we go. There it is, guys. Undertale user. I'll play it, right? I'll play it, and then I'll play it again without my face cam and stuff like that, so you guys can get the full experience. Alright, here we go. Pretty simple, pretty simple. I do have multiple intros, guys, so it's not just gonna be the same intro over and over and over. So I'll get rid of my face cam and chat. And here we go. So yeah. Here we go, guys. Hope you guys like it. I put some work into that. It's been a while since I watched it, since that's how long I made it. Should I show you the other one? Let's see. I don't know how many I have. I forget. I think I only have 2 right now. What do you want, Anna? What? What? Alright. I'll be right back. I'm going to see what my dog wants, and then I'll show you the other intro. Why not?
He believes he can appeal to that base, which, of course, we've known for a long time that he had that base. But I think in some counties, and Chuck can speak to this, in some individual places in Pennsylvania, western Pennsylvania, and eastern Ohio, where I spent a lot of time, you're seeing those numbers for President Trump going up from where they were in 2016, and that's that enthusiasm.
Well, many of the president's critics criticize him because of some of his more brash actions or some of the things he does. One of the things I've found in doing many of the kind of stories you're talking about and talking to his supporters is it's a question of where you get your information.
That's right.
And what you believe. So to lay out the premise of a question based on a set of facts that may be in dispute in their mind.
Right, and at the risk of bringing up something that is very, very fringe and very much discredited and conspiracy theory, QAnon, which we've heard a lot about in this election cycle, which is a sort of set of beliefs on the internet, again, unfounded in fact. I talk to supporters and people that are very much believe the disinformation that they're seeing online. I mean, that's where they're getting their news, from these Facebook groups and other places that have a lot of Q content. They believe that President Trump supporters, I'm not saying that all the president's supporters belong to that group, of course, but I think you get the sense, Lester, for where people are getting their information, and it's not even from mainstream networks or cable channels. It's internet based, and there's a lot of groupthink, I think, that goes on where people share and crowdsource, and things that sound to our minds as journalists like they can't possibly be believed, and statements that are made that don't have basis in fact are readily believed.
All right, Kate, thank you. I want to bring in editor of the National Review, Rich Lowry, and former top advisor to President Obama, David Plouffe. Good to have you back. Rich, let me start with you. I assume you heard the president earlier, all but claiming victory, essentially saying there's not enough vote to catch him out there. Give me your reaction to that.
Well, it was obviously irresponsible, strange, given it's the kind of thing you say when you think you're losing. I don't think they really think they're losing. But the president always has a sense of deep unfairness, and that he's been being treated in some illegitimate way.
Okay,
and it does go
Rich, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I hear you fine, but I'm being told that we've lost your audio, so I'm not quite sure what's going on. Okay, we're good. Okay, Rich, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
So, and plus, the idea that you're going to go and sue and just stop these absentee ballots and early votes from being counted is completely ridiculous. There is a segment of Pennsylvania ballots that, if it's really close, will be under a cloud. Absentee ballots that are being counted, that arrived late and are being counted under this new rule written by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And I do think there are at least 4 Supreme Court justices, maybe 5, maybe 6, who think that is impermissible for the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to have rewritten the rules like that. But that's a relatively small segment of votes that will only be in play if it's really, really close in Pennsylvania.
So David Plouffe, I mean, where does that leave us? The president questioning the legitimacy of the process, a process that he could easily win on the other end.
You know, Lester, this wasn't just Trump being Trump. You know, I believe this was a really dark moment in American history, one of the darkest.
We might play another game, guys. Don't worry.
A moment we've ever seen in the White House. Republicans say that. I mean, Trump wants all the votes to be counted in Arizona and Nevada, just not in places where he's ahead. So the votes are going to get counted. I think that's, and, you know, we'll know a lot more in the next 24 hours.
All right, here we go, guys. Here's this intro. Haven't seen it in a long time, so bear with me. So that one, I don't know. That one's okay. The other one's gonna be my main though. But yeah, that one is the second intro to the Undertale series. Whenever I do that. So, hey, what's going on? I'm back. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. You gotta go? Alright, that's fine, man. Thanks for tuning in, and let's go. Trump 2020. Let's do it. The race is still on. I think we got it. So rest well, man. Thanks for tuning in. Really appreciate it.
Certainly, maybe in 7.
But who is Kamala Harris?
She's an evil woman. That's who she is. All right. Let's see. Let's see what games we have here. Yep. See you later, Jed. Thanks for tuning in, man. You know what? Let's What is going on? The heck? That was weird. Collections. Horror. So these are the horror games I own. Lewis, we just played. What are you talking about, man? It's like Among Us, Among Us, Among Us, Among Us. Among Us! Just calm down, man. Just ease it down, man. Should we play Haunted Gas Station? Should we play a horror game, guys? Nevada's close, not gonna lie. Alright, guys. The Paper Man. The heck? I have a lot of horror games. No one should be... No, we should be playing camping. Or one of the camping game. The camping game? What camping game? Please explain. Lewis had bad timing. Yeah, he really did. I played a lot of Among Us, so... Actually, I really do thank you for tuning in. I have not seen you in, like, ages on my channel. Like, I used to see you a lot. Like, every reaction I would have with the Flash. It was cool. I really did enjoy doing the reactions. It just took a lot of time and stuff, so I just quit doing it. But because I have college now and stuff like that, and it's just it's a handful. So yeah, guys, this has been a good live stream, even though it's been 6 hours. 6-hour live stream. Almost 7. But we'll take it. We'll take it. Camping is like a game where you have to go to a place, then a monster tries to kill you, and you have to try to escape. High School is also another camping game. What? Where do you find these games at? The heck? Is it on Steam? Camping? What the heck? High School? You guys are trolling. High School Simulator? What is this? Oh, it's a Roblox game. Ah, okay, I see. What is High School Simulator, though? What the heck? Oh. It's like I forget what how you say it. Yandere simulator. I forget, man. Dang it. Let me link the game.
Well, Pennsylvania, too early. A lot of vote outstanding there. And Michigan, it is too early. Here's where we stand in the race to 270, the road to 270. Right now, Biden with 220, Trump with 213. Again, it's a road to 270 electoral votes. Chief White House correspondent Hallie Jackson is joining us right now. Hallie, we heard from the president a bit later. How much has reverberated from his assertion that he is winning this thing?
Well, his false assertion, Lester, is he's trying to declare victory, even though that is not the case. Votes are still being counted, and we just can't be clear enough about that as the night goes on and as the morning goes on. I will tell you that already some people who are close to the president are very publicly expressing their concern about this. And I'm thinking specifically of former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. Governor Christie is somebody who is an ally to the president. He is somebody who has been involved in the campaign, helped the president with debate prep, for example, even, potentially caught coronavirus.
Yeah,
we know that Governor Christie had COVID, and he was part of some of those sessions where COVID was spreading at this hotspot at the White House. Tonight, this morning, I should say, Governor Christie is talking about how the president's remarks tonight, his, again, false and incorrect claims that there is fraud in this election, despite zero evidence of that having been the case, were a bad political and strategic decision, Lester. We're hearing from Rick Santorum, somebody who's been deployed as a kind of surrogate for President Trump out on cable news.
I mean, it's interesting.
He was distressed to hear the president talk the way that he did. Santorum, of course, a Pennsylvania guy. We are.
I don't want to play like the same games,
the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, who is also extremely concerned, unsurprisingly, about what the president is saying.
What is this?
Essentially, that there are some million votes yet to be counted, ballots yet to be counted in Pennsylvania, and that the state will count all of those votes, despite the president's threats to have that end. So one of the angles that we're continuing to report out, Lester, is sort of the public and private dichotomy here and what we are hearing from people around the president. Oftentimes we know the president says things that his advisors or aides maybe don't want him to say, right? They go a little too far. They get a little off message. And we're looking to see if that is, in fact, the case as to what happened tonight. I will tell you that it is pretty quiet here at the White House, Lester. The party is over. The event inside the East Room is done. People have cleared out. Things have been broken down. The president has been off Twitter for a little bit. He is somebody who is known for his early morning hours, of course, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that fire up again this morning. And the other thing we're watching, of course, is what's going to happen in sort of the Trump conservative media world, let's say, the outlets that speak to those supporters of President Trump and how they're framing some of this discussion as a lot of Americans who may have gone to bed, some of whom may not be watching this coverage and will be picking it up in the morning, react to what the president had to say.
Hallie, thank you. I want to bring in White House correspondent for the PBS NewsHour, Yamiche Alcindor. Thank you for joining us. Give me your take on the pace of this evening and early morning. It's fair to say there were a lot of expectations that if things lined up Biden's way, they could go very, very quickly.
That's right. At one point in the night, the Trump campaign felt like they were going to be able to declare victory pretty early in the night. But as the results came in, it was very clear that they were not going to be able to do that. Biden, of course, then came out at 12:30 and said, I still think I have a lot of paths to victory. I still think we can win this. But really what happened next was this stunning speech by President Trump, something that we've never seen any U.S. president do. He was declaring victory, even though he has not officially won this election. This has a lot of people feeling like we're now as Americans in a constitutional and a political crisis, because the president, if he doubles down on this, if he takes this stance to try to go to the Supreme Court to try to take this election and try to win it without having all of the votes counted, that is going to be a very big problem.
Is Missing or
Democracy,
something?
of course, is the bedrock of America. It's why
That
other
was
countries
kinda
look to
like,
us and say, we want to do our elections like them. So the
Simularica?
president here has a lot of people around him, very disturbed,
I
very distressed.
don't know what it's
This
called.
is a scenario that we've, of course, thought might happen because the president has been hinting at this for some time, that he might be declaring victory if he felt like he was in a good position. But now that it's actually happened, there is a lot of nervousness and a lot of anxiety.
But all those
at the
options
White
were
House
Roblox.
and around the president.
Yeah, I think the thing that was confusing listening him to do that is it presupposes that he's going to lose.
Let's see.
And that's certainly not.
I need to go to my Play Store real
The
quick.
fact is, each man right now has a chance of becoming president. So by setting up this idea that there's been fraud, the question is, okay, what happens if
Yeah,
if you
Sarah
win?
is missing. Is that?
Exactly. There are votes in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, in Georgia, that were cast for President Trump that have yet to be counted, as well as, of course, that have been cast for Joe Biden that have yet to be counted. But the president is taking a stance
think
at
it's
this
on
point
Steam.
that if he doesn't have any more votes counted, that he will be able to declare victory. It's a scenario that GOP operatives have said is really not the right way to do this. But the president is doubling down here. I think we've heard the president at times, as Hallie hinted at, we've heard the president say things, the White House then come out and clarify and say that's not exactly what he meant. We saw the vice president not go as far as the president. He was not declaring victory. He, of course, is half of the ticket. He was not saying that we've already won. But the president went and picked through a bunch of different states, including Georgia, North Carolina, claiming that he had already won those states, when in fact he has not won those states yet. So we cannot stress enough that there is not any sort of evidence that Democrats are trying to steal this election. We've already, of course, seen Twitter take action to try to stop the president from making these statements. They've labeled a tweet where he was saying that Democrats were stealing the election as saying that it's disputed and saying that it's spreading misleading information about our election and about our civic process. So this is, in some ways, an alarming set of events.
You think we
that
should
we're
play,
seeing
guys?
tonight. But again, it's still early to say. But the president was pretty clear about the fact that he said, I already won. I believe that I have won this election.
Among you.
All right, Yamiche, thank you for staying up late with us. Good to talk to you. Let me bring in our senior business correspondent, Stephanie Rule. Stephanie, the markets will open here in several hours from now, and they will wake up to an uncertain presidential race. How's that going to play out?
And uncertainty is not what the markets like, Lester. It's been a roller coaster tonight, but where we really saw the futures market, Dow futures, that's
I don't know,
an
guys.
indicator
What do you
for
wanna
where
do?
the markets could open.
Play Roblox,
where
I'm
we
guessing.
saw them hit session lows was during
Phasmophobia?
and
I need
after the
people
president's
for that.
speech,
Monkey?
when he sort of opened
I would
the
love to
door for
play.
a potential
I just don't have
contested
people.
election. You know, when the markets really started getting skittish a few weeks ago, it was when the president did
DA
not
is still
agree
in
to
here?
a peaceful transfer of power. From
Wait,
the
wrong
market's
channel. Oh my
perspective,
gosh.
they want to make sure that the election goes smoothly, that the process worked.
All right.
And from what we've heard from the president in the last couple hours, we're going to get anything but smooth, and the markets are reacting to that, and not in a good way.
Guys?
All right, Stephanie, thanks very much. Andrea.
Well, you know, that
Or
is
should we have
precisely
it
the point.
separate
We heard
live
a
stream
very
for
different
this?
tone from the vice president, from Mike Pence. He didn't go as far at all as what the president said. He was the cheerleader for Donald Trump, as he always has been.
I
But
don't
he was a
know.
more
I think
traditional
we might have
elected
to do our
Republican
separate live
figure,
stream
or
on
any,
this.
you know, political figure.
Mildly walked back the president's remarks.
Exactly, trying to sort of moderate it, and it was notable there, the difference in tone. I also want to just point out, we've talked about
Everyone's
the fact that
among
Nancy
us,
Pelosi
guys,
and the
like,
Democrats
holy
have
heck.
held the House. They may have
You
lost
guys
a couple
love
of
that
seats.
game, don't you?
Right now, we're giving them, by all accounts,
Us among,
227 House seats, Democrats, and 207 Republicans, which could be a gain of 10 for the Republicans. It could also be a loss. There were a few vacancies, 6 vacancies, but they could have lost a couple of seats. We don't know until these seats are all confirmed.
You're going to get us some of the view from the pollster world now.
Well, the fact is we don't exactly know. We know that they're holding the House, but we don't know whether they've actually lost a couple of seats as well.
All right. Let me bring in. Oh.
No, I'm sorry.
Let me bring in Fred Yang, a Democratic pollster and partner at Hart Research Associates.
I don't know what to play.
Thanks for being with us. We don't know how this evening ends.
Among us.
But what are you learning from your standpoint
One game
based on
at
where
least.
we're at?
Well, I think I'm learning, Lester and Andrea, that 4 years ago, this election night feels.
I like
a lot
Among Us.
4 years
Don't
ago.
get me wrong. It's just like.
And in terms of, I guess,
I like Among
where
Us when
the
I can
presidential
chat with the
election will
people.
be decided, will be
I
those
don't know,
same
chatting,
3 states
just
that decided the
texting
presidential
each other.
election 4 years ago.
I don't know. It's not
But
as
I
fun.
think the added complication, we've all of us, journalists, pollsters, candidates, the public have been grappling with this system in which basically we're at halftime in these 3 states because
hey, DA, you
so
wanna
many
play,
votes have to be counted.
Hand Simulator?
And because of the pandemic and the reality of life, we've been told over and over again,
You
be
can chat in
patient.
Discord if you want.
There's 2 sets of
Should we play?
votes. The early vote.
No, I'm a
in
bit
some
tired.
of these states
okay.
like Wisconsin and Michigan, the reason why your networks and others haven't called the races for a candidate is because there's still a significant number of votes out there. And I just think, Lester, that's just part of the new normal that we're going
Did you
to have
add
to get
me,
used to.
Monkey?
That it may be a couple days before the election is officially
do I have you as a
known.
friend?
I think from a numbers perspective, and I've listened and watched Chuck and his team all night, I think it's likely that Vice President Biden will win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
But you know what? That's kind of tough to sort of convey when people see the actual vote counts that have President Trump ahead. But that's the whole point of what we're talking about. This is about the voters tonight. The voters have spoken. It may take a couple days or a couple more hours for all the votes and voters have spoken. But, look, again, I expect when all the votes are counted and the legitimate votes are counted, that
I'm
Vice
trying to
President
see if
Biden
I have
will
Monkey
be elected
added as a
president.
friend.
We just may have to wait a couple days.
So is it too early for you as a pollster to start licking your wounds and to declare something was wrong?
I think that the short answer is yes. I think there's still more votes to count. I think, I think what happened was there was an expectations game based on short polling, based on,
I don't even see
disapproval numbers for the president.
I was going to say, Monkey, I don't even have
I
you.
think you have to give him credit. He's a strong closer. I was looking, Lester, at the exit polls, and, exit polls are just like polls. In the 2016 election, in the last week, one of the reasons why President Trump won the election, again, not the popular vote, but the Electoral College vote in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania was because he won the late deciding vote.
Yes.
This time he won the late deciding vote by double digits. And again, that's kind of changed because the late deciding vote in 2020 is a little different than 2016, in which so many Americans voted early.
I think Trump has it.
He ran. He's a strong campaigner.
I hope he does.
He campaigned strongly. Sure, he changed some minds at the end of the game. But I also think we have to give the Biden campaign credit. Sure, they were looking at states that Republicans had won in the past, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina. They worked hard to try to win those states, but they never lost the prize, which again is Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And in fact, as we all know, over the last weekend and even yesterday and this morning, the vice president and Senator Harris campaigned in those states because they knew at the end of the day, yeah, we can try to go for Georgia, we can try to go for Texas, but where we're going to win the presidency is these 3 states.
Well, this will get figured out. Andrea?
I would just say that the other added complication
I'm trying to figure
is
out what
that
game to play, guys.
Now, unlike
I'm
4
like,
years ago,
I have
Donald
all
Trump
these
is the
games
president.
and I don't know what to play.
The judiciary is considerably different all the way up to the Supreme Court. And there is less public confidence, especially among at least, his supporters.
You added me?
In
Let's see.
the news media, in the legitimacy of these vote counts, and in the process. So there is an undermining of the
What's your name?
legitimacy of the American democracy, even though it is normal to count absentee ballots.
sure you added
by
me?
having so many mail-ins and
Did you
absentee
get the wrong
votes,
danger?
This is not contributing to confidence that when all the votes are counted, people will believe in the final count.
Well, one of the things we're watching tonight is who will have control of the U.S. Senate when all is said and done. And talk more about that. Let's go over to Kate.
All right, Lester, let's take a look at some of the races that we've been following. Remember, there were about 10 that we were really watching closely. North Carolina right now, still too close to call, but leading there at the moment is Tom Tillis, which would be something the Republicans were watching for, hoping for. Alaska, we've got too early to call at this point. Let's move on to Arizona.
For the Senate.
Arizona, Mark Kelly in the lead there. It's a Democratic hopeful pickup, but too early to call at this point. Michigan. This is a race that's been talked about a lot. This is Gary Peters' seat. He's the incumbent, but right now you've got the Republican in the lead. It is still too early to call. In Maine, Susan Collins fighting for her seat there. This is closely watched, too early to call at this hour. And then 2 races in Georgia, the only state with 2 Senate races right now.
All right, you win.
We've got Purdue in the lead there.
I have nothing else to do.
91% in. Still too close to call. This would go to a runoff. And this one as well, the special election, a so-called jungle primary in Georgia, they are going to advance to that runoff in December. So taking a look at the Senate makeup this hour, remember it used to be 47 Democrats and 53 Republicans right now, 46, 47. The chances of the Democrats, guys, being able to take back control of the Senate, which is something that Democrats were really hopeful about tonight going into the evening or last night, is looking a lot slimmer now.
Runoffs in Georgia, certainly.
Yeah, get out of here,
large.
Democrats.
Kate, thank you. Another quick break here. We'll continue with Decision
Not like
2020
that.
election night coverage in just a moment.
Good night. All right. See you later, DA. Talk to you later.
To have you with us.
This fall.
Okay. I need to close out of Discord. Alright, there we go. Look at general chat. Alright. And yes, guys, if you want to stay in touch with me, go join the Discord server. I'm on there quite a bit. The heck is this? The heck? It's disgusting. Delete. All right. Create game. I guess we'll do Polis. Do 2 imposters. Alright. NZHRVF. NZHRVF. There you go. Guys, I'm gonna end the stream here in a little bit. Because I do think we're not gonna have the results tonight, unfortunately. Which is very unfortunate. Because I was really hoping Trump would pull ahead, you know, and then just win it. But this is scary because waiting, the Democrats have a chance to rig it. As long as they wait. As long as we're waiting for polls and stuff, there's a chance it's gonna be rigged. Just very scary. Yeah, I think they stopped counting votes because, well, I guess Nevada they're definitely counting. The other states kind of just stopped. So annoying, man. I don't know if you heard, Ashley, but the Flash doesn't start till February, like February 23rd or something, which is pretty far away. Like, we would have already had the next season if it wasn't for COVID. Like, think about that. Like, it would have came out last month, because it usually comes out around October. September, October, they usually post the new season. Start? I'm not starting until we get 10. I like 10 people.
Robert Gibbs. Robert, good morning to you on this November 4th.
Good morning.
Talk about your reaction here to what you heard from the president here at the White House in the East Room delivering that speech.
Yeah, just nothing short of stunning. I mean, I guess in some ways we've come to expect it, but it's still a jarring thing, particularly when the president wants to see votes counted in places like Nevada and Arizona, but doesn't want to see any more votes counted in a Pennsylvania or a Michigan. So again, a jarring thing. First of all, a campaign event in the White House is a jarring thing. To watch the president of the United States essentially declare victory in races that he knows are far from over. I think it's just disconcerting and very unsettling for the hard work that has to come next in counting these votes and keeping people safe that are counting these votes.
A couple of the states that I'm hearing about quite a bit tonight from sources that I talked to in and around President Trump's orbit are Pennsylvania and Georgia, right? And two different storylines there. Pennsylvania, I'm getting a sense of increasing optimism based on some of the numbers. Georgia, less optimism perhaps than earlier on election morning. How do you see those states playing out? And if you're Joe Biden's campaign, what are you seeing in some of these numbers?
Well, look, I think there's reason for the Biden campaign to be optimistic and for the Trump campaign to be pessimistic about Georgia. I think there's the vote that's out, particularly those metro counties
Can you kill Noah
around
straight
Atlanta.
away?
We know there's going to be some big vote there. So that one wouldn't surprise me. I think there's still a lot of vote out. I think it's hard to get a handle on what's still out in Pennsylvania. We know there's Western Pennsylvania vote out in Allegheny County. We know there's a lot of Philadelphia. We know there's a lot of Montgomery County. Again, over in the east. So I think it's really hard to get a real handle on kind of where Pennsylvania is.
Way more votes.
I think you've got even some counties within the state that aren't going to count their early or absentee votes until starting tomorrow morning. So I think it may be several hours before we know a lot more about where we are with Pennsylvania. I'll be anxious to see, obviously, in the next few hours, what happens with Wisconsin.
They just want to delay it.
Obviously, the Milwaukee vote to come in, and you've got a couple of other places that still have to report some vote. And that one will be an interesting one to see.
There's just like a little slight chance.
Real quick, before I let you go here, looking at the Senate landscape, Democrats, I think, had hoped to be doing better at this point in the morning than what we are seeing in some of these places. Is there a chance to potentially turn it around? And again, some of the vote is still early. And how do you think this plays out?
Well, look, I think Democrats are undoubtedly disappointed at where the Senate is at this time. I think, look, I think the key is that maybe that those races, it may be more than one race, but at least one race we know is going to go to a runoff in Georgia. That'll happen just a couple days after the new Congress is seated. So we may well have extended, not just in the next couple days in a presidential race, but extended a couple of months in the Georgia race.
Yeah. Robert Gibbs, former White House press secretary, staying up late and early with us this morning. Robert, thank you. Lester, I'll toss it back to you there in the studio.
Yeah, Hallie, I think we've now officially moved into early territory, not late. Another break now. We'll be back in just a moment with more Decision 2020 election night coverage. Stay with us if you can.
But yeah, like the Arrowverse, like just the CW verse, I should say. I can see it dying. Like, it's sad to say that, but like, Supergirl's ending, Legends of Tomorrow might end. I mean, like, they confirmed a next season, but like, people think it's gonna end soon, which I agree. Like, just Arrow's no longer a thing. I guess they added Superman TV show, stuff like that. So I don't know. I just hope like the Flash stays a thing. This season might be our last season of the Flash, if you think about it, because that's when Grant Gustin's contract is over, and everybody else's, even what's her name? Candace? I think it's Candace. I forget. But anyways, yeah, everybody's contract ends on season 7. So after season 7, I don't know. Hopefully they sign another contract for more seasons, because The Flash is amazing and my favorite. I was gonna say, like, how do you do that? Did I crash? Okay, I was gonna say. I hate people when they do that, man.
Our coverage here on the network in just a few minutes, and I guess we'll see you very soon. It's going to be a long week.
I hope it doesn't last a full week.
We're glad to have you with us.
This fall.
You know how stupid that would be? That's just annoying, man. I just wish they would just call it. Like, they know Trump is in the lead, man. They just don't want to call it. Oh. Like, they called states that were like, they called states that was only like 40% votes. Like, why would they call that? But they're not calling a state that's 95% done counting the votes. It makes no sense. I don't know, man. I feel like the Democrats are just trying to pull whatever they can to try to win it. Because they're like, oh, we don't want Trump to win again. No. That would just be another nightmare. I hope it's a nightmare for them, man. Be amazing. And watch this be a stack kill. Another stack kill. Okay, pink, green. Alright. I think it's yellow. Yellow is acting pretty sus. It's yellow, man. It's yellow. It's yellow. It's yellow, man. Guys, watch out for yellow. Yeah, he's following me, man.
Georgia also very close at this point. 92% of the vote in, too close to call. North Carolina, again, too close to call. A pivotal state. This could really matter for either candidate. Michigan, same thing. Too early to call at this point. Waiting for votes to be counted there. In Arizona, Vice President Biden has a lead, but still too early to call at this hour. Wisconsin, very close there as well. Again, a critical northern state, too close to call. In Nevada, at this hour, too early to call Nevada. And in Maine,
I think it's
too
yellow.
early to call, although we could note that Vice President Biden does have a lead there. But again, still too early to call that. In Hawaii,
Yeah, he's just blaming other people.
where maybe
now.
they're still awake at this hour, it is too early to call. Not enough votes to count, obviously 0-0 there.
They didn't
Let's
even
begin
count
this hour.
Hawaii?
We've let some of our folks go. Lester,
Oh,
Savannah,
brother.
Chuck, and Andrea getting some sleep. Same thing at the White House. Hallie Jackson has gone to get a couple hours of sleep. So let's bring in Monica Alba. She's at the White House with us now at 4 a.m. Monica, let's talk for those who weren't with us about what the president said when he came out and spoke and what you're hearing from White House officials now.
Ashley and Lewis? What?
Okay, we'll wait on Monica Alba. She's
Oh,
not quite ready yet. So
brother.
let me skip over to Biden headquarters
guys
first,
played
and then
that
we'll come
off
back to the
well.
White House. Ali Vitale is now at Biden headquarters for us in Wilmington, Delaware.
I was
Ali,
not
it
expecting
feels
you
like days
guys.
ago, but
I
it was
was
just
not
hours
expecting
ago
you
that
guys
we
at
heard
all.
from the vice president.
Social media.
Yellow was acting really sus, though.
Okay, we don't have anybody at this hour. All right, how about Rich Laurie? Is he with us? All right, we're having trouble getting folks organized at this hour. We apologize for that. We will get right to our correspondents
They're
when we
like,
can. But
everybody
let's
went
talk
to
about
sleep?
where we stand
Hello?
at this moment. You
Is
just
anybody-
heard Lester
is
say it
anybody
before
even
he
watching
left,
this live
if you were
stream?
with us right before the 4 a.m. hour.
What is
that
this?
This race is simply too close right now to
It's too close.
really
No, it's
call.
not.
It
Just
is
call
a race where
the
we await
states.
millions
Just
of
call the
votes that have
states.
been cast.
I know.
States
I
all over
know
the
for a
country.
fact.
Some of them have gone to
they're
bed
just
now. They'll
delaying
resume
it,
counting in
man.
the morning. Some of them, like Pennsylvania, have 3 days now to count votes that came in. As long as those mail-in ballots
Like,
came in
literally,
by
look at this.
election day, they'll be able to count them.
94%
per the Supreme Court for the
reporting.
next 3 days.
94%
So again, we
reporting.
can go through the boards and show
78%
you which states
reporting.
we're waiting on, and it is a
64%
lot
reporting
of states,
and 94%
despite what the
reporting
president said at the
and
White House.
67%. Like,
We're
they're
looking
pretty
at
much done.
Texas, we can call for the president.
Obviously.
So the projected winner per NBC News of Texas is
Obviously
President
for
Trump.
Texas.
Florida,
yeah.
we
Like,
have
already know
also
that.
called for President Trump.
Yes, obviously.
Ohio,
They're just repeating
we have
old
called
news.
for President Trump and have projected that
Which I'm
President
not
Trump
surprised
wins
since they're
Ohio.
Democrats.
And in Minnesota, NBC News has projected the winner there, Vice President Biden. In Nebraska, we have projected the winner, President Trump. Nebraska splits its electoral college votes, so we're still waiting on how that will work out. But at this point,
see, they're just
statewide, we
delaying.
project
Like, you
for
can even
President
tell.
Again, many
They're, like,
other states
going
we
over
went through them a
states
few
that's
minutes
already
ago,
confirmed.
Simply too close to call or too early to call at this point. We're going to go to Arizona now, one of those states that we are still waiting to project. Vaughn Hilliard is out there for us. Vaughn, you've been talking to voters. What are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Hey, good morning, Kate. When we're looking at the margin right now, it's still, you see Joe Biden with about a 7-point edge
the actual heck?
over Donald Trump.
It's
and
monkey.
Those initial results were striking, you know, and kind of hit
Why are
that
you-
chord
why are
of
you
what
trolling,
we had
man?
been expecting to happen here, of a Joe Biden
It was monkey or Lewis?
victory here, particularly because
You guys are on my
of the
sus list
suburbs
now.
around Phoenix and Tucson. But what we are waiting for, NBC News has not called this race. That is because we are still waiting for hundreds of thousands of ballots to still be counted. Tonight, this morning, wherever we are right now, we're still expecting about 130,000 ballots here from Maricopa County to be entered into the system here. But here's the other outlier. What we are waiting on is a number that we don't know right now, and that is the number of folks that today, on Election Day, hand-delivered their ballots to polling locations. Elections officials, Kate, tell me that they will tell us later today, on Wednesday, what that total is. The Trump campaign right now is banking on that number being exceedingly high, because what we saw in these last several days were these early ballots that were being returned went heavily towards Republicans. And on Tuesday, Republicans in Maricopa County voted by a 2-to-1 margin over Democrats. Again, a 2-to-1 margin, Kate. And so that is where the Trump campaign is insisting, saying, hold on a second. You know, with hundreds of thousands of ballots still out, we've got a chance to close this gap. And also, when you take into account the rural parts of the state here, there's that opportunity because this campaign, Donald Trump spent time in the likes of Yuma, a town of 100,000. He spent just last week up in Bullhead City, an outlier community that he won overwhelmingly 4 years ago and did again on Tuesday night. At the same time, they were trying to turn out voters that didn't even vote in 2016, but came out to support him. And now that question is, can they narrow this 8-point gap? Arizona's important. You got those 11 electoral votes, Kate, that are on the line here. And in a situation in which Joe Biden pulls off Michigan, Wisconsin, and having now Nebraska's that one congressional district there, Arizona would clinch it, and Joe Biden wouldn't even need the state of Pennsylvania. That's how important Arizona is to Joe Biden's map.
Yeah, and you heard the president, Vaughn, say we have a lot of life in that state and we need to get it counted, whereas he was saying about other states, well, we've already won, he was incorrectly saying. So clearly Arizona important to the Trump campaign at this hour.
Yeah, and especially when you're taking into account here, this has been the longtime Republican bastion of the Republican Party, right? From Goldwater to John McCain. Suddenly, when you're talking about that political map, here in Arizona, this is, interestingly, the state that could be the one to defy what the Republican Party has become under Donald Trump. Jeff Flake, the former Republican senator, ran closing campaign ads for the Biden campaign just this last week, as well as Cindy McCain. And when you're looking at the way that Donald Trump has handled the state of Arizona, and particularly the way that he treated the late Senator John McCain, it calls into question the Republican Party's efforts here and whether they cornered themselves here. Because if it weren't for the state of Arizona right now, all eyes would exclusively be on the state of Pennsylvania. But instead, because Arizona is in play because of the Democrats here, suddenly they were able to expand their map here this evening.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard out in Arizona for us. Vaughn,
I can't even spell button.
We want to bring in White House correspondent for the PBS NewsHour, Yamiche Alcindor. She's been with us earlier in the evening. Yamiche, thanks for sticking with us at 4:08 Eastern Time. Talk about the map as a whole right now and what we heard from the president just, what was that, about an hour ago. Not unexpected that he would say what he did, but really the map is still anyone's game.
The map is definitely still anyone's game. President Trump has not won a number of the states that he claimed he won, including Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. The president was also taking issue with the fact that Arizona had been called for Joe Biden. We now can report that the AP's. But yeah, by another network, I should say, at the PBS NewsHour, we're going with the AP calls. But nonetheless, what the president is doing is saying that he's already won this election and already saying that he wants all voting to stop. He's saying that he wants to go to the Supreme Court. This is something that if it was happening in any other country, the United States would be sending in election observers. We'd be looking at that country and saying something is wrong. There's a constitutional crisis. There's a political crisis. We've never seen anything like this in U.S. history. I can't stress that enough. In elections like in 2016, in 2000, 1976, 1968, we've had elections in the past where we did not know at the stroke of midnight on after Election Day who won the election. But the president is now insinuating without evidence that Democrats are trying to steal this election. There are people close to the president who are very alarmed and disturbed by this, Kate. Chris Christie, the New Jersey governor, the former New Jersey governor, he said that he thought that this was a bad political strategy and a bad political strategy. That's really important different because he's someone who worked on the president's transition, who has helped the president prep for debates. But there are Republicans tonight who support the president, who say this is a step too far. Now, of course, we've seen the president say things and then walk it back. The vice president had a very different tone when he was talking from the White House today, saying that he expects to win the election, not claiming victory already. But President Trump was very clear that he believes he has already won the election. As you said, there's already going to be counting going on in places like Pennsylvania, like Georgia. A lot of votes still to be counted.
President Trump is all about the message, though, right? He's a big. He likes to speak to his people. He likes to speak to his crowd. And it seemed to me that that's what he was doing at the White House. He was trying to telegraph a message a hopeful message that he would like to be true.
That's right. I was talking to some people that are close to President Trump today, and one of the things that someone stressed to me that talks to the president a lot, he said that President Trump sees leadership as optimism, whether it's including misinformation, whether it means that he's not telling the truth. He still likes to try to look upbeat. He still likes to try to make it seem like he's in a good place. That's happening now with the election, saying that he's in a good spot, that he believes he can win states that haven't been called yet. That being said, the president also did this, of course, with the coronavirus. We're in the middle of a pandemic that has killed more than 230,000 Americans, infected more than 9.3 million, and the president's closing message over and over again at all these different rallies that he held across the country was that COVID isn't that bad. People should not be worried about it. So we're seeing that sort of optimism. He's trying to telegraph to his supporters that he's doing well in the election, that they should feel excited about the fact that this election is continuing. And he's actually, of course, trying to say that he already won the election. But in a lot of ways, apart from the messaging and the rhetoric, there is really the democracy part of this. America is built on this idea that our elections are free and fair, and that we can have a stable government and a stable transition of power, because everyone believes that the elections are done in a correct way, and the president is essentially trying to delegitimize these elections, and that's a problem.
Yamiche, thank you so much for sticking with us overnight. Appreciate it very much. Let's bring in Monica Alba. She's at the White House for us. Tried to go to you before. Monica, are you there this time? There we are.
Here, Kate.
Good morning. 4 a.m. The president must be asleep by this time. Do we have any sense for what's on his agenda in the coming hours?
Well, listen, Kate, this is a president who actually stays up quite late and likes to monitor and watch a lot of coverage, particularly on a night like tonight. And the lights I can actually see in the residence just beyond here where I am. I'm in front of the West Wing, and they are still on. So it's very possible he is still keeping a close eye on what we have seen here tonight. But we do have some insight into what he might be doing later today, which is nothing at all. There's nothing currently on his public schedule. Of course, that's always subject to change. We weren't even sure exactly when we were going to hear from him tonight until just about an hour before he spoke in the East Room. And the timeline itself was notable because it was just after former Vice President Joe Biden delivered his remarks in Wilmington, Delaware, that the president issued his first tweet in more than 6 hours. We hadn't heard very much from him overnight as some of those returns started to roll in until we first heard from Joe Biden. Then seemingly the president wanted to go out and make his own kind of splash with those very controversial remarks, declaring a form of victory when, of course, we know there are still millions of ballots that need to be cast. But when we look ahead to what comes next, the president seemingly saying that he's going to follow through with a strategy he previewed earlier this week, which is to go in effect with his lawyers. The Republican National Committee has been preparing election-related lawsuits in many of these key battleground states, and they do have dozens of lawyers on retainer, I'm told, in key states like Pennsylvania for what they see as this protracted legal battle to come as the week unfolds. We're not sure when we're going to hear from him next. The first time may be on his Twitter feed in these next couple of hours as he continues to see what is developing, but we also may see him do some media interviews. Of course, we saw him just 24 or so hours ago do a lengthy interview with Fox and Friends. That's something he may do as well. But it was quite striking tonight, Kate, that when the president came out and spoke in the East Room, he gathered about 200 to 250 of his closest friends, Trump family members, cabinet secretaries, and campaign officials, all of them huddled quite closely together despite the coronavirus pandemic, having an event indoors, which is still just an odd thing to see given the backdrop of that health crisis. Of course, we're told by White House officials they were supposedly tested before they came into the White House grounds. But of course, that's something that the White House has told us before at different kinds of events, anything from the Republican National Convention to, of course, that Rose Garden ceremony for then Judge, now Justice Amy Coney Barrett, which later, in the words of Dr. Anthony Fauci, turned into a super spreader event. So a lot of health questions just raised tonight about this event that also continues to blur really the lines between official White House business and campaign activities, which is something, again, we've become quite accustomed to in the last couple weeks and months of this campaign, Kate.
Monica Alba at the White House for us. You'll let us know
I saw his little,
when you hear more, Monica. Thank you. And more Decision 2020 election night coverage
and then
ahead.
He just disappeared randomly, and so I was like, what?
To have you with us.
This fall, we're right.
I don't know how many times they showed this ad. Like, my book betrayed me. Indeed it has. Whoa. I'm skipping just because, like, I don't know, just nobody knows anything. I thought I saw it. Wow, 2 people voted for me. Dude, this mail voting stuff, like, shouldn't have even happened. Disgusting. Wait. Oops. Thought I had to do that, but... Pew, 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 pew. What? Hey! There we go. What now? Ashley died?
sure that's the strategy of the administration more broadly. And you saw the tension there right after the president's statement, where Mike Pence came up to the microphone and stated it more in more conventional terms. You know, the president said, "As far as I'm concerned, I won," and Mike Pence said, "We're on the path to victory," which would be a more appropriate thing to say. Yeah. In terms of the legal strategy, you know, we're in a litigation phase. Both sides are going to be filing lawsuits to protect their interest. But the idea, as the president said in an exaggerated way, that he can go to the Supreme Court and stop the counting of these ballots is obviously bonkers and isn't going to happen.
What are you hearing from other Republicans? I don't know if anyone's still up at this hour, if you've been in touch with others in the party. I mean, are people distancing themselves from what the president said?
Well, I think people are made uncomfortable about it. It might be yet another one of these things where you have a lot of Republican senators kind of ducking and covering and not wanting to engage with reporters on it if they can help it.
I really want them to call one more state, so I just feel more comfortable.
Later this morning and pull it back a little bit, you know, on some media interviews. But the basic narrative that he wants out there is that the other side is trying to cheat.
All right, Rich Lowry, thanks for being with us and sticking with us. We'll take a quick break.
Man.
We'll be right back with our Decision 2020 election coverage.
Other side is trying to cheat. You don't give me that bull crap. What now? What the heck is this? You call an emergency for that? Yeah, exactly. Shake my head. I mean, it is pretty frustrating when you can't do your download. I mean, downloads are annoying. Oh, 80% reporting in Michigan. It's dark and I don't like it. What am I doing? I saw white pass by. So if I'm seeing a dead body over here, I know it's white. It's purple. It's purple, man. He was just sitting there.
Nate Persily. Nate, thanks for sticking with us through this long, long night. When you think about what will happen first,
I'm done with my tasks.
What would be the first? And I know I heard you say earlier we've got to get the votes counted first. But is that easy to do in the climate we're in?
Well, there is a process that is going to be followed, and I think that we have to trust the process, as they say in Philadelphia. That there's an administrative process to count the votes, and then there's a state legal process to dispute any of those counts.
Do you suspect that there will be challenges, though, even as soon as tomorrow morning, or this morning, I should say?
Well, there are challenges that have already been filed. So we have 2 lawsuits already in Pennsylvania, one in Montgomery County and one at the state level, that are directed at absentee ballots. But we should be sort of clear-eyed about this, that there is no switch at the Supreme Court that can be flicked on to stop a vote count. All these votes are going to be counted. If there are disputes, there is a legal process that will be followed, and that's what we should be seeing in the coming days. But it all really depends on how close the margin is. It's possible maybe President Trump will have as big a margin after the count of these votes as he has right now, in which case it probably wouldn't go any further. But
he's trying to pick
if
a
the
task.
margin narrows, or if President Biden takes it, then we'll see whether there
Come on,
it's
do your
within,
tasks.
as we say, the margin of
Do your
litigation.
tasks.
We have just about
We're
60
so
seconds
close
left before
to
break.
winning this.
There are many states that
It's
do
purple
things
and
differently,
brown,
right?
right?
There's a patchwork of different rules depending on where you are.
Well, that's true. And in each one of these states, there are different rules with respect to absentee ballots. For example, North Carolina is still receiving absentee ballots, and as is Pennsylvania for the next 3 days. And so they're different than Michigan or Wisconsin, which have to receive them on Election Day. So we're in for a few days of uncertainty here, but there's a process that needs to be followed in order to figure out who actually won this election.
All right, Nate Persily, thank you so much for sticking with us, for staying up all night with us. We're going to take another break. We'll be back in just a moment.
Try to fake task at shit.
We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
I do think it's purple
or back
and brown.
to work. We're keeping you safe.
If there's hey, okay, it's either purple or brown. I forgot to mute the ad. Yeah. Agreed. Come on, purple. I think it's brown, though. Yeah, it's brown. Alright, call an emergency. Oh, what? Wow. Never mind. GG. Wow, okay. Was not expecting that. Alright, man. I don't know if they're gonna call it. They're definitely not gonna call it. It's gonna go on for another. Just 94% reporting in North Carolina and Georgia, 80% in Michigan, 94 in Wisconsin, and 64 in Pennsylvania, and 67 in Nevada, and 37 in Alaska. I just don't get why they would not call it, even though Trump's obviously winning. It's just dumb. Like I said, I think it's just they're trying to give them enough time to rig it, and it's sad. It's sad, man. It's sad. Oh. Already? Oh, brother. I'm watching. Okay. I was gonna say that would be a risky move if you did that.
2020 coverage. It is 4:30 a.m. on the East Coast, 1:30 a.m. on the West Coast, and we are still with you because this presidential race is yet to be decided. Let's take a look at where things stand at this hour, and you can see why we still have a long way to go. On the road to 270 right now, Vice President Biden with 220 Electoral College votes, President Trump with 213. That doesn't tell the whole story, though. You see all those gray states on the map. That's where we're still awaiting results, or awaiting enough results to be able to call or project who will win those votes. Let's take a look state by state, beginning with Pennsylvania, a critical state, could be the deciding state in this race. It is too early to call at this hour. A lot of counting to be done there. Georgia, too close to call, with the president with a lead, but again, 92% in and too close to call because many urban areas haven't been counted yet. North Carolina, also too close to call at this hour. Same situation, waiting for votes to come in the suburbs. In Michigan, it is too early to call, with the president with a slight lead, with 76% of the vote in, still too early. Arizona, at this hour, with 82% in, too early to call. And Wisconsin, another one of those critical northern states, what were considered the blue wall. We are calling that too close to call at this hour. Nevada, too early to call, not enough information yet. And in Maine, too early to call, although we can note that Vice President Biden does seem to have a lead in the state of Maine. In Hawaii, the race there, too early to call. And finally, in Alaska, too early to call, with some votes coming in, but only 36%
See, like,
in so
that's
far.
reasonable.
So again, here's a look
Like
at the map
Alaska,
at this hour.
There's only 30%.
Again, all those gray states we are waiting for,
But the
and
other-
it will be
the other
hours,
ones are like
it may be
90%.
days before we count millions of votes across this country. Former Vice President Joe Biden did speak to supporters earlier in the night. If you weren't awake at that hour, here's what he had to say shortly after midnight.
We feel good about where we are.
Oh, yeah,
we really do.
Because you're
I'm
losing.
Here to tell you tonight, we believe we're
you're
on
used
track
to
to win
losing.
this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Ali Vitale is covering the Biden campaign for us. She's in Wilmington, Delaware this morning. Ali, when you hear what the vice president said, he's saying it's still too soon. He's not claiming victory in that speech. What is the campaign saying about what they will do as we head into Wednesday morning?
Well, Kate, he is going by the plan that his advisors have laid out to us for several days here, which is that they anticipated that President Donald Trump could come out and try to declare an early victory, but they also knew that Joe Biden would be the person who would not be doing that, who would instead say, if they felt optimistic, that they were optimistic and on the path to victory. And ultimately, that's what he said in this parking lot here behind me just a few hours ago. And just since you came on the air, we actually have a new statement from Biden's campaign manager, Jen O'Malley-Dillon. We knew that his campaign was watching President Donald Trump at the White House, but now we're getting a sense of what they thought of that statement. Jen O'Malley-Dillon calling the president's unfounded declaration of victory outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. She goes on in this statement to call Trump's comments a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American citizens, also promising, she says, that every vote will be counted, and sort of giving a warning to the Trump campaign, saying that if President Trump wants to take this to court, the Democratic side of this race does have lawyers at the ready, and they anticipate that they will win those challenges.
challenges. And look, in my private conversations with aides tonight, this is a scenario that the campaign expected. They thought that Donald Trump could come out and do this. They weren't sure if it was going to happen, but ultimately we all saw what happened in the East Room. That being said, they feel confident about the path that they have before them. Places like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania,
Are you sure
those
about
gray
that?
states on the map that are so critical, because it is Democrats trying at least
Like I said, guys,
to rebuild
this
the
will
blue
come down
wall
to
that
the
Donald
in-mail
Trump
voting.
managed to topple. And so they do think that they could see better results out of there. Part of the reason why those states are still gray at this point is because a lot of these bigger metropolitan areas that have a lot of Democratic votes in them have a lot of different ballots coming in ways that they have not had to deal with before. Mail-in voting, early voting, we saw huge turnout numbers well before Election Day. And so a lot of these localities are dealing with counting ballots in numbers and ways that they haven't before. That's why I think the word of the day here around the Biden campaign is a long slog
I think
ahead
that was
of
the
us.
last game.
We knew that it would take a while to have these votes counted. Now,
it's
Kate, we are
late.
living in that
It's almost
reality.
4 in the morning.
And Allie, have you had a chance to ask the campaign about those southern states, about Southwest Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia? What is the Biden campaign thinking about those?
Look, those are also states that they feel confident about winning. They liked their chances in places like Arizona. Their campaign manager specifically has been bullish on flipping Arizona.
It's been fun. I think Trump will win it.
This is a
if it's
campaign
fair,
that has laid out that they have multiple paths to victory. They don't need to go through those southern states. They think that the blue wall is one of their better paths. But that being said, there is still the reality that they could mix and match a little bit here.
They're just
picking
stalling.
off maybe a Wisconsin and a Michigan and then pairing that with an Arizona. There's a lot of ways that they can get to this, and frankly, that was part of their strategy in the early days before Election Day, was to say that there's multiple different ways that they can do this, contrasting that with President Trump's more narrow path, they thought, to victory.
All right, Ali Vitale, thank you. And we do have a bit of news to give you at this hour at 4:36 Eastern Time out in Hawaii. NBC News can project Joe Biden is the winner of Hawaii's 4 electoral votes. Not a big surprise, but that's a projection we can make at this hour.
He can
let's go back to what President Trump
like
said when he spoke to supporters in the East Room of the White House. We were just mentioning that with Ali Vitale. We want to play a little bit of the sound, and then we'll talk with our White House correspondent. Here's the president just about 2
We were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it, to support our incredible movement.
The president went on to claim victory and wins in several different states, which have not been projected by NBC News. There's simply not enough information yet in any of those races. Again, millions of people have voted, and those votes have not yet been counted. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll get to our White House correspondent a bit later.
That's only like, what,
stay
5%?
with us, if you will.
Okay, okay. Wait. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, Pennsylvania, I would say it's too early. But Wisconsin and North Carolina and Georgia? You're going to tell me that it's too close to call. Maybe Wisconsin, it's 49. The heck happened there? Okay. Yeah, Michigan is Wait, what happened? Wait. What is this? Oh, Joe Biden's leading in Wisconsin now. Oh. That's not good. But just that's 0.4. And supposedly he's the objective winner in Alaska. Yeah, I wanna calculate this real quick though, because like this is getting a little nerve-wracking. Okay, 238, right? Yeah, 238 plus. Okay, he won Nevada. They're not calling it, even though it's pretty much Biden's. So +6, that's 244. The projected winner is Joe Biden in Alaska, supposedly. So we'll give him that. That's 247. And let's give him Wisconsin. So 10. That's 257. And he already has Maine. So he's at 257. Now Trump. Michigan. So that's 16. He's at 299 with Michigan. With Georgia. What just happened? Okay. With Georgia, he needs that brings him up to 245. So Michigan and Georgia automatically brings him up to 245, tied with Joe Biden if he wins Wisconsin and Nevada. Now, this is where it gets scary. They're both at 245 if this is true. If he wins Wisconsin and Nevada, Joe Biden. And if Trump wins Michigan and Georgia. Now, this is where it gets really, really scary. Now, they're both at 245. I think Pennsylvania is gonna go to Trump. I mean, like, I think so. Even though it's super close, and there's still like 40 more percent to go. Yeah, see, it could change. It could change a lot, dramatically, which is scary. So let's give him that. That's 265. So he has to win. Like, literally, he has to win Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia to win it. That's scary. And then Joe Biden, he was at 245 already, right? 245 plus. Now let's say he gets either Pennsylvania or North Carolina. You know what? I think, he has a chance to get North Carolina. So we're gonna do both perspectives though. So he would be at 260. Trump would be ahead by like a couple points. All right, see you later, Lewis. Thanks for tuning in, man. And then Pennsylvania, that would bring him at 280 if he wins North Carolina and Pennsylvania. Now, let's say he only wins Pennsylvania. That'd be at 265. So yeah, this is close. This is coming down to the wire, man. I'm scared. Because, like, right now, like, it comes down to the wire, and anything could happen because, like I said beforehand, as long as we wait, there's a chance it can be rigged. So, I'm just saying, and it's really, really scary. I hope I'm wrong, that it will not be rigged and it'll be a fair election. But, Democrats will do anything just to...
not offends them. Yeah. And even though we talk so much in this country about this is who we are, people voted based on this is how I'm doing.
And it's interesting, too, when I was out talking to voters, particularly in Ohio and Pennsylvania and more rural areas, people who have jobs have 401ks. And I had a lot of voters say to me, my 401k is doing really well.
And that's the thing, Kate. We're correct in saying the stock market and the economy are not the same thing. But think about retirees. For a lot of retirees, their retirement accounts are their income. It is what
about
they
to close
depend
it. As
on.
soon as it turns to 8 hours, I'm going to close it.
Trump. And while the president has said to them over and over, without me, your 401k will be lost, that's not necessarily true, but people believe it.
All right, Stephanie Ruhle, thanks for staying up with us. Appreciate it so much.
Yeah, thanks for staying up with me, guys.
She's a Republican strategist. She's an NBC News contributor. She's involved with the Lincoln Project as well. Susan, nice to see you at this hour of the morning, 4:45 on the East Coast. We lost Susan. We're having a lot of gremlins on this overnight shift. It's very hard, as you can imagine, to get everybody wired up at this late hour. Let's go back to Monica Alba, who's at the White House for us. Monica, when you look at the map, and we've been talking about critical states, talk to me about if the White House is gaming this out now and still awake at this hour and looking at what they really need to win. The president said he claimed he's got a clear path. What is the path that they're looking at as most likely?
It's quite narrow, Kate. That's the most important thing here when we zoom out and look at what is left and what is still remains that needs to be counted. The president's campaign was feeling very optimistic about some of the Sun Belt states, Florida, North Carolina, which of course has not been called yet and is incredibly close. They thought they were going to do better in Arizona. Obviously, former Vice President Joe Biden doing better there. So that really leaves this main outstanding question of the Rust Belt. Those three critical states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, that essentially delivered Donald Trump, then candidate Trump, the White House in 2016. What will those look like for him this time around? And unfortunately, all of those, because we don't have a complete picture yet, we're hoping to get a little bit more information on Wisconsin later this morning.
It's been a good stream.
They are just too close to call and too early to call in some cases. But really, for the president's re-election effort, they have to do quite well in 2 of 3 of those in order to really maintain this path. They were looking at, in combination with some of the other things, that's assuming that they hold on to Georgia, which is not definitive at this point. There's still a lot that remains outstanding there. So the president really now facing an uphill battle, and that's why his comments earlier tonight were so inflammatory and controversial. Even those aides and allies around him that we've seen now speaking out afterwards, saying they were distressed, in the words of one of them, by what the president was saying, because while he is trying to claim victory, that's simply not the case yet. But look, Kate, the fact is the Trump campaign was playing a lot of defense in these final weeks, and we knew that in terms of where the president was spending his time in states he won in 2016, not so much trying to expand the map in any way, shape, or form. About a year ago, I remember having conversations with campaign aides who were optimistic about states they could potentially flip. They were talking about a Nevada, for example, or a New Mexico, or even something like Oregon. Of course, that's not at all what the strategy ended up being in these final weeks and final days. Instead, really looking to the states he won super narrowly last cycle to see if they could hang on to them again. They're pleased with what they saw so far, though, in terms of turnout, and they're hoping that that turnout is visible in some of these Midwestern states when the votes continue to be counted, of course, from all those ballots that were already cast but are still outstanding in terms of the totals. But it's also going to be a major legal battle, it appears. That's what Republicans are preparing for. It's something they've been doing for months, and in the state of Pennsylvania is really where a lot of this could still come down to, Kate.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin are going to be critical in the hours to come. Monica Alba at the White House for us. Monica, thanks so much. Much more to come when our Decision 2020 coverage continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
All right, guys. No! I don't know why. I don't mean to magnify that. Jeez. But look at this. Look how close it is, guys. Like 81% reporting, 64, 94, 94, 67, 43 for Trump. which I don't know why they projected the winner, Joe Biden, on this, even though Trump is ahead. I don't know. That's beyond me. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. I really appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing. Staying up 8 hours with me, watching the presidential election. Hey, I've never done this before, but it was very fun. It's hit 8 hours just now. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm going to try to finish this real quick. Because I will show you something in a minute. One second. Amazing. All right. Got rid of some water bottles. Heck yeah. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 water bottles. We did it, guys. We did it. Proof. All right. I finished 7 water bottles in 8 hours. Heck yeah. All right. Anyways, guys, I will see you in the next one. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you enjoy this video slash live stream. Hopefully it doesn't get copyrighted or anything. I don't think it will be, but you never know. But anyways, guys, take care. Have a wonderful night, even though it's super late. Hopefully I didn't mess up your sleep schedule too much. And yeah, guys, Trump 2020, we got this. And this is the Danger 2468.